Well,
about by making Cavill this guy again.
Dang, I got to see Nerdman's work. My life is complete.
Yo.
Why am is that's like a whole new thing in there? The dance move?
Yeah.
Lovely.
It was
Nerdman.
actually Superwise. Shout out to Superwise. He was going through some of my videos and found my reaction to the Batman trailer.
So crazy, I tell you.
Yo, hello and welcome to another episode of With Enough Prep Time. This is an impromptu stream actually, and as per usual, these cowardly supposed MCU fans and Dark Knight haters, they didn't even turn up. They didn't show up. This is they requested this stream. They requested my precious time to talk about their blasphemy, and they don't even like. They're too cowardly. They ducked out.
I came on. Nerdman, you could be sleeping right now. Nerdman, you could be resting right now.
Yeah,
these fans bullied you into doing this stream.
Exactly. And you could be working right now, but that's we're splitting hairs.
Well, I'm actually going to be.
I'm joking with you, B-Dot. That was a joke for B-Dot. I was picking on him.
Yeah, but in any case, well, we might as well discuss it. The topic at hand: did the Dark Knight make $1 billion? Well, let's actually look at the Dark Knight's actual box office before we.
Yes.
Best place to check is Box Office Mojo, so I recommend checking there, Nerdman.
Blue Beetles would make -$4. Don't forget, everybody. -4.
Wow. That's not even true.
I'm still surprised.
Blue Beetle gonna make like $700 million.
No, they're gonna pay people to come to the theater to see
Blue
it.
Beetle ain't coming out.
I
they'll buck up their ideas. I know they're gonna buck up their ideas once they see
they're about to start filming
next proper movie.
Nerdman,
are they?
Yeah, they're about to start filming I think the end of the year.
Are they putting it out on the HBO Max though?
It was originally. I wish they put Batgirl in the theaters.
Batgirl should be over. Movie, I agree.
Yeah, I'm excited for that movie. Even with all y'all's hate talk, I can't lie.
Ashley, I know why you don't want to watch on HBO Max. You don't want to support HBO Max and give them your money because you a hater.
I was literally watch HBO Max all the time because Nolan movies are on there.
Man, you be watching for free on that free site I sent you.
I don't watch it. I mean, that's where I'll probably watch the Batman.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, you can watch it in bad quality. You gonna watch like 360p.
That's all it's.
Nah, more like 240p, dude.
And then 45 days later, shoot, I can watch it on HBO Max.
If you watch it on the free site, you're just gonna hear people speaking Spanish and a bunch of shadows walking across the screen.
It'll probably enhance the experience.
Wow.
Okay, so domestic. Wow, that's a huge domestic haul, by the way.
Yeah.
533 million domestic.
It actually made more domestic.
469 million. That's an interesting thing.
I mean, for a superhero movie, that's pretty shocking at that time.
Yeah, that is pretty shocking. The first to do it, by the way, the first to reach $1 billion superhero.
Kudos. It had a lot of
not
great things.
Inflation.
Sure, but yeah, the first to officially make $1 billion in its time. So, The Dark Knight. This is an interesting one because actually, it didn't come out in 3D. And I know you're going to go, oh, well, 3D,
you and your 3D movies, you were such a boom.
Back then, it didn't matter. Back then, definitely, it did matter.
Well, 3D wasn't big until 2009.
I don't even think The Dark Knight came out in 3D.
No, I'm saying it didn't come out because Christopher Nolan was like, "No, I'm not having my movie in 3D." So
I don't blame him.
It came out in IMAX, but it did not come out in 3D, and that.
But I don't think it was offered
that
for this
affects
movie.
tickets.
Though. I think that's the thing.
Yeah, and the film and
do it in 3D.
No, but the movie was built for like pretty much IMAX because they filmed it with some IMAX cameras and stuff. That movie was built for IMAX.
Movies to be shot in IMAX too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was built. Yeah, it was built specifically for IMAX.
Yeah, it was built for IMAX. But in any case, that does affect it affects the total box office by quite a lot. Not having it in 3D. So 1 billion. Who wants to start the discussion? Like, what do you think? I mean, did Heath Ledger?
I mean, look, I'll start off by saying this. You know, I will not dismiss the fact that Heath Ledger's death played a part in the film's success, but it's just one of the factors to that. Because technically, with anything, especially celebrities, whether you're a musician or whatever, if you die, you know, there's going to be an attraction to you that people are going to want to see you. Like when a musician died that I didn't listen to like that, I checked him out after he passed away. Then now I started listening to his music every single day. You know, I guess you can say people just want to hop on a trends or like be in the know, but people just drama like that just brings people together in some way. Like people just want to just check it out.
And I will go a step further, okay, with all of this. It wasn't just his death. It was a Christopher Nolan film. It was a sequel. It was a lot of people had mixed reactions, just like they did with Robert Pattinson being cast as the Batman about Heath Ledger being the Joker, right? And so all that, once he was cast, that even put a bigger weight on his performance in the movie before he even died. So then once he died, people were extremely interested. Plus he was in a relationship with I can't think of her name.
Michelle Williams,
who from Dawson's Creek at that time, like off of Dawson's Creek, massive. She was also getting into more serious roles, being an Oscar nominated actress. A lot of, people knew him from 10 Things I Hate About You. They were like, can this guy do this? And then he died. So I think that if it would have been just some more like lower tiered actor that people didn't know about, I don't, outside of the Batman, because, you hear about people dying, but it's also the status of who he was, the controversy around his casting, the film itself, being a sequel and it coming off Batman Begins, and so many people, really enjoying that movie and liking that take on the Batman on the Batman, and Christopher Nolan directing the project. So I think that like when people just say it's, they milked it, it was Heath Ledger, it was a factor.
I don't think they did milk it though. I think the news was more of a, like, honestly, I think Christopher Nolan was just shattered by it, and the people who were behind like Warner Brothers and stuff like that at that time were literally just depressed by the whole thing. I don't think they went on some marketing campaign. Like,
I agree. I'm just saying, I'm going off the people that were saying that it was milk. I agree. I agree. I think people were already interested in what is he. I feel like some people were trying to watch it as if is it going to be a car crash. You know what I mean? Like that you can't help but look away to see if he can live up to the role. Okay.
Of Jack Nicholson,
the iconic,
with him. At that time, everyone was like, no one could beat Jack Nicholson. Like, really, it was like that thing.
Yeah.
Like,
just the stock of the Joker character in general has always been super high. He's always been a character with an immense amount of interest as well. And also too that the marketing campaign for this movie should not be understated. It had an excellent marketing campaign. I mean, the trailers and the way it was presented, it felt like a true epic crime movie. It's something that had never been seen on the big screen before in a lot of ways. And that played into it too.
And the fact that it was and I think the bigger draw with him was, can this guy who used to be in these, quote unquote, teen movies, step into this role and us believe
and Brokeback Mountain. I can't remember can't forget the Brokeback Mountain.
Brokeback Mountain was, I think it was around the same time, wasn't it?
I think it was
year before or something like that.
I think it came out. Let me see.
Yeah, so there was already, but he was cast before I think the nominations came out for his Oscar nominations and everything like that. 2005. Right. Whoa, dang, was it that long ago? Dang.
Yeah.
It looks like a movie that came out in 2005.
I'll tell you this. I mean, like, in my opinion, like, I swear, and this is the only time this has ever happened in my life, and I'm including the Batman movie now, where there were literal discussions about, in my office, when I was going to work, there were literal discussions before Heath Ledger's death about who was going to play the Joker.
Yep.
There were people actually talking about that. That big reveal at the end of Batman Begins may as well have been the whole movie in some sense, even though it's a fantastic movie. But like, that just blew people's minds. How are they going to do the Joker? One, in this weird tone that Christopher Nolan was going with the realism. How are you going to do the Joker in that? Second, who's going to be it? And I remember the
Joker
casting
has been on screen since '89 as well. It's been a long time.
I remember all the castings. Like the big one was Sean Penn. Sean Penn was like the top of the list of, like, that's who they were going to go with, and that's why everyone was so deflated when it was Heath Ledger. They were like, "What? You're going to pass up on Sean Penn for fucking Heath Ledger?" Right? So that was the massive thing. And people were talking about that, as I said, in my work. I've never had that about a superhero movie before or after. Maybe I'll give Infinity War, or Endgame a slight thing, but I worked in schools by then, so it's kind of like different than working in just an office with, like, adults, right? Like,
and I was a senior in high school, right? And we were all like the theater kids, and so we were like hyped to see a Batman movie, right? We just saw Batman Begins. Here comes the Joker, right? And we were like, oh, and I wasn't one of those people that was, once he was cast, I was hyped. I was like, oh, Heath Ledger, I like him, And I remember us talking about it and being hyped about it. And then I remember when he died, like, my friend Zach came into the theater because we were working on a show, and he was literally like, oh man, and like explaining to me like what happened and how he was so into the process and how he died, and it and we were all like, then, because we were all kids, like, did this role corrupt him and cause him these sleep issues? Like, because we were really like fascinated before, and then I think the death just kind of made us feel sad, but we're really intrigued to still see the movie because we were hyped before when he was announced. And then I mean, we did have the conversations after his death, but we were talking about this movie before he passed away, because Batman Begins and like Christopher Nolan, because like I love Christopher Nolan because of Memento and The Following, so I was already, so many of us were already hyped because we were like, Christopher Nolan is that guy. He's that new guy doing these, these great films.
I really hadn't connected. I really hadn't, because I'd seen Memento, but I really hadn't connected like Nolan with that. I just saw the Batman Begins and just was like, wow, this is fucking wild, man. This is so different from like anything I've seen in a superhero movie before.
I was a film nerd at a very early age, so it was like, I was just stoked, not only because of Heath Ledger, but like my main hype was Christopher Nolan, and then everything else.
The perfect storm of circumstances that led to that success. I think the death of Heath Ledger played a part in it bit. I think it got some of the general public a little more interested. Like some of the people who probably never would have showed up to a Batman movie anyway might have actually went. But I think there was already a surmountable amount of hype.
Yeah.
Before that, as you both mentioned. So.
And then the movie came out, and everybody was like, "Wow, this is fucking amazing!" And then the people who hadn't gone to see it went to go see it, and then we went to see it again,
Right. It was a perfect storm of things, as you're saying. I just like, so would the movie have made $1 billion without Heath Ledger's death? I say it would. I mean, I'm not like, it's kind of hard to say because it literally just passed over that $1 billion mark. So you have to say, oh, well, what is the percentage of Heath Ledger's death that led to like it being marketed on the news, and, because the news is talking about it, more people get awareness of it. But I just think that word of mouth, when people came out of The Dark Knight, was just so good. And it was not, oh, Heath Ledger died or anything like that. It was just, this movie is fucking awesome. There was no talk about, like, I think the talk about Heath Ledger's death came again, really, when the Oscars came around.
Yep. But we did. I will say that after seeing the performance, a lot of people were like, "Oh, after they saw his performance, were like, such a talent, like what else could he have done in his career?" But I think that I think it could have made $1 billion just based off the quality of the film alone, because it was such a good film on its own. So I think that once the reviews came out and the initial people going to see the movie, I think that it would have created the buzz and his performance, and people would have went to see the movie regardless. That's what I think.
So this is kind of an echo chamber at the moment because, as I said,
we agree.
As I said,
look, I'll say this.
Cowards didn't want to turn up. You see how they are?
I'll add this in. Let me add this in. Do you guys think it's like... Do you guys think it's kind of unfair when like these things happen? Because people do really like gas up these movies when these actors do pass away around the time they come out. And the devs do give these movies a boost in a sense. Not saying The Dark Knight could have made $1 billion, but it was a big part in it getting a boost.
I think that in this specific situation, I mean, I think it gave it a little bit of boost, but I don't like when everybody's like, when comparing, and I love my MCU, and I'm going to be real here. It's a different situation with Black Panther, right? Because this movie was done, right? It was a complete film. And now Black Panther 2 is coming out. And yes, I think that them honoring Chadwick Boseman is great. But I think that it's in a different circumstance. Like how you brought it up, I kind of agree with you, because they're apparently going to have this funeral scene. This movie is completely a whole different film. And it's more in honoring him because he's not in the movie,
No, but also I have to say, and I'm not. Look, you're. This isn't an anti-MCU thing. This is just like
I was talking about what
this is how I view it. No, what I'm going to say next. It's not an anti-MCU thing. It's just how I see it. MCU knows they're kind of shameless, and they do know how to juice like a situation, like. For instance, when they have their first superhero woman, or their first Black superhero, or their first, or if they've got a very multicultural cast or something like that, they juice that shit. They really they make that part of the campaign. It's like in a way that DC doesn't. I mean, for a long time, the DCU, say what you will about the quality of the movies, had a much more diverse cast especially in bigger roles.
And I'm
they
not
didn't juice that shit. No, I know you're not disagreeing, but that's why I'm saying that I think that The Dark Knight really didn't do that, but I do think that the MCU might end up like kind of like juicing it a little bit, kind of going, oh, you know, you got to see this movie because this is Chadwick Boseman's send off and blah blah blah. We'll see, but I've just noticed the trend of them doing that, and it's kind of brilliant in a way. So I'm not. It's not against.
But I will say that Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, business wise, it's a
Ryan
smart move.
Coogler was very upset by the death of Chadwick Boseman, and he also wants to honor him. And it's not, and for him, it's not about what can we do at the box office. This is about someone that he was his friend, that he cared about, and he wants to honor him. And I think that a lot of people want it to be recast, but I think a lot of the reason why we're not getting a new T'Challa is because Ryan Coogler, because he is, you know, the head of this, you know, the Wakanda show, these Wakanda shows we're getting, the Black Panther films, these are all, you know, from him. And I think for him, recasting that role is very personal for him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like Ashley, I'll say this too. This is why Ryan Coogler, I know he's not here to like milk Chadwick Boseman's death. He's here to make, you know, here to pay some respect and stuff. That's what he's here for. But it's just the other people around him, all the business people there, the true business people that is going to do, you know, they thinking with their money and stuff, you know, like, hey, popular black man, make some money off him. But Ryan Coogler, he's not thinking that. But I can't say for sure if he is. But I believe he's not. That's my thing. I think he's one of the few, and even the cast, that are like, we're not here to milk Chadwick Boseman's stuff. We're here to try and pay respects.
Yeah, and I think, Chillmonger, when that's your like friend or someone that you're close with, when they die, it's easy to be like, grow up. That's that bond and that relationship is more than this is, I'm the director and you're the actor. They had an actual relationship.
It's a tough thing. I don't envy anyone to be put in that position and needing to decide the future of a character like that.
Right.
Especially when it's someone you're so personally close to and someone you
even then
relationship with.
RJ, even then, it's not really on Ryan Coogler for this decision because he may have been part of it, but the executives, you know, Kevin Feige, it was somebody else. It was somebody else. It was the other black dude. You guys know what I'm talking about? He came out publicly in an interview.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. The guy with the glasses.
That guy. Right. Yeah, so it's honestly, it's not really.
But he had a relationship with him as well too. I mean,
right.
Look, I mean, you know how I feel about Black Panther as a movie.
Yeah, we know how you feel. But the other day you said something else.
You're a big fan of it, right? Wait, never mind. You're a big fan of Black Panther, right?
Not very good.
Not really. I mean, I just see it as like a typical MCU movie with a little bit more seriousness and a little bit more
it's not
just substance, but like it's very
Black Panther's fire.
The jokes are like, if you're talking, you always go on your typical.
I don't think it's jokes. The jokes aren't there. I'm not saying that. Apart from the comedy, that brilliant comedy, fucking what's her name? The comedy relief in it, his sister, horrible. But you know, outside of that, it's not like full of jokes.
Yeah, she wasn't very. I think that she wasn't horrible, but she had.
Y'all are gonna love Black Panther too, then.
No, you didn't. No, the rewrite is happening. That's happening.
I may have been the only black person who didn't go and watch it in
cinemas. She's not gonna be the Black Panther.
I think I might be the only
controversy. No, she's still in the movie.
No, she's still the lead of the movie. She's just not getting the mantle at the end.
Yeah, Winston Duke is.
Yeah, which I
and
know.
Then the reshoots.
He he doesn't worship the same god. M'Baku worships the ape god, not the panther god.
I know.
Here we go.
Well, I mean,
but I was gonna go.
Wait, we're going because this thing, regardless, like they're obviously not going to do the fight because Shuri cannot beat M'Baku in the fight. If this is the case, they're just going to hand it to him because M'Baku is going to kick Shuri's ass. But it really doesn't matter if it's a panther because regardless of any of the tribes, if you fight and you win, you become king of Wakanda. Regardless of what tribe you're part of, you're king of it all.
I was going to say that though I don't feel that Black Panther is an incredible movie, I think it's a decent movie, a little bit overrated. I do
doesn't like black people. That's what it is.
Especially you.
I know.
But I do think it hit a nerve because you'd never seen representation like that of black people in a superhero movie. Obviously you had
it was so big
like that, but to have such a full cast and to have Wakanda.
I think the performances were on point too, though. I think that outside of Shuri, because the horrible jokes, and I think it's like her delivery of the jokes, and then just like bad jokes in general with her character. I think most of the performances were solid, in my opinion.
Wait a minute.
I'd say solid. They weren't great.
You didn't think
great performances
was funny?
No. 5 years later.
But you need T'Challa there. That's what I was trying to say. I think he's become a cultural touchstone and one of the only black superheroes. And you just need him there. I just don't. Ryan Coogler really does have to get over it and see the bigger picture here of why it's so important to have like that. I think there's a point
to have Winston come in, right? And then now where we have the multiverse outside of one of his films, we can get a T'Challa variant. And and I feel that all the multiverses are gonna cave into one. So that's how we could get a T'Challa. But I don't think we're gonna get it in
give it a few years. Yeah, give it a few years.
I think that's how it's gonna happen. I don't think in his project we will get T'Challa, but possibly a variant of him, and then he might, have a more prominent role.
Right.
The best scene in Black Panther, by the way, was the scene with the rhinos. Top tier cinema.
No, the rhinos are bad. The rhinos are bad. And of course, the fight that we all know that is just horrible.
Oh, the PS3.
It was just really the third act is this thing. You could look at third act. Really, the only downside is the CGI. That's really it, because that third act was not finished in time to where it's
they were all focused on Infinity War. All their focus was on Infinity War. They didn't think that
which makes sense, but still,
yeah. It like that. I know that for me, that fight scene is like, that to me is.
I think it'll be better than the sequel.
It was actually and that wasn't even in the third act. That wasn't even the best fight of the movie. The best fight was when T'Challa and Killmonger had a fight over the throne. Not the third act, but the second fight. That their first fight, that was the best fight in the film.
Yeah, I agree. I just think that
it was them outside the suits.
The CG fight.
I honestly didn't believe Killmonger as a character.
Oh my God!
Trust me, that militant black man exists. He was just a little bit more exaggerated because it's film. I know them.
Sorry, say that. Who?
That militant black man in this country exists.
I'm sure
I've
he
met
does.
them. I've met them.
Yeah, I'm sure he does, but it was just too. I liked the performance by Michael B. Jordan.
I can't.
But as a character, I just didn't believe it. I just thought it was It seemed absurd to me that this guy was like, you know,
too Rambo-ish.
Maybe. I don't know what it was. I feel like if I say anything, it's gonna sound like wrong. But like,
I'm gonna
too much
when you come over to this,
man.
when you come over here, I'll introduce you to a few.
Yeah, we need to introduce you to some African Americans.
K Dot knows a lot of them. Because where he be at, but you know where he say. But I know a few too.
Oh, that's some California slander. Wow.
No, it's just you know how y'all be in Cali. Y'all be militant.
I like seeing him take all the African shit back and stuff like that in the beginning of the film, like just telling that woman like how it is. From the museum, you know what I'm saying? That bit was cool and everything, but yeah, something about it, I don't know.
That man exists. I just have to introduce you. How many times have you been to the States, sir, man?
I don't think it showed really well how he was a genius. That's my thing. He was strategically good, but and as a leader, he seemed very good. But it was just this whole like, let's just add everything to him and give it. No, he's a born leader. He has leadership qualities. What he does with those leadership qualities is not.
I mean, he was basically. I mean, he is charismatic, but he's also a man that's been, you know, in special ops, and he's out here in the butt.
Yeah, he's special ops. He's a genius. He went to Harvard. He did all of this kind of shit. It's like
I think he's smart, but I don't think he's sure he's smart.
Yeah, he ain't sure. This is the thing.
Well, he is according to What If. He is according to What If.
No,
right? Yeah, but
Shuri is the smartest person in the MCU.
Yeah, but Shuri's smarter than him. He's smart, but he's not like Tony.
He's not on Tony Stark level. He's not even on Tony Stark level.
Well, according to What If he was, though, I think he is supposed to be on Tony Stark.
Not in Black Panther.
In the What If, he didn't create the droid, he just designed it. It took Tony Stark to actually build it.
No, he had the technology to actually put it together. He actually put the engineering, like how it would work on an engineering level together, which is the harder bit.
Oh, I see.
Tony Stark actually just put the machine together because he had the materials.
I have a question. I don't think MCU discussions we always
I want to hear RJ. I want to hear RJ's
just
take on like what he thinks about Killmonger too.
But what were you going to ask, RJ?
He's one of the best villains in the MCU.
But I'm talking about when he said acts like he's a genius. Is that like, what is your take on that?
Well, I think he's a brilliant strategist. I think when you become a brilliant strategist, I think there has to be some level of intelligence, obviously. In terms of him being genius quality, I think the movie probably could have done a better job explaining that. But I think for what the movie was going for, it wanted to introduce Killmonger more from the strategical standpoint and from a character motivation standpoint, where it's more about you trying to understand where he's coming from versus getting to know every itty-bitty grit about him and what he's capable of, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And for Killmonger, like, they did enough to establish like what his motivation. They pretty much explained his motivations like pretty well thought out. They didn't get too deep, but they made it clear what his two motivations were. Got it done. He succeeded in one area, but he didn't succeed in the other. But still, motivations was pretty straightforward.
See, I think he's.
Do you think it deserved an Oscar nomination?
Yeah.
Me too.
It was tight.
You are capping, son.
Visually, outside of those two scenes,
dude, that's
Wakanda looked amazing.
Michael B. Jordan was acting his ass off in that movie, bro.
No, I didn't say. I didn't say.
I think that people underrate Chadwick Boseman's performance.
Did the film deserve an Oscar nomination?
I'm going through why I think the film deserved the nomination. Visually, the film in Wakanda and how it looked as a whole was amazing. It had two bad spots in the CGI. Okay, I think that Chadwick Boseman's performance, which was more subtle, which was more regal, compared to Killmonger, because he was supposed to be. There's supposed to be parallels of each other. I think that his performance.
Which they weren't.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were.
They were.
Yes, they were.
They were not.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were.
It was Nerman. It was
nothing.
Wait, and Ashley. Wait. Just to bounce off Ashley Nerman. It was literally you take the perspective of an African who lives in Africa, and you take a black man from America, and put them together. Because the thing about Africans and African Americans, we may look the same, but we have totally different lifestyles, ideologies, and all that. And they basically showed those parallels and even the contrast between them.
They're cousins, right? Too. So there's a family tie. I think that they did that very well with the fathers and setting up his revenge and his disdain for Wakanda very well. So to me, as an overall film, I think it deserved the nomination. I think it's a top tier. I think
it's a masterpiece. So it's a masterpiece.
I didn't say it was a masterpiece.
All right. I'm just saying, like an Oscar nomination.
There's a few things. I feel like I think that there's 5 steps to get it there to be a masterpiece.
Right? I think when it comes to Black Panther and what it got nominated for at the Oscars, we had to keep this in consideration as well. It's a very culturally significant movie for what it accomplished. I think that's also played a role into why it was nominated. Is it technically the best movie ever made? No. But I think what it accomplished culturally and just overall as a film cannot be understated. I mean, whether you like it or not, it did have an impact on the culture as a whole. So I think that's really speaks to why it was nominated and taken into consideration for all those awards versus obviously the quality of the film didn't reflect why it was nominated. I think there's a lot of great quality in that film. There's a reason why I think it was accepted by people, but I'm saying culturally, I think that's pretty much why it was nominated more so than anything else.
And I think that there's other films that I know that have been nominated in the past that were less quality in overall films and also in performances that have been nominated before. So,
yeah, but I know a bunch more action movies that were way better that should have been nominated before fucking Black Panther.
In 2018, tell me what those movies are in 2018.
But not action movie, but Blind Spotting should have been nominated over it.
Yes.
That was way better.
I haven't seen it, so I can't comment.
Yeah, you should watch it.
I was watching movies on though.
I've seen most of them, but I haven't seen that one. Who's in that movie?
It's some of the guys from what's that musical called?
Hamilton.
Hamilton, yeah.
Who? Oh, wait. And I have seen that movie. Yeah, okay, because they're like, didn't one of them just get out of jail?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've seen that movie. Yeah, I remember. Okay, yeah, because it's the guy with the curly hair. He's in it. Yeah, I've seen that movie. I just don't remember it. Other than
very good.
I don't remember it, unfortunately. I do need to watch it again. But I did see that movie. Jaded, you're awfully quiet.
Well, I mean, just off the bat, shouldn't Infinity War have been nominated over Black Panther?
No.
It got
no.
If you're going to compare like as a movie,
no.
If you really want me to,
got nominated for best visual effects, and that's about it.
The performances are nowhere near on par.
Black Panther's better.
I'm just saying.
No, but you have to take it. No. Infinity War is.
I mean, just talking about a very important superhero movie that like had a cultural impact.
I like Infinity War, but I don't like Infinity War at times. I've got issues with that movie, Can
we not just admit that Black Panther got the nomination for politics more than anything, please?
Right.
Please? I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I mean, politics deserves the nomination.
Yes.
No, it doesn't matter if it deserved the nomination. That's not why it got the nomination. It got the nomination for politics.
Get Out as well didn't deserve a fucking Oscar nomination. And it's sad because there's actual black movies out there that are really good. They
yeah, but not as good as Black Panther. Nerdman, we have to really be real. Many of the black movies that do come out, especially nowadays, there's like a small few that actually are quality. I'll be real.
I just told you one. Blind Spotting was fucking incredible.
And how do we feel about
it was poignant, and it had like
what about Moonlight?
It was. Huh?
I like Moonlight. Moonlight was tight. I liked it.
I don't think Moonlighting was that good.
I was bored to tears.
Yeah.
What?
It's terrible.
What did Moonlight was fire. And it was by the best studio, A24.
I like A24, Sean Avery. Okay.
Did you make the 24 movies into the movie before you were bored out of your mind?
But to me, I was not. I think the acting was on point, but as a film as a whole, no, thank you.
Okay, what about Judas?
Maybe this is a hot
Judas and the Black Messiah was also not
Judas
very
was a good movie. I like
Judas is a good movie.
Judas and the Black Messiah was a good movie, though.
Judas and the Black Messiah. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the KKK one.
Yeah, I don't know if it was just K-Dots or both of you, but K-Dots like put it in mediocre tier.
It's not mediocre.
I didn't rank it. I didn't see the movie. I didn't rank it.
Oh, okay. So it was Nerdman.
Yeah,
I didn't.
Well, why do you think it was mediocre?
Because I feel just the same way I do about Spider-Man: No Way Home in terms of the filmmaking. In terms of the filmmaking, it wasn't the filmmaking that made you feel about that movie. It was the content of what happened.
Yeah, it was the content.
This tragedy happened to this person. It was a horrible, horrible thing that happened. But like outside of it being Fred Hampton, the movie making itself didn't do anything to enhance that. Well, I wouldn't say anything. That would be hyperbolic. But it didn't do much to enhance what was going on screen. It just
I think it did a great job, but
I think it was just not. I don't think it was as good as the Chicago 7.
Chicago 7 was
there was. Let me see which movie.
Chicago 7 was pure Oscar bait and basic as hell.
One Night in
Miami. I don't think it was as good as that.
Right, was that also an A24 movie, John?
No.
No, but it's a pretentious Adam McKay film. Sorry, not Adam McKay, Aaron Sorkin.
That was the one that was so much better than it. Sorry. I just remembered now. And it
One Night in Miami.
It didn't. One Night in Miami didn't get
great
best
movie.
Picture.
Yeah, that was great.
Great movie. I was just like, dude, that's the thing. It's just about. It's kind of like politics.
Well, it's because it was like more of a stage adaptation, so they didn't nominate it for that reason.
But the filmmaking, everything that made that film was done on a filmmaking level.
Well, if there were 10
the Academy always outside of movies that are when it comes to like they always tend to favor films that are based on a true story, like the Ricardos. Like, dude, like look at now. Like I couldn't no.
No, on a serious level, there's an argument to me made that every single main cast member of One Night in Miami deserved an Oscar nomination, and then they gave Sacha Baron Cohen an Oscar nomination for that comical performance in the Chicago. It was crazy, man. Like it was nuts to me that he got that Oscar nomination. It was just insane.
Maybe this is a hot take, but I think Infinity War should have got nominated for Best Picture.
No, it shouldn't.
No, I don't. I like Infinity War for what it is. I like
it's not
Thanos is the protagonist of that story. I like that it's the Thanos movie.
It was one of the best movies released in 2018. Why not?
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. It was the most popular. It was the most popular. There's a difference.
There's jokes in places that throw it off for me, right? In the movie, and I like it, but I had problems with Infinity War, and it's a good movie, but it's not as great as everybody makes it out to be. Right?
If you really want to get technical,
it's no good time.
I'm just saying, on the grounds that everyone, on the ground, outside of it being a black superhero movie, on the grounds that everyone says that Black Panther should have been nominated, then Infinity War should have been nominated. I agree with that. I don't think either of them deserve the nomination.
I do not agree with that.
I don't believe either of them deserve the nomination. Now, do I think Black Panther personally is a better film? Yeah, I do. But in the end of the day, in terms of the popularity and cultural impact, fucking Infinity War was way bigger.
You know what should have been nominated for Best Picture?
And concerning what it did in bringing together such a huge cast of people that have never been seen before. Again, that in itself is a technical.
Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse should have been nominated for Best Picture.
No,
it won in its category though. It won animated.
It did. But I think it was not.
It didn't even deserve animation. Come on.
It did absolutely.
It did.
Yes, it did.
No,
Sean Avery hates everything. Sean Avery is one step off.
To me, that is the best Spider-Man to ever grace.
Oh no, it's the best Spider-Man movie.
It's after Spider-Man 2, yes, but
no, it's better than that. No,
that movie should have been Oscar nominated, and it was rightly Oscar nominated for what it did.
Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse
was a genuinely great comic book movie that did really original, unique things. It had the diversity, if you want to add that in, but I don't really care about that. But but certainly it was innovative. That was innovative.
But the diversity wasn't but it was it had the diversity, but it was also just the animation, everything about that film is amazing. Like the characters in the movie, the voice acting. Best Spider-Man movie, in my opinion, of all time.
No, it's not better than Spider-Man.
It is, in my opinion. It's not. I mean, not the best superhero movie, y'all.
I want to challenge Yellow on this. Yellow, for Spider-Verse, as good as you may have enjoyed it, did you not think that the storyline was still just a basic storyline? Like, it really didn't do anything new or different or special. It was very...
What, Into the Spider-Verse?
Yeah, it was a very...
it had pacing issues. It had
multiverse storyline.
Yeah, like the way it put the multiverse story. Let me tell you this. It did the multiverse better than Spider-Man No Way Home. And it had all these different kind of...
I can't disagree with that.
Homages. Yeah, sorry, it's true. It had all these different homages and, to the comics, but it narratively weaved them in so beautifully that it was seamless, man. I think that movie is really excellent. It's really, really excellent. And it's one of the great love letters to comics I've ever seen. Like, if you are a Spider-Man fan and you just read that, watch that movie.
It's absolutely amazing. It is. It's like, just talking about it, that movie made me cry. It's so amazing. Like, it really is. It is. I'm sorry. Jaded. It is.
But I was laughing so hard.
I loved it. The emotional scenes in that movie, I feel it. I believe it. Even though it's animation, I feel like it's real. When he's with his uncle, when the Prowler dies, all of that. I like the whole take how they flip Miles Morales. He's a lot more interesting character in the film too, in the take on him, his relationship with his parents, and with his uncle, and how they flip that whole relationship with his uncle. And it's more about a loving, caring uncle that loves him and wants him to be better and not to be like him. And then when he dies, I literally cried.
For real.
Yeah. Hey, and I'll say this.
I cried.
Just keep going. Just keep going. I love that scene.
I'll say this too, and I'm not a huge fan of Spider-Verse. That movie, and I read Miles Morales' like first issues of his comics. That movie did his origin way better than his own comics.
Yes,
I'll say that.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
In the comics, he's lackluster.
His uncle's better in the movie. His everything is just better.
His dad is much better too. His better.
His dad is moons above.
But
I'll say this. Wait. To be fair, I only read the Miles Morales issue up until he joined Shield. He met with Nick Fury and Jessica Jones.
Oh yeah, that was.
Oh, and just to say also,
that issue.
Just the original take on the villains as well was great. I mean, if you're talking about gender swapping villains and doing all that kind of stuff, like that's how to do it.
Great.
They had such unique take, and I love the Kingpin and the fact that they'd had such an iconic Kingpin in recent time, and they found a way to do it different, but like it really worked at the same time. They did a lot of great stuff in that movie. I can't speak highly enough about it.
Let me ask this then: what's a better movie, Spider-Verse or The Dark Knight?
Oh, The Dark Knight. The Dark Knight.
Ooh, no, I'd have to go Spider-Verse.
Oh my! Because you don't know why you say that. You hate The Dark Knight.
You want to know what's the reason? Go ahead. What's the reason?
Because The Dark Knight is a way better movie.
No. You said, why did I pick?
Jaded hates The Dark Knight.
No.
It's such a good movie.
No, I said I know
such a
why.
good movie.
He doesn't like the
deconstruction.
He doesn't like the deconstruction of the characters.
That's it. Spider-Verse,
no.
Spider-Verse was more loyal to a comic book movie than The Dark Knight could ever hope to be. You couldn't possibly.
The Dark Knight is a comic book movie. Let's make that clear.
No, it's cosplaying a comic book movie. Okay, it's literally Nolan literally established.
Why do you get to decide what's fucking comic book or not? That's what I don't understand, JD.
Because
why do you get to decide that? Like basically going back to the fucking 80s, there has been grounded takes in Batman in the fucking comics. Either you've decided not to read those grounded takes, which is fine, and you're ignorant, or alternatively, you're just like deciding what is and isn't comic books. There are comic books that are just fucking like drama stories. There are comic books that are all kinds of different things. Or superhero, like superhero materials that are just dramas. I mean, is The Boys just cosplaying as a comic book show?
No, because The Boys is trying to be faithful to its original material.
I just said to you, there are grounded takes of Batman that have existed since the 80s. Have you seen Batman Year One? Have you read Batman Year One?
Yes, I have read Batman Year One.
Is that a grounded
Batman? Is that a grounded Batman comic? Is that a grounded Batman comic? Batman Year One.
Yeah, I would say compared to most of it, because he started out and it's him without the costume yet. And it's okay, fine.
So that's a comic book. If the Dark Knight based its story off comic books like that, is it not comic book accurate?
But it didn't.
It did. That's literally what it came from. The fucking it was these were the comic influence of it. It was the Long Halloween and then Batman Year One. Especially in Batman Begins, it literally has that scene from in Batman Begins, where Batman has the bat save him from the fucking cops. It literally lifted that scene straight from that.
It lifted a scene. I don't give a shit about a scene. I care about its actual connection to the comic, because when I read Batman Year One, I really don't remember a character named Lucius buying him a car. I don't remember Lucius, having to go to a foreign a guy in India just to apply his batarangs. I don't recall any of that.
It's called adding to mythology.
And Jaded,
it's called cosplay.
And Jaded. In this take, what Nolan wanted to do, he wanted to try and make sense of some of this stuff, because let's be real.
That's right. He wanted to make sense of some of the stuff. The stuff that he couldn't make sense of. He just So you can't do both. You can't do both.
You can do both. They do it in the MCU movie.
Grounded, but it's going to be fantasy when I can't make it grounded.
So
you're either going to make it grounded or you're going to make it fantasy.
Lucius Fox was
created. You can't make it 100% grounded because it's not going to work. Because then you shouldn't be Batman. Batman can exist in a grounded world.
Okay. Lucius Fox was created by writer Len Wein and penciler John Calnan, and first appeared in Batman 307 in January 1979.
Okay.
So he was already in there as as a CEO and president of Wayne Enterprises.
As a CEO and president.
Yeah,
and
close friend of the family.
What Marvel
does. Friend of the family.
Takes the character, takes the name, changes it however they want, and just goes, well, because we use the same name, it's referencing the comic book.
Yeah, because Jaded, all these comic movies do that.
Jaded is one of Batman's closest allies.
Spider-Verse
he is an experienced businessman, entrepreneur, and inventor who unknowingly runs the business interests that supply weapons, gadgets, and that's what he always has been. He's always been that. It's just that some iterations of Batman don't have him in it.
No.
Spider-Verse is nothing like his comics. Miles' origin has nothing to do with the multiverse.
That's what I was saying.
Miles' origin has nothing to do with the multiverse. Nothing to do with that first issue of Miles Morales. The multiverse is not a part of it. It is nothing like the comic. But with their new spin,
hold on. Two different arguments. Okay.
Yeah. Can we stick to one first?
I am not saying The Dark Knight is not a comic book movie because it's not copying a comic book storyline. Okay. The Dark Knight is cosplaying a comic book movie because it's trying to distance itself as much as possible from its origins, the comic books. The Spider-Verse movie went full balls deep into being a comic book movie and trying to establish to the story.
Again, I'm calling bullshit. How do you establish that when there has been grounded takes? I'm gonna say it again. There's been grounded takes on Superman.
Batman summoned fucking bats. Oh my god.
This has been happening since the fucking 80s.
Okay.
There's been a grounded, dark, grittier takes on the Batman.
Where?
Since the 80s.
Where?
What do you mean where?
Where has there been this dark, grittier takes of the Batman? And I'm asking what
I just told you one. Batman Year.
Oh, the comic. Oh, you're saying in the comics. Okay, no, that's what I was asking. I was asking in the comics. Okay, that's fine.
On the basis of yes, in the comics.
Okay.
Right? So again, if you're saying where did Nolan get his influence from in the comics, and it was his brother Jonathan Nolan, who was a huge Batman fan, by the way, who wrote the script. Where did he get the influence from? He got the influence from the fucking comics.
Okay.
And then he added a bit of his own ideas. So what you're saying is it has to stay linear to the comics.
That's not fair.
So where does it break convention from the comics? I don't get.
Wait. One point at a time. You were saying that because Nolan was told, hey, there's a realistic interpretation, there's a grounded interpretation, of Batman. That's all he took. He took the statement, there's a grounded version of Batman, and went, I'm going to do my version of a grounded take on Batman. And I'm going to eliminate everything about what makes Batman, and I'm going to make it my way. And I'm going to eliminate. You can do that.
What did he eliminate?
What did he eliminate?
Yeah, what did he eliminate?
Okay. Batman has a mystique and a reputation that has literally been built around him. Okay. When he goes into when he goes up, the closest example I can think of is in the Justice animated show. He goes up against Deadshot, and they capture Deadshot, and everybody's threatening him. And then Batman just simply goes up to him off screen. He says something to Deadshot, and Deadshot goes, okay, I give up, I surrender, I'll tell you everything. They don't even have to have, Batman is the badass, okay? He's always the badass, okay? He's got the mystique. He can carry himself amongst gods, among men. That is Batman. He has this, he can, when you have the thing, it goes, how did he do that? He's Batman. How does he mysteriously disappear when he's talking to Commissioner Gordon? Because he's Batman. How does he defeat 15 ninjas in 3 panels? Because he's Batman. We accept that he's Batman. He has this plot armor that allows him to be the character that he is. It's understood.
I'm going to blow out my brains. What are you saying?
Oh my God. I'm giving you an overarching aspect. I'm answering your question.
Okay,
that's the overarching aspect of Batman. Nolan said, I'm going to strip that all away, okay?
Where?
Up to the point of what I want. I don't know how he gets the Batarangs. I don't care how he gets the Batarangs. I don't know how he gets the Batmobile. I don't care how he gets the Batmobile. I don't know how he gets the Batcave to work. I don't care. It's Batman. We simply give Batman that, not suspension, we give it that leeway because we like the character.
Doesn't work. You did,
and
okay,
in the Batman movie, okay, hold on. Take the comic books, Widow. Take the comic in the comic books, in the animated shows, in every other movie other than The Dark Knight, right? Why does Bruce Wayne become Batman?
In what?
Take every other interpretation of Batman other than The Dark Knight.
The death of his parents.
Okay. Why does Bruce Wayne become Batman?
Because of the
Now, has that always been good enough? Has that ever been, you know what, that doesn't make sense. That's not good enough.
But that's the trauma that he experienced.
And I'm asking, has that always been good enough?
So a character isn't allowed to evolve because Jaded says
my question.
That is good enough for me. Batman's parents died. That's good enough for me. I don't need to see how he grows up or what makes him decide finally to put on the Bat costume.
I'm not changing my question.
Maybe other people are interested in that.
Answer the question first, and then we'll talk about that.
Has it always been good enough? Not according to Mask of the Phantasm, it hasn't. Not according to Mask of the Phantasm,
when it translates into film, when it translates to film, you have to show that trauma in a way that it gets this man, this young boy, to that point, to get Bruce Wayne to become Batman. And you have to show that and convey that on film in a compelling way for it to be bought.
That's why he's an interesting character.
Why wasn't that
do that?
Exactly.
Wait a minute, Widow. When everybody saw Batman '89, did everybody go, well, we don't know why Bruce Wayne became Batman? Well, yes, we do. His parents died. That was it. Yeah. Nobody had a problem. It was simply accepting Bruce Wayne becomes Batman because his parents died.
Batman '89 wasn't an origin movie. '89 wasn't an origin. '89 was not an origin movie. You said this yourself. It's not an origin movie.
That's not the point.
Batman Begins is an origin movie.
You are literally
changing the topic. Jaded Fanboy.
No.
Jaded. Batman Begins.
Wait.
Batman Begins is an origin movie. Batman '89 is not an origin movie. It's a Batman who's already established as Batman.
Okay,
different way to tackle the character.
I'll have you know, Jaded Fanboy, by the way, Michael Keaton wanted the third movie to be an origin movie.
That's fine.
He wanted that. That was why he left. He was like, I want in the third movie to like explain how the Batman got here.
Well, he also left the third movie.
That doesn't change.
Sorry, RJ, go on. RJ, go on.
What happened in the first movie?
Yeah.
No, I was saying he also left because the third movie is going to be more sillier in tone. It wasn't.
Oh no, of course, I know that. But him and Burton were planning for the third movie was to mix the origin in with like him fighting Scarecrow, and I think it was going to be Riddler or something like that. So they wanted to go back to the origins in the story set in the present.
Well, I think what Jaded's trying to get at, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you're trying to basically say that the Dark Knight trilogy basically took away the mythicalness of Batman.
Yeah,
which it didn't. Away.
Yes, it did.
He summoned bats. Batman summoned fucking bats to cover him.
Okay, so
come out of a building.
How does that? Okay, wait a minute.
He rode a Batmobile on a car.
How does that one scene negate all the other 99 other things? You cannot use.
No, I got more. I got more. I got more. Batman in the Dark Knight literally fell onto a car and lived.
Yes.
But how? Because he's Batman.
And that's bullshit. And nobody. And if I call that out, you guys, no. Because if I call that out, what was all your excuses? Oh, we don't know what his cape is made out of. It's a comic book movie. Of course he survived. You literally pick and choose when you can use the realism, when you can explain it, but when I come up with
the armor that he has in Nolan's Batman films.
Right. The movie was going for more grounded take, but even then, it still wasn't fully grounded. Some parts was grounded. The whole thing cannot be grounded, but then it's not going to be a good movie because it won't be a Batman movie.
You don't get to go, this part is grounded because I can make it grounded, but this part I can't make grounded, so I'm not going to make it grounded.
You can get to say that. That's what basically every fucking action movie that is a little bit grounded is exactly what you just described.
But none of those pretend that they're one or the other. There's the difference, Nerdman. The big defense of the Dark Knight is it's grounded. And then when I go, well, it's not. You're going, oh, well, because that's so either it's grounded or it's not.
But what I'm saying is
it can be grounded and it can be a comic movie.
You can't.
Even Logan is slightly grounded in some stuff, but it's still comic book shit.
But it's not pretending. But it's not pretending to be based off of what would happen if Wolverine really existed.
Can I speak?
That's not the premise of the movie.
RJ and Widow, please. First of all, before anybody else, RJ, and then Widow.
I was just going back to the point. Mine was very small. The point that I was trying to make is when B-Dot brought up him falling on top of a car and him surviving, they explained to us the armor that he's using in the film, right?
Yeah, and armor in his film.
So it's not just. So it's not just I'm Batman. Okay, maybe you don't like the reasoning, but I mean, there's explanations throughout the film. Yes, it's still a comic book movie.
Jaded, wait.
I want RJ. No. And even handle
doesn't work like that. RJ, go.
No, I mean, I was just gonna say, like, I think I understand where James comes from a little bit, even though I don't agree with it. I can see why he thinks that the over explanation of stuff takes away some of that mystique factor to Batman. I can understand that a little bit. I don't agree with that, but I can understand it.
I don't understand it at all. Now, Jaded.
But yeah,
go on, Buck.
I don't know. I was just gonna ask you, Jaded. Just going back to the question, do you think the Dark Knight only made $1 billion because of the death of Heath Ledger?
No, heck no. That's not even close to the main reason.
Okay, there we go. At least we're all on the same page about that.
Yeah.
The main reason
I can't live with this. Your excuses here. It's just patently false. There is a massive mystique to the character in Batman Begins and in The Dark Knight. Everything he does in terms of intimidating criminals, right? Yes, maybe they give some kind of like explanation or something to it, but his intimidation of criminals coming out of the shadows, like they're all like fucking freaked out. Who is this fucking guy? Can he fly? All of that kind of stuff. Is he human even? Like you see the genuine fucking dread.
Technology.
Huh?
I think he's basically more so saying the mystique factor in terms of how he gets the Batmobile, how he gets his technology.
Yeah, so how he gets his technology, it's not necessary. But to some people, they want to see that shit. It's I don't like, and it literally happens in the fucking comics. It literally has happened in the comics, so I don't get what you're saying.
In the comics, he just has he has the Batmobile. In the comics, he just has the Batjet. In the comics, he just has
in the comics you've read. In Batman Earth 1, he doesn't just have the
Batman Earth 1. That's a totally different. That's not even the main continuity.
Oh, that's
you're not even incorporating the main continuity.
So the film has to be based on the main continuity.
That's like saying nobody else will do
it.
No elsewhere.
That's like saying nobody else.
Well, to be fair, DC has rebooted 3 times, so a lot of those comics come out.
Batman Earth 1 came out in like 2011, 2012.
No, but I'm just saying in the comics they've done that. I'm not sure. But then there's Year One, like that was ages before. Then there's the Danny O'Neill run. Then there was a bunch of grounded takes on fucking Batman from a long time ago. I'm not just talking about like, and yes, in recent times they've also done like Jeff Johns has done like stuff.
Grounded.
There's so many.
Hold on, Nerdman.
I have a question for you, and it's not about the Dark Knight. It's about the Batman. Okay, then how do you feel about the Batman coming out with Pattinson in it, and the prequel book that explains how he souped up his car, how he
what prequel? I don't know about what prequel.
There's a prequel
book for junior readers.
Yeah, but it explains. But no. RGC is funny, right? I mean, but it explains.
It is the official prequel to the movie, supposedly.
Yes. It is the official prequel to the movie, and explains how he is as a young man, how he in school, how he traveled, how he learned all these different fight techniques, how he got the car, how he bought this car, souped up this car to make it the fastest car. So I'm just asking you. Does that bother you because you just like
it's pathetic? It's
Batman.
Pathetic. It's pathetic.
Oh my God, Jaded.
Here's the movie. Please have this reading material so you can actually understand what's happening in the movie.
No. You don't have to.
No, Jaded. You don't need to read the prequel to understand the movie. It's just read it.
That's nothing.
It's an option.
What's the point of it?
No.
What's the point of it?
It's really
give a little backstory. That's it.
Film is not an origin story, right?
It's just a book for kids to read to get them excited for.
Okay, then so then why is it even relevant?
Comics, because what you said about the comics, you just like the fact that he's Batman and he can do these things. So I was asking you, how do you feel about the story that coming out where there's an explanation on how he's able to do these things? That's why I brought it up.
Well, what do I feel about it? I think it's ridiculous, and I think it's dumb. Why would
Batman in Batman lore, it's dumb that you find out why he has all these things or how he created all these things.
Because they never
at first I thought the problem was wait. I haven't finished.
Okay, go ahead.
At first I thought your problem was that Lucius Fox built it for him. But now they're doing a film where he builds it for himself, and they've done iterations where, yeah, exactly. And in the Nolan movie, he fixes his ship himself, by the way. or the Bat Pod. He fixes that himself.
Okay.
Not Lucius Fox.
Okay.
Right? So he's your problem. I don't get what it is. Is it that Lucius Fox creates it, or is it finding out at all how he does these things? Because in Spider-Man, you find out how he makes his webs. In fucking I mean,
Iron Man,
you find out how he makes his stuff.
In Fantastic Four,
what is the problem with finding out how Batman fucking does his shit?
Because when it comes to Batman, we don't know how he has. I forget the episode where he has to he needs to get money from Superman. He goes, nobody knows how he has a $50,000 computer system in his Batcave. There is no reason for there to be a $50,000 computer system in his Batcave. How the hell does he get all the electricity and working in a power generation? We don't care. The Batcave is cool. You have those old Batman. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish. You have the old Batman comics where you have a giant T-Rex in the Batcave, where you have that giant Penny from that one story with the Joker. How the hell did he get it in? We don't care. It's Batman.
So here's the explanation.
Wait.
This is the thing. I do gotta say something.
Wait. This is very.
I do gotta say.
It's very quick. It's very quick, K-Dots. Did Nolan show Bruce Wayne building his computer or something?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't do that.
Did I miss a scene? Did he show him doing all of this stuff, building the back?
I
don't think he did.
No, Nerdman.
And,
he's not.
And K-Dots wanted to
speak.
He's
not doing that specifically. What Nolan did was he showed how the sausage was made. Okay? And we don't want to know how the sausage was made. Okay? I'm sorry. He tried to show how the sausage was made when he could show how the sausage was made. When he couldn't show how the sausage was made, he didn't. And you don't get to pick and choose. And that's my problem.
Wait. And Jaded, that's the thing. This is the thing with Batman, right? It is no issue at all with explaining how he got to where he's at. You don't need to give every single detail, but giving backstory to some of these characters and develop. Imagine if Spider-Man 1 came out, an origin film, and it didn't do what it's supposed to do. Show his origin, how he got to where he's at. Batman Begins is an origin film.
All you had to do was show
Jaded, if Batman Begins did just everything you wanted to do, it would have been a bad film because he's just doing stuff and there's no explanation to how he got to where he is. He's just doing it.
Right.
Okay. And that's also Jaded. That's also why a lot of us have issues with plot armor and plot conveniences. Batman just doing stuff. That's cool and all, but it's like it gets bullshit. It gets to be bullshit at some point. Some stuff gotta be like, all right, this doesn't make any. This isn't even good writing. Because if Batman just doing anything, that's not interesting anymore.
Doesn't translate to live action.
Widow, go on.
Sorry,
in live action, a lot of those things don't translate very well. He can do it just because he can do it. Right.
And here's the other question.
Some of the explanations for some of these things, in my opinion, is a good thing.
Okay. And that's fine. I'm not saying that you're not allowed to like it. I'm just saying another aspect of deconstruction. In the Dark Knight, Bruce Wayne becomes Batman because of Ra's al Ghul. Screw you. No, he doesn't become Batman because of Ra's al Ghul. Okay?
We've had this debate.
How is that bad?
We're going to still have this debate for the rest of our lives because we're never going to come
back. He was already on the journey of how to be Batman. Ra's al Ghul just pointed him into a different direction of how he can improve upon being that.
He saved his ass. He literally saved his
ass.
Ra's
al Ghul told him to become Batman.
Bruce Wayne was on a mission in the film to fight criminals. Ra's al Ghul just helped him navigate a better way.
Ra's al Ghul made him fear bats.
No, what are you talking about?
So how did Ra's al Ghul? The idea to become Batman was because he feared bats. No, it's because he feared bats and he wanted to use what he feared as a symbol to empower himself to fight criminals.
And he never wanted
the
to fight
journey. The journey that he has with
Ghul.
Ra's al Ghul.
He was fighting
the journey he was having with Ra's al Ghul was literally just to train him how to do martial arts and be a ninja.
Until Ra's al Ghul.
He trained him out to.
No, he wanted to murder them. He wanted to go into a courtroom in the movie. In the movie, I'm talking about the context of the film.
Go ahead.
I'm talking about in the context of the film, just like Batman is talking about. In the context of the film, in the courtroom scene, he wanted to exact his revenge and kill him. All right.
And
he wanted to do something in the process. No, he does not. He wanted to do something to fight.
No, he didn't chicken out because someone else killed him, Jaded.
You need to watch these films, bro. I don't know what you're watching.
And also, he was going to try and kill Carmine Falcone. But Carmine Falcone.
Why doesn't he shoot him?
Because Joe Chill gets killed by somebody else in the courtroom. He leaves because the job's already done.
He doesn't get killed in the courtroom. He gets killed in the hallway.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's in the courthouse. Jaded. The courthouse don't matter. It's in the courthouse.
I see what you mean. I'm sorry. Okay.
Oh my god.
I thought you meant he got killed during the trial. I go, well, no, he didn't get killed during the trial.
No, he didn't.
Courthouse.
The courthouse.
But this is the thing. If he did do that, he probably would never became Batman because he would have went to jail and shit and all that. Or he probably would have got off because he's rich and shit.
He also puts the gun away.
What?
Hold on. I can get the scene. Oh no, I can't.
No. When he gets shot, he sees it and then he walks away. He tucks the gun back into his jacket.
Yeah, and then what does he do? And then what does Bruce Wayne do? He runs away. Because Falcone threatens him, takes his wallet, abandons his identity, and runs away.
Right, because he wasn't capable to take him on at the moment.
Yeah,
he was not capable.
Wasn't prepared.
And Rachel, and you can't forget Rachel.
He's a billionaire. He can't take them up. What's your superpower?
Jaded. He does not want to fight these criminals in the way you should do it, like call the police and stuff. He wants to fight them himself. He can't fight Carmine Falcone because he doesn't have all the tools he needs at that moment. The skills, everything. He wants to take the crime into his own hands. Some of it. That's Batman's thing too. He wants to take something into his hands, but he will still work alongside the police and put these criminals in jail. When it comes to taking them down, he takes them down his way.
But he had no. This is not. This is what you're doing.
Oh my God.
You are taking what you know about Batman and you're interjecting it.
No, I'm taking what's in the movie, Jaded. All this is in the movie.
All of it is in the movie, dude.
No,
all this is explained
literally.
The story so well, you're just injecting it.
No, Rachel. RJ wants to speak, but Rachel literally is the one that after he is about to shoot the guy, right? And the guy gets the Joe Chill gets shot. Rachel talks him down out of that by saying your father would have been ashamed, and those were the precise words he needed to reflect on what he was doing and understand.
And then where does Rachel drive?
Wait, and then he realizes that this kind of revenge is not the way. He's becoming like he's being consumed by the darkness in the way that he shouldn't be, and it's that makes him realize I don't want to use the weapons of my enemy. I don't want to use the gun. I don't want to use that. I want to come up with something my own way. He just doesn't know precisely what that is at that moment. So he runs away to find himself. RJ, speak, please.
Well, no, wait a minute. Hold on, RJ. He doesn't want to use a gun, but he does want to use a battle machine that uses machine guns. I see. I see how
he doesn't have machine guns in the movie.
Whatever.
What are you talking about? Anyway, RJ, go on.
He has non-lethal weapons in the movie.
Oh, he does.
Besides the batarangs, the only lethal thing is the batarangs. Those actually sharp. Those cut people.
I just wanted to say this is a great debate. This is great content.
Oh, okay. Thanks, man.
But also, I was
Jaded always has something to hate.
The scene where he throws away the gun, actually, I thought was really powerful. I really quite enjoyed that scene in Batman Begins. That's all.
Yeah, no, it is. It's a very powerful, and it's set up beautifully. It takes it step by step. It takes its time to explain. Yeah, and I fucking love Rachel. I don't know why everyone hates her in that movie. I think
I really think the weaker spots of the film, but Katie Holmes is moons above Maggie Gyllenhaal.
Right, sure, exactly.
That's right.
Who did she play, Widow?
She replaces Katie Holmes in
Rachel in the Dark
Knight. She's Rachel in the second film.
Maggie Gyllenhaal should have played Catwoman or if she was going to play.
No.
Wait. Let me explain.
Direct stuff. She doesn't need to act anymore.
No. What I'm trying to say is that if she was going to play any character, it should have been Catwoman because that's what she was playing. Like literally, that character in the Dark Knight was just not fucking Katie Holmes. She didn't have that innocence and that kind of righteous
girl next door. The girl next door vibe, right? I see what you mean.
Yeah,
it wasn't a good recasting decision.
She was the moral center of Bruce Wayne. Like she literally was even more than Alfred in some ways in that movie. Like she was really his moral center.
In the first film, she was. In the second film, it just like
Alfred was more like
she was more like, oh, Bruce, and it was
bullshit.
It was bullshit. And then I think that.
But I like the way Widow said it. That was good. I like it. Do it again, bro. That was good. I like that.
Can't recreate it.
Hold on. Let me turn my screen off and say it again.
Maybe later. I gotta feel it in the moment. That's what she did. She just was annoying.
Yeah, I mean the fact that I didn't get upset when she died just says everything.
Oh, I was like, care. Yes, bye.
Yeah, it was like bye. Like literally, I didn't give a shit when she died. If it was Katie Holmes, I would have. I know I would have. If it was like,
it was just
because of her portrayal of the character.
I think it was it was a lot of the acting choices that they made. She made, and I think that she was written a lot different too. And it just like like I've said, I didn't think Katie Holmes was great in the first film, but she's the better choice in that role.
She just portrayed it in a way that you were more.
Yeah, because she just has that girl next door, kind of like that innocent, moral high ground character, the one that wants the best for Bruce. Wanting him to be the best version.
In the second one is because she was kind of.
Well, she's still the same. She should essentially still be the same. He's changed, but I don't think that who she is. I think that maybe she's a little more older and wiser in the second film, but her moral compass should not have changed because of what she does for a living and who she is. I think that it was just like completely different.
Okay. Oh, I don't disagree. I just never really caught it, so to speak.
No, she was just hella sassy. That's what I didn't like about her.
You were going to say slutty. I heard that.
No,
I know. I'm joking. No. I know you.
We won't.
She was just way too sassy, and it was just like that.
And nagging a lot.
Yeah, here we go. Maggie Gyllenhaal is annoying in TDK with her raspy light voice, bro. No one cared when she died. The recast didn't help either. Just made a bland character even more unrecognizable. I'm confused that people.
Was it also because she became a damsel in distress type character? Is that
she was a damsel in distress in the first movie as well? To be fair, but like she served the purpose of keeping Bruce like that connection to his parents and how his parents were morally. Like she was the representation of the morality that his parents were teaching him before they died. She's kept that with her, that kind of nobility, that as you said, that moral high ground, if you want to put it like that, or I don't know what the word is. It's not idealism. This kind of idealistic perspective that she had, and that's why I love that scene where she slaps him. She was basically slaps him in the car and goes, you know, hey, your parents would be ashamed. Your dad would be ashamed of you.
That was her
powerful. She was basically that friend for that friend that you grew up with, and they always remind you, and they always remind you where you lost your way from.
Right, exactly.
You out of it.
She was that.
See, you get a different interpretation from that than I do, but I'm not going to get into the argument. Don't worry.
You just looked at it.
The interpretation was.
You were just
Jaded looks at it from a hater perspective.
Yeah, by that point he was growling and foaming at the mouth. He just couldn't handle it.
The last time he saw her was when she was 9 years old, and then all of a sudden she's this moralistic individual, and she's the moral ground. He hasn't seen her in 15 years, and all of a sudden you're acting like she's the moral ground. Whatever.
Because she was just because you haven't seen somebody in a long time doesn't mean that they can't be that, because she was that. She was what was she again, Nerman? She was a reporter. What was she again?
She was a lawyer.
Assistant
DA.
She
was a lawyer. Yeah.
She was assistant DA. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the same thing.
Why she worked for Harvey.
Right. She was basically working. She was basically working in law enforcement, but she was one of the few good people in law enforcement that want to do the right thing. That's what she was.
Corrupt. She wasn't part of the corrupt Gotham machine.
Yeah, which means she should have never.
I honestly think Batman Begins is a near perfect fucking origin story. I'm sorry, like it's.
No, I'm not.
I really do. I can hear anyone who says that The Dark Knight is a better movie, and probably in my, when I really think and break it down, it's a more like it's I don't know, like cool movie or something like that. It's a cooler movie. It's just like, yeah, let's just put it on, just watch it and sit. But I think there's something very special about Batman Begins. It's the same way I think about Spider-Man 2. There's just something very, very special about those movies.
Like Spider-Man 1, bro. Solid comics.
Are you saying like it just hit all the right notes for you? Is what
and Superman 1 would also be in that category if it wasn't for that dumb ending where he spins the earth around. But Superman 1 definitely Batman Begins.
That was my favorite scene in the whole movie when he did that.
Really?
That's because he gets to have that reunion with his dead girlfriend.
That would have been fucking ballsy as hell at the end of that movie if Lois Lane had died. Like that would have been ballsy as shit.
I honestly think there probably would have been a bad reception to that if they killed Lois Lane in the first.
Yeah, probably in those times, but people probably would have looked at it later.
You can kill Superman and it's fine, but you can't kill Lois Lane. Come on.
Sure.
I mean, even if you kill Superman 2, that's also a big issue. But like, if you kill Lois Lane, his love interest, Superman and Lois, like Clark and Lois,
he should have just flown her to the fucking Fortress of Solitude and like did some kind of healing thing or whatever. That would have made a little bit more sense.
It was more for story plot than anything. It wasn't for like.
Yeah, I know the Superman 2 as well. That's a good movie, but like again, those endings, bro. Those endings are rough in those movies.
I mean, Superman 2 to me, out of all the films, had the best ending. I like Superman 1. I did not like the ending. Superman 2 to me had the best ending out of all the Christian Reeves movies.
Well, you don't have much to choose from, Kate. The other ones suck.
I'll tell you what I like.
Yeah, Superman 1 and 2 are the only good ones, but out of 1 and 2, 2 to me has the best ending.
As much as I like Richard Pryor, that movie sucked.
I don't think Superman 3 is as bad as people make out, actually. I thought it was kind of... I like when he fights himself. I like when Clark Kent fights.
It was a good idea.
Look, Jaded, I'll say this. I'll give Superman 4 this one thing. That shot when he's flying through space, that's the only thing I liked.
With the net of nuclear missiles?
No, in Superman 4, when at the end of the movie, after he takes Lex through the prison and stuff, at the end when he's like flying into space and stuff, and it's that slow little shot before the movie ends. That scene was tight.
They just made way too many of those movies.
Yeah.
Too close to each other. They could have spread them out and actually had, a decent story.
All right, well, I think this is a good segue onto Ray Fisher hired for Rebel Moon.
Yeah, what is
Ashley's favorite movie, Rebel Moon.
Have you heard of this?
I don't even know what the movie's about.
Yeah. All right. I know what's up. So I can give y'all a little
like War on Space, I think. I don't. Yes. No, they just
so basically
started.
So basically, Rebel Moon. Zack Snyder, he's taking his pitch, his Star Wars pitch that he tried to give to Lucasfilm years ago, and he's just doing this movie now. So Lucasfilm turned down his pitch for a Star Wars movie. Now he's just taking Rebel Moon and kind of
supposed to be a Star Wars.
It was supposed to be a Star Wars movie, but now he has to change it up to where it's not a Star Wars movie, but it's basically.
But it's gonna. No, but I mean,
it's inspired by Star Wars,
right?
Like
because originally the way Rebel Moon was written, it was pitched to go to Lucasfilm as a Star Wars movie.
Okay.
So
now he has to change it up again.
So there's a war or rebellion. What's happened? What's the basic plot? Does anybody know?
I mean, I don't supposedly it's some like war space.
It says that the people of a galaxy sends a young woman to seek out warriors from other planets to help them from the tyrannical armies that are terrorizing their peaceful colony.
Sounds more like Avengers. Sounds more like Avengers than Star Wars.
It could be cool. And the cast so far is Charlie Hunnam, Sophia Boutella, who's one of my picks for like if you were to remake Wonder Woman, by the way, I believe.
All right, what's her name? So let me see what
Sophia Boutella.
Charlie Hunnam's best performance is in The Gentleman.
But the interesting thing is now Ray Fisher has been cast. So, I mean, I'm actually happy about this because I was kind of, I thought this guy had really jacked up his career. And he probably still has. Like, I don't know that anyone outside of that side.
I mean, of course, Zack Snyder. I mean, but it's obvious Zack Snyder's going to give him work though, because he has a good working relationship with him. I'm not saying he can't get work because he has his TV show. He's on a TV show on Hulu.
Well, it was on ABC. It ran.
Yeah, ABC.
He did really. I mean, in the show, he did well in that show. It's about Megan.
I don't know how good he did. I
haven't finished it. I mean, he doesn't have a big role, but I think that him being in that show has helped him a little bit. Because I mean, he's not the main focus of the show because it's really about the mother, of Medgar Evers and the death of him and everything, and how she was very adamant, about his casket being open and that his picture, being on the cover. Was it the Jet magazine? I can't remember right now. Jet magazine. Because Medgar Evers. I said Medgar Evers. That's not his name. Oh my gosh, Medgar Evers is. I'm getting my names mixed up. Y'all forgive me. They're gonna take my black card. No, that's not his name though. I can't think right now.
You're okay.
No, because that's not his name. Medgar Evers is.
What are you explaining right now? Are you trying to explain the plot of the show?
Yeah, the show is good. I was just like, but I can't remember the name of the kid.
Oh, don't worry about it. Like that's not my main interest. My main interest.
Wait, isn't it? Actually, I was hearing the show.
I was just saying Emmett Till, thank you. But the show is, he's good in the show. I was just telling you what the show is that he's in, and he's good in the show.
Oh, it's about Emmett Till.
Emmett Till. I said Medgar Evers. Medgar Evers is a civil rights guy that was shot dead in his driveway.
Till.
Yes, about Emmett Till.
Women of the movement. Wow, yes. I might watch it.
And he's in that movie, and he's in that show.
I might watch that shit now.
Medgar.
But yeah, no, I honestly thought he was such a talented actor. I really loved his take on Cyborg, and it was the first time I ever thought, hey, Cyborg kind of does deserve to be on the Justice League. If that's how he's going on, and it wasn't just him, it was how it was written and directed. It showed him to be super fucking powerful on all types of levels. And I kind of liked it.
Yeah, and he did it I wouldn't say they made him too powerful. He was kind of like, he didn't really show that much power. I like Cyborg in the movie.
Half they did. In the second half, they made it because you got to actually use his armor. And you actually got to use his weapon.
Well, I thought his fight against Superman was trash. I thought, wow, you could be a lot more creative than he just has some arms pop out from the back and he tries to punch.
And even then, he really didn't
control all weapon systems and everything like that. He doesn't use weapons. I don't know. That kind of bothered me a bit. But when the dad was explaining what he could do, like what his power set was, I thought that was incredible. I really like that scene. And also it showed him to be fucking like, wow, what's the potential of this kid once he really realizes how to do his power. And he was good. I thought he was genuinely good. I thought there was really touching moments where I nearly teared up.
I like him in both films. I like him as Cyborg in both films.
But speaking about,
I'm genuinely happy that Zack Snyder's sticking by his boy, because I thought Zack Snyder just kind of abandoned.
Would ditch him, yeah. And if Zack Snyder keeps making movies and he has a role for him, well, hey, he can be in Zack Snyder.
Right, how big of a role is it? How big is his role in Rebel?
Don't really know, but
that's what I'm saying. It's like
I have a bigger question.
Character, who cares, right?
Mm-hmm.
About this movie. Brother? Did you all see the report that what the name of the villain in the movie is?
Oh God, no.
Armada.
Oh, wasn't it?
It's Armada.
Armada.
It's yeah.
Oh, really?
And the explanation, he's like some villain. I think he's like I can't remember. Was it a species? The species is either called that or the main villain. It's like a plane on Walter Armada. Well, no, I am not.
The movie already.
We're looking that up right now.
I mean,
I don't know if it's 100%, but allegedly this
isn't it based on. Is it based on some existing material though, Rebel Moon? Or is it?
Star Wars.
No,
this movie is basically Star Wars, but not Star Wars.
But they
used to be a Star Wars
idea. And he tweaks it. The pitch didn't go through for Netflix, and he pitched this film to Netflix. But yes, apparently, I can't remember if it's the alien race who are the bad guys. It's a play on his name, or if it's the main bad alien that's named this.
I don't think it's a play on Walter Armada, because Walter Armada
it is a play on his name.
Can you find anything that says this?
I really doubt it, because I'm like, Walter doesn't even really know Zach like that.
But
because he showed up after Zach.
K-Dots, man, you can't call your villain Hamada after you've had such a fucking.
I think that he was hoping that door was still open. When he came, and maybe there was a space.
Okay, I got it. So I got it here. Yeah. It's from our good friend Mercury. So this is what Armada is described as.
Share it on screen, bro.
I literally can't. I'm on my.
And this, like I said,
I'm looking on my work.
You can't send the link to us in private or anything like that.
Hold on. What was your source?
It's all over.
This Norse comes from a dedicated Snyder fan.
Oh,
but no, it's not just. But there's several sources out there. It's not just the one Mercury guy. Yeah, but so I'm saying, and I said it's allegedly. What do we think?
But it doesn't say any. I'm not seeing anything in the news here.
Maybe I'm spelling.
Nerman, just go on Twitter, search up Armada, but put an R. So Harmada.
Hold on, H-E-R or H-A-R?
H-A-R-Mada.
Ah, okay, that's probably why.
And you should see Rebel Moon related stuff.
Yeah, here it is. Hold on.
It says Harmada is described as a lethal and ageless half woman, half spider. So it's a person. It's a woman. She preys on vulnerable children.
She preys on vulnerable children as a twisted vengeance for the loss of her own.
Bro, is that bringing Ray into RM? Is the biggest fuck you to WB?
Yeah, I mean that doesn't sound like Walter.
An antagonist called Harmada.
That doesn't sound like Walter Armada.
It sounds like a play on the name. I mean, like how close?
Yeah, it's probably.
Like I said, it's. I mean, we're talking about Rebel Moon. It's allegedly in the movie, so I wanted to bring it up because everybody's like,
it's listed as part of the characters of the.
Well, okay.
Ray Fisher's friends with Zach, so this isn't really a win for his career. He got to help out.
Yeah, that's the thing.
He's a good actor, but after Rebel Moon, his career might be where it was. Well, you know, I hope not. I hope not, because I believe that people deserve second chances.
And if not, like I said, and if him and Zach vibe and Zach continues making films, like, I mean, there's specific actors that, you know, work closely with specific directors. Like they always, you know, find that space like for them in their movies.
Robert De Niro, prime example. Him and Scorsese.
Yeah.
Al Pacino.
But that's only because the first one was so successful that he tried to.
Rebel Moon will have to be a success for him to.
And what's the guy who I can't think of his name? Raimi's guy. He even sneaks him in cameos. What's his name right now?
Oh,
Campbell.
Campbell. You're talking
Bruce
about
Campbell.
Bruce Campbell.
Even though they're small parts, Raimi always tries to work him in when he can. You know,
really.
So
he was in all three of the Spider-Man movies as different people.
Because other than the Spider-Man movies, I don't know which Sam Raimi movies there are, so I couldn't catch it.
But here's the thing, though. My thing is, does this prove now that Zack Snyder was behind everything that Ray Fisher was saying? Because this is a huge fuck you to Warner Brothers. This is like saying, Warner Brothers, okay, fine, I'm never working with you again. Because I don't see how.
But even then, it's not. If
the Snyder Cult had any aspirations. Had any
look at it like this.
Wait, let me just finish the point. If the Snyder Cult had any aspirations whatsoever of Zack Snyder ever coming back, the only way that was going to happen is if Zack Snyder never worked with Ray Fisher again, in my opinion. Because Ray Fisher was the main guy behind all of the embarrassment they faced recently. So Zack Snyder working with him, that's it. There's no more Snyder movie. If there was any percentage of a chance. No, I'm saying, but if there was any even slither of a chance, it's gone now. K-Dots, what were you going to say, bro?
Look at it like this. I think the bigger FU would be if, like, Kevin Feige got him for an MCU movie. That's a bigger FU to WB. This here is not really, because it's like his close friend is putting him on.
That would help him
get a Justice League too. If he went to MCU, in my opinion.
but see, this is the thing. I'm fine with Ray getting work, and I know he's going to keep getting work with Zack Snyder. But this is the thing: he's getting put on by his close friend. It's like
that happens in film all the time. Look at Jennifer Holland. She's literally with James Gunn, and she is in Peacemaker, prominent role.
No, and I know that's fine, but it's like this is fine, but. What is this going to say after? Is he going to get? I know he got the show. You know, he got the show. But when he gets other work from other people outside of just Zack Snyder, then that's going to say a lot about his career. Because if his career is going to be just working with Zack Snyder, not saying that's bad, but there's going to be a point when he's going to want to work with other people.
I'll tell you who helped him a lot. Josh Whedon with his dumb interview.
Yep.
That interview fucked like that made
Joss Whedon
and Gal Gadot.
Yeah.
Gal Gadot, yeah, like certainly, but I don't.
And Jason Momoa too.
I wouldn't say that because
slightly. Jason really didn't. Say much.
I think that them kind of like lending their support and kind of backing the claims, but I think that what really, I agree with what you're saying, Nerdman. Like Josh Whedon.
He shot himself in the head.
He shot himself in the head. He sunk his own ship. He buried his own self in a grave with that article. Yeah. With the things that he said.
That was so dumb. Like, oh, she didn't understand English and all of that. And I'll be fair to him. I have a girlfriend who's like, you know, from Russia. She speaks amazing English. She's really, really smart. All of those kind of things. But she misunderstands me sometimes. Too? She hates the MCU. So for entirely different reasons from me, but like I wouldn't call it hate.
That's Nerdman's plan to date as many women as he can and make sure they all hate the MCU.
How does she feel about DC products?
She likes Batman Returns. Like that was the only one she liked. I don't think I think she thought that Shazam was better than the MCU movies she saw, but I don't think she particularly was fond of it. I didn't say it like, I just was like, oh, you know, like, isn't, you know. I don't know.
So she's still not fond of it. Like, so, like, see, I have had valid points. She wasn't very fond of.
No, she doesn't like any. She's like Jaded Fanboy. I'm telling you, she doesn't like any Hollywood stuff. Like, so, like, it's hard for me, honestly. I'm just like,
she like more artsy
He just like theater and theater.
I gotta change my name instead of the Jaded Fanboy. I like good movies.
I get that vibe from her because she's a dancer and she's like an artist, and like from the things I've seen of her, I can see her not being.
Wait, are there pics of Nerdman's girlfriend?
She did a dance. He put it on Twitter, and like then the picture of them at the opera. He posted that beautiful picture of them looking gorgeous.
Well, I don't want to ask her name, so I can't really.
You know, they look beautiful together at the opera. That's a beautiful picture.
Oh, thank you.
The Nerdman at the opera.
Yeah, I know.
And she's a dancer, you know.
I wash dishes while I'm doing this because this is boring as shit.
She's like
I actually liked it.
She's an artist.
Which opera?
I liked it, but yeah, no, all of them are just like really like, you know, her friends. They're just it's hard for me. I'm like, I love all movies and stuff like that, where they only want to see. I like the highbrow movies as well, so it doesn't bother me so much. But yeah, it's annoying, like. Because you want to chill with like the person you like and watch like dumb movies.
So okay, I have a question. I know we're completely off base, but what's one of your favorite films?
Women, right, Birdman?
Oh God. Yeah, exactly. Right. Oh God, it's some foreign movie.
He doesn't even know the name of his girlfriend's favorite movie. Though.
Was it even in English?
I know that the woman who was in her favorite movie died recently, and we're gonna watch something this weekend with her in it. So I honestly, beyond that, she doesn't like many movies. She doesn't watch films a lot. I have to say, like, but she did like. She did genuinely like Batman Returns.
Is she more in the TV?
No,
movies or
none of them.
Theater,
just like
dancing,
theater,
paint, art.
Yeah,
he's more into the theater.
I love the theater though. So
so she has an exquisite taste. Got it.
Yeah. But she did like Batman Returns, so that says something about that movie. I think
it's a good movie.
It's a good movie. Yeah.
Yeah. Every once in a while, she likes junk food.
Nerdman.
Yeah.
Nerdman's her junk food. I said Nerdman's her junk food.
Yeah, exactly. I think I'm enough for her. I'm enough. But going back to the thing at hand,
Rebel Moon.
Yeah, Ray Fisher. Yeah, I just it's fascinating for me because what Josh Whedon did is like it kind of it because to me it doesn't vindicate him because nothing Josh Whedon did as far as the set of the Justice League is concerned deserves him to be cancelled. I think that's way too far for anything that either Ray Fisher has accused him of or that he admitted to doing himself. But
I think it was like also how he apparently treated the writers and some of them questioning.
Sure, he treated them badly, and what director hasn't? Like, there's so many directors who do that. Like,
I'm just saying, and then he didn't own it. I think the bigger issue is that he really didn't own any of it. You know, he really didn't. He just seemed like, my mother was hard on me. It's everybody else. I did nothing wrong.
Yeah. And he was just super arrogant about like everything in that article. Yeah. And it just didn't.
Yeah, that's also
it. But then again, I still think to this day, I just think like there was just a tweet like recently I saw on Ray Fisher's thing where he just goes, "Yeah, remember Jeff Johns is racist." And I'm like, when did you establish that? Like, where exactly did you establish that?
Right, because this is the thing. If it wasn't for Jeff Johns, there wouldn't be no Cyborg in the Justice League.
But the thing is, you can't, but you also can't, to go that far, but you can't discount his experience.
I'm not discounting his experience. He maybe told had a me what happened, and it was maybe bullshit. Had a
racist exchange. I'm just saying, like,
I've read the whole thing.
I know, but I'm just saying. But when you read some of these things, but when you actually experience them, I'm not saying Jeff Johns is racist.
Let me ask you this as a black woman, because this is the two worst things that Jeff Johns apparently did. Okay, so one of them. This is the worst accusation he's got. One of them was he was working on the set of Krypton, and there was a black woman who kept changing her hairstyle in between, day by day. So she was changing her hairstyle day by day, right? So that when they're shooting the next scene, she's got a new fucking haircut in the show. And one of the writers came up to Jeff Johns and said, "This is apparently if we're going to say we'll take her word for it. Let's just say we take her word for it. We don't know he said this, but give her the benefit of the doubt." So apparently, she went up to him and said, "Oh, you don't worry, Jeff. That's just how black women are. They change their haircut every day, or they change their hairstyles a lot." And Jeff Johns said, "No, they don't." And walked off, apparently, according to her.
So what was the race?
So as a black woman, do you think that's enough to qualify?
No, because I never changed my hair. I never changed my hair.
Right.
So for me, that's I don't.
Yeah, I don't know any. I really don't know a lot of black women.
But I do know black women that they change. They get the women that wear synthetic hair. A lot of them change up their hair a lot. My hair though is real, so I don't have that experience.
Whoa,
I was gonna say widow bottle weave 10 years ago, it still works.
I'm not discounting anybody. If you want to have fake hair, you have fake hair. It's your money. You do what you want. You want your hair to look as I'm just saying I guess I don't have that experience because
Pixar's not true.
Sure. But even if you were to give it to them, which I don't believe that's necessarily true of black women at all. I mean,
but I don't think that's racist.
But I don't think that's racist. And then, okay, so he asked him to act like Quasimodo apparently at one point, and did some.
He hunched back.
He did an example for him, and then Ray Fisher took offense to that. And then the third thing was that he heard from someone Not that
it's
he's
like, but in Hollywood, you have to think sometimes that a lot of sometimes black male roles, they put them in these weird comedic, tokeny type. It's a fact,
No, that is true.
And I don't know if that's how he was looking at it. I'm still not saying that that's racist though.
Right. So again, and then when you look at the Josh Whedon accusations, they're similarly weak.
But I'm saying
he had to rely on what happened on the set of Buffy.
But what I'm saying, I wasn't done
to get anything going. It was just.
But what I'm saying, do I think that some things are insensitive?
Sure.
Because of a different cultural experiences, like the things with the barber not having adequate people who can properly cut his hair. And I mean, and that's an issue in on sets that, that people, African-American black actors and actresses have, like people who don't understand their hair. So a lot of times that they feel their hair is not being treated properly because the people that are working on their hair don't understand how to style it and things like that.
No,
I'm not saying that he's racist, right? I'm just saying in certain, maybe racially insensitive to certain things, maybe.
I think Ray Fisher is a very, very.
I'm just saying. But like, you also can't discount like someone's experience and how situations make them feel.
I know, but I'm
just saying. But I am not saying Jeff Johns is racist.
I love how sensitive to me. Ray Fisher seems pretty sensitive to me, and that's probably what makes him such a good actor. I'm just saying,
but some of these things are issues like that you see that are the experiences when it comes to proper maintaining of hair and people that can't properly style and cut his hair properly. And he asked for that accommodation, and then it was kind of like, no, so in that regard, to me, that is something that is, you don't understand like that experience. So in a way that is racially insensitive. I don't think you're racist. I think it's just not understanding the experiences and what might be needed in a specific situation. And how and I'm not saying that Ray Fisher is not being overly sensitive with a Quasimodo thing, but in his mind, he's probably thinking, "Oh, I know how black male actors are portrayed in Hollywood in these comic roles." And you also have to think about the experience, how he was brought up in a very community activist, like stand up, in his community, who his mother was and what she stood for. So like, and I think that maybe in some of those situations he was being overly sensitive, but to say that.
We don't sound like
feel, but I'm just saying to say that if you're in those situations, but I'm just saying, like, I know that, like, I've been in situations that didn't feel like it was a right out racist moment, but it had like these underbelly tones that felt uncomfortable.
Oh, okay.
And were racially insensitive. So that's all I'm saying. Like, so I'm not, that's the only reason why I'm saying I'm not trying to discount Ray Fisher's.
Oh, I'm not trying to discount it in that sense. I'm just trying to say if you're going to put forward a case for yourself.
Yeah, but Jeff Johns is not. But Jeff Johns, I mean, him tweeting that Jeff Johns is racist is not a good statement, and I don't think that he's racist.
Yeah, I think racially insensitive is what probably.
Yeah, that's the point that I was making, and I think that people like
racial insensitivity. Racial insensitivity, you have to understand, they haven't got our experience either. And Jeff Johns is thinking about it from a person who's been writing, Cyborg for years and years and years. He loves Cyborg. I actually genuinely thought, I didn't realize, because I was pissed off with Jeff Johns for putting Cyborg on the Justice League in the New 52, and I was like, oh, that's just a fucking gimmick. He's just doing it because he wants to bring back Hal Jordan, and he wanted to take out like the better character, John Stewart, in my opinion. So he was like, oh, but we have to have some diversity on the team, so let me just throw in Cyborg there. I really thought that was his reasoning, and then I went back, and this guy's been writing it, like hyping up Cyborg for years and years and years before New 52 even fucking came out. He was putting him in the Flash comics and everything like that. So he really loved this character, and he probably had an idea of what he wanted him to be, a long time ago on film. So again,
and I think he could have conveyed that maybe to him in a different way, but he perceived it one way, and it's ridiculous. But I think it's absolutely irresponsible to tweet out that someone is racist, like that.
I mean, that I'm not even going to go into the fact he has a mixed race kid and his ex-wife is black, but fair enough, you can still be racist if that's the case. But whatever.
And I also, real quick, to be fair to Jeff Johns, and I understand actually saying, like, sometimes stuff can come off racist and you may not be racist. That's the thing too. But when he told him to do the Quasimodo thing, I mean, he wasn't exactly wrong, because the way Cyborg has been written recently, even kind of sometimes in Teen Titans, he is Quasimodo. Like, they play on that, his deformities. That's part of his character.
Right.
And being half robot, half human. I mean, he is a Quasimodo.
What? No, he's not.
It's not out of left field. But what he's saying, Jaded, is it's not out of left field.
And I think that maybe that Ray Fisher, I don't understand. Maybe he didn't understand the source material enough, really.
I don't think he did.
I don't think he did.
He automatically took it as this one way.
Right.
Yeah.
Because Cyborg is Quasimodo at times. They dive into that part because he's half robot, half human. He doesn't like the fact that he does look like a monster.
I think it's absolutely.
It's half robot.
Huh?
What Quasimodo do you know that is half?
No, it's about the deformity.
No, Jada, it's the comparison. I'm not saying Quasimodo's half robot. It's a comparison.
You're just taking everything so literal, Jaded.
No,
that's your problem, dude. I swear to God,
when people look at him,
there's something in your brain. You're like, you're like a smarter Drax. That's what I think of you as. You're a more intelligent Drax. Your brain is like fucking switched to.
That's racist, nerd man. That's racist. That's racist.
He's an alien. How's that racist? He's an alien.
Jaded, I swear to God, man.
He's a purple, grayish alien.
But look,
purple tinge in his skin.
Right. But the point is, when people look at Quasimodo,
look at the red-skinned woman on my.
That's my light. That's my light because I'm the widow. We're always in the red room. I have red lights in my house. It's the red room. Like when I sleep,
I know why
I'm always in black. Red.
I know why it's red.
I understand.
I'm the widow. You're always in the red room.
We got it. You're Venetian. Don't worry about it.
No.
Yeah, I'm Venetian.
But the point is, Quasimodo and Cyborg, they're not that different. When people see them, they see a monster. That's what they see.
Or he thinks of himself.
No, that's what he thinks they see.
He thinks of himself as a monster.
You all know right. Cyborg and I say factual.
But see, a lot of people when they see Cyborg, they're going to be disgusted by what he looks like. I mean, because
the problem was they never showed anybody reacting to him. So again, it's all his interpretation. That's the problem. If they had shown him being out in public and people running.
Comic chat, come on here and talk, spit your game, man.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got
the problem.
I'm telling you right now, Nerd Man, it's definitely not making more than No Way Home, especially because I'll say this. You locked yourself dead to rights because I forgot at the time. 45-day release, homie. Within in 45 days from that release, that movie is going to HBO Max. It's not going to make
people are going to want to see it in cinemas.
$7 billion. No, they're going to be like, oh, I can watch it on HBO. I can watch it.
By the way, as I've told everyone, if it makes 1.4 billion,
no, that was not the bet. No,
Batman's more popular than Spiderman.
That's not the
bet. If it makes 1.4, that's all it needs to make. That's one new Batman versus 3 Spider-Men.
Oh my God! Where is
Spider-Man? Don't fold. Stay strong.
Earth to Mike. Is Chillmonger still here? Where is Anza? I need to get on. We need to. I need to get on my Spider-Man phone.
Not be able to
Danny, listen to this. Listen to this, Danny. He's always trying to switch up the terms of the bets. We have actual bets, and nobody agreed to that. You just said
slander that. On my
name. How many days?
Slander.
All right, it needs to be on track and make that money in a it needs to get to that $1.4 billion mark before No Way Home did. How about
Nerd Man, you are your own worst enemy. I'll tell you that right now.
I don't know what you're talking about, like, guys. Like, honestly, in the end of the day, like, we do.
Batman, we did.
You realize that we can go back and we can clip
when that signal hits the streets, bruh. That's a warning for the MCU, bro.
We got all kinds of signals.
When that bat signal, it ain't a signal, man. It's a warning.
When that bat signal shines, it's a warning.
They say, don't watch this movie. It's gonna be emo Batman.
What's that movie made?
Batman is gonna be epic.
The Suicide Squad numbers. I will die.
Dude,
I will die for you. I will literally feel sorry. No, I don't.
Before that's your wish list, Widow. Ain't gonna happen.
I said
1.4.
Yeah, I can see $1 billion.
1.4.
Enzo doesn't even see that.
And look, if it makes $1 billion again,
and I would hope it makes
Batman
$1 billion.
Is more popular than Spider-Man.
No, it does not.
Yes,
it has to be on track. Just no.
Why? You had 3 Spider-Man, all the villains from all of the movies that he's ever been in, right? Surely, if Batman makes half the money, even half the money of that movie, that means he's more popular than Spider-Man.
Okay, well then it needs to be on track with No Way Home. Then we'll go off the No Way Home.
This one doesn't even have the Joker in it. This one doesn't even have the Joker.
Okay, well, we'll compare. Me and you. Me and you will compare the numbers of No Way Home and the track record of that $1 billion Spider-Man movie. Then
okay.
We'll do.
So
I'll do that with you.
I will. I will give you. No,
because I don't want to hear your excuse.
If it makes 1.4,
that when it doesn't track the same as No Way Home, that it only did that because it has 3 Spider-Man and all that. No. So we'll go off the numbers of No Way Home.
What are you talking about? What are you saying right now?
Far from
Batman
home.
Batman had beaten Spider-Man in the box office before.
Far from home. Far from home. We'll go off the numbers with Far From Home. I'm saying we will compare. You're talking about a solo Batman movie with just Batman in it. So I'm saying instead of comparing it and it's tracked to $1 billion, we'll compare it to Far From Home, which also made $1 billion. When it comes to your 1.4, not the overall bet.
Wait, how much did Far From Home make?
I can't remember. It's 1 point.
You have Samuel L. Jackson holding his hand and like the
whatever.
Like the next
God. See what I'm saying, guys? It's always gonna be an excuse.
This is what I argue with.
Nerman. Far From Home made 1.1.
I gave you a movie. I gave you a movie.
After Endgame.
I gave you a movie.
After Feige.
I gave you a movie.
After the Widow had been coming out of out of Endgame going, Excelsior! This is
I gave you a movie. I gave you a movie.
Hype-nitis, bro. It was on a hype-nitis shit.
To compare
that movie 30
based on popularity.
And then Spider-Man came out. And
listen, he's not gonna
he fondled your balls.
No.
And then was like, oh, this Spider-Man movie is connected. It's going to tell you what the next chapter is.
That's Far From Home. If it beats the 1.1 billion mark, I will say
because he started going
Batman
the
is more
multiverse, the multiverse.
Batman is
what
more
happened.
popular.
Jaded, are you telling me that ain't what happened?
No, because you just keep making excuses why it made it and why the Batman might not.
That's why it made 1 point something billion.
Nerdman. Then what movie can you compare it to? If every suggestion, wait a minute.
No Way Home.
We're talking about billions.
Post-COVID.
You want to go off that movie because then you can use the excuse when you fail miserably. Oh well, it's because it had 3 Spider-Man in it.
Pick the
movie. I said No Way Home. It's got the same conditions. We're in a post-COVID world.
People but you just said what your excuse is. I'm just saying.
What are you
I'm not talking about the bet. I was talking about the popularity statement that you made.
Yes,
it's a film alone. Only
that was before COVID. That was before COVID. It made
okay. Well, then I don't want to hear the excuse when Spider-Man is the winner in the end that it's because there's 3 Spider-Man in it.
Jaded, what do you want to say? Because I can see you want to say something.
You can't.
I'm saying, which movie are you willing to compare it to? Because no matter which movie Widow is picking, you have a reason why it's not viable. So then I'm asking, which movie is viable to compare it to?
I just told you the movie, No Way Home.
But I know what your excuse is going to be when it doesn't do it.
If it makes 1.4,
any of the solo MC films, it can compare.
It won't.
But when Widow said No Way Home, your excuse was it doesn't count because it has all the nostalgia of all the other Spider-Man in it.
That's why it made 1.4. I said if it makes one Batman, I said
let's base it off the track, how it tracked to get to that.
I said if one Batman beats 3 Spider-Men, if one Batman gets halfway, even 1.4 billion to 3 Spider-Men, then you can say that's equivalent.
I'm not taking
that. But why?
Because you're going to make excuses even when it happens.
Nerdman, look, I'll say this, and this is facts. We're going to make more money than Far From Home, Black Panther, and all the solo MCU movies.
Okay,
Batman's going to be all of them. All the solo MCU movies that made $1 billion. Batman's going to be all of them.
Make that 58 million like the Suicide Squad did.
Oh my God. Wow, Slant.
Or that 100 million, why are you
punching us when we're down?
In the end of the day,
MCU fans punching us when we're down. Come on now.
No, I'm just saying, you have unrealistic expectations. 45-day release.
One of the greatest comic book movies of all times.
Okay, hold on then. Wait a minute.
Justice League.
Wait a minute.
Then we had Suicide Squad.
Do you think? Would a comparison be that it would do better than Aquaman?
What do you mean?
It's definitely gonna make money than Aquaman.
Okay, he wants to compare it to a Marvel movie.
Okay, so if you're saying it, okay, hold on. Aquaman made what? 1 point.
He doesn't want because then DC will be eating itself. He doesn't want to do that. He wants to compare it to a Marvel film, an MCU movie.
1.148 billion.
It's not about beating. It's about beating the MCU for him. Because
there's no MCU solo movie that did that well.
What you mean?
Black Panther did.
Black Panther,
Iron Man 3,
Iron Man 3, Captain Marvel.
It did $1 billion.
Yeah, made $1 billion.
He wants to do the Spider-Man Batman comparison.
Look at what movies. Look at the track record of shit movies that made $1 billion.
Listen to this, man.
And you try and tell me this isn't Transformers. This is a Transformers style franchise. It is a Transformers style franchise. Captain Marvel makes $1 billion.
No, Captain Marvel made $1 billion.
Iron Man 3 makes $1 billion.
He's making
they will make anything make $1 billion. And I'll tell you why they put Captain Marvel
That's not true.
MCU fans, you couldn't live in your heart with Wonder Woman being a better movie.
That's not true.
So you were like, oh,
that's
we're gonna collectively come together and make sure that we get that feather in our cap as well.
You couldn't live in your heart. That was
you can't live with your own failure. Where did that bring you?
I'm telling you, they couldn't live with
you are the real life, living, breathing Thanos among us right now.
Hey, I thought that was me. Give me a break.
With that line he just said, it had Thanos vibes, man.
You could not in your heart live.
I do not hate Marvel.
Yes,
I do not hate Marvel. I hate. You know what? I don't even hate the MCU. I don't even hate the MCU.
You just want to destroy half of it. You just want to snap half of it out of existence.
I just want you.
You don't hate. You hate.
Corner. I want segregation.
You hate the
That's
success.
what I want.
You hate the
success.
I want
segregation.
You hate the
I want
success.
The MCU to be over there, and the DCU great movies to be over here. That's what I want.
The success. And when it doesn't make the numbers that you boasted about, I'll let you cry on my shoulder, but you're going to honor the bet, and I do not forget it. Yeah. Oh, now he doesn't know what he said. Oh,
there's a big one.
Guys, make sure you all get everybody in the chat, everybody watching this on replay. Make sure you get these things. Make sure you get. No, you said that it was going to make more than Spider-Man for the bet. Make sure you go back.
I don't care. I think it will. But I'm just saying,
make
if
sure
it makes
you
$1.5
go back and clip the
that's
things
already
that he
done.
said.
It's a done deal.
I'm telling you, this dude right here is shady and shifty, and he will private those streams, ladies and gentlemen. We got to get our evidence right now. I'm telling you guys. Nerman, you taught your child very well.
Hey, look. This is all I can say. This is all I can say, right?
From a logic standpoint, you make no sense. It's not going to do what you think it's going to do. Because it will be on HBO Max. It will be on HBO Max. And people will be like, instead of going in to see it for a third time or a second time, they'll be like, "Shoot, I'm gonna sit at my house and
only Zack Snyder fans. Only Zack Snyder fans are doing that.
You should be praising God, Jesus, everyone, every deity you could find. You should be praising right now that Zack Snyder's Justice League didn't come out in cinemas, bro. You should be praising the Lord God.
Meanwhile,
you're lucky. If that flash scene had played to cinemas, if that flash scene had played to cinemas, it would already be game over for the MCU.
No credibility.
But luckily, the Batman's coming to do it. The Batman is coming to do it. The Batman's coming to do it. That's all good.
For sure.
You are insane.
You want to praise the Lord. You should be going to church. Praise Jesus.
Here's the problem.
I think it's going to be a good film. I think it will be successful. But I think that you are absolutely delusional. Okay? In the way that you're thinking.
Here's the problem, okay, with your a viewpoint that Zack Snyder's Justice League came out after.
How are those Venom movies? Tight, right?
Here's the problem. Zack Snyder didn't make his Justice League for the general audience. He didn't make his movie for comic book fans. He didn't make his movie for DC fans. He made that movie specifically for and only for the Zack Snyder fanboys.
So and how come I don't like Zack Snyder's movies, but I like that one?
It's a good movie.
Because the other one he tried to make for a general audience.
I want let me restate that, because I'm not going to say I don't like Zack Snyder movies, but I have a big problem with Zack Snyder movies, and I've had big arguments with Snyder fans, and I actually like the Zack Snyder's Justice League. So clearly, I don't think that movie was made for
I think that he was able to retool it and make sure he got the things right that he didn't, and had all his vision in place and crisp to go the second time around.
And I'm saying, if that came out in cinemas, that movie is fucking better than all your MCU movies.
No, it's not.
It is. It is.
I don't agree.
Wait, which movie?
I think it's a good movie.
Oh yeah, Nerman, you're not lying, bro. I'm with you on that.
No, you're not. You are you are over here capping and trolling out here.
Widow, you know what the thing is?
You should be ashamed of yourself.
K-Dot drank the
Suicide Squad.
K-Dot drank the Kool-Aid, but Nerdman
never said anything bad about the Suicide
Squad. 2016. I'm thinking about James Gunn. You don't like that Suicide Squad.
No, it's dope. What are you talking about? That shit's dope.
Dude, you over here running your mouth and lying? You literally said on MSK stream you didn't like it.
That is a lie, ladies and gentlemen.
No, I said I
lie.
He said he did not like that movie. He did not like Peacemaker in the movie. He said many things about that movie.
Snyder's Justice League
my gosh,
back to back every day.
Zeal, get off me, like for real. Like leave me alone. Like you stay in your lane, and I will stay in mine. You have vision as your profile picture, so numbs the word, homie. Numbs it. Don't come for me.
That's Cyborg.
Still Nation, don't let her bully you. Don't let her bully you.
No, he's the one coming for me. I like Peacemaker.
She's really? A bully. She bullies little kids.
Nerdman does not. Nerdman does not. Nerdman does not like Peacemaker. He doesn't like the. He doesn't like the Peacemaker show. He did not like the Suicide Squad. He did not like. He doesn't like either one of the projects.
Do you remember Ashley bullying little kids yesterday? Or the other day? It was like bullying little kids and cripples and shit.
Widow, how many puppies have you kicked today? Come on. How many puppies?
I don't kick puppies. I have a beautiful dog that I love, that I snuggle and that I pamper, and my dog is beautiful.
Yeah, you like them. You like your dog more than human beings. I know that. I know the type.
No. Unbelievable. You're so evil.
I swear to God.
You hear this evil?
I swear to God, she was picking on a little black girl the other day.
No, I said that her performance was not
pursue her dreams.
Wow.
Just trying to pursue her dreams.
Wow.
And then she went off the cripple next.
She's a little. I said he was the best thing in the movie and deserved better. That's what I said about him, Freddie.
Nerdman, you are more creative than Zack Snyder. You should do this. You should do the Justice League.
I said that she wasn't. I just said as a kid actress, she wasn't very good. I said Freddie was.
See what I mean? Just pursuing her dreams and shit.
But
comes out in
what movie? Hold on, what movie?
In Shazam. I said Freddie was great. He was the best. He was to me, out of everybody in the movie, best performance all around.
Yeah, I agree.
She just decided to pick on the minorities. That was it. It was just the minorities.
How am I picking up?
Wait a minute. Who
the Asian kid weren't good.
They weren't.
Asian kid was good.
They weren't good.
The Asian kid was good.
My family sucked. That little girl, oh my God, that little girl, I wish
they were adorable. They were cute. I would hug them and kiss them and take them to a fair.
How do you hate
Jaded,
every time that little girl was on the screen, every time that little girl was on the screen,
fair enough. You wanted to puke. Jaded, you wanted to puke. Fair enough. Were they better than the supporting cast in the Spider-Man franchise in the MCU? Like
hold on.
MJ, fucking
they're not better.
What was the
they are better.
No,
what was the
no, you're ridiculous. They were on par with the kids from WandaVision. Not very good.
Less annoying than Ned and fucking more MJ and fucking Aunt May.
So they're better. So the kids are better actors than Zendaya. Tight.
I didn't say they're better actors. I said they're less annoying.
That's what I'm talking about. Their performance. I'm talking about their performance.
They were less annoying than. If you don't say that, I'm taking away your Jaded Fanboy status. You are now optimistic fanboy. If you fucking try and make that out, you are MCU fanboy. In fact,
you MCU
fanboy.
If I don't think. Wait a minute. Are you saying that you think? Are you saying that you think that the side characters in the Tom Holland Spider-Man movie are less annoying?
No,
than the kids
He's saying the
kids in Shazam are less annoying than the ones in
You're out of your mind. That little girl alone is more annoying than Ned, MJ.
Ned. Okay, all right. Yeah. You are now MCU.
That blows my mind.
You blow my mind right now. You blow my mind. You are MCU fanboy.
And then let's talk about the acting performances.
I don't care about the acting.
I do.
Useless characters.
Their acting performances are.
You've lost your status.
Horrible.
I've lost my status.
MCU fanboy. Change your name. I'm changing your name right now.
They were literally on par with the kids from WandaVision, and the kids from WandaVision were so weak in their performances. Okay.
Wow.
They were irrelevant.
The kids in WandaVision had more of a purpose than and had a bigger arc in the whole story than the Shazam kids.
At least with the Spider-Man movies, MJ and Ned actually had a reason for being there, other than being the only reason the kids existed in the Shazam movie was so that at the end they could become the Shazam family. Who gives a shit? I don't give a rat's ass.
No, wait. Jaded.
Once again, you've missed the entire point of the movie, but fair enough.
It's about family. It's about the family you make. I got it. Okay.
I'm not saying you, Widow.
I'm just saying.
I know even you, Widow, realized that was dumb.
We're talking about Jaded.
Even you have to admit
I just don't like the movie.
Was dumb. Yeah, that's fine. You cannot like the movie, but the kids were there for more than just
I'm literally gonna try to watch it again just for you, Nerd Man. You hear me? And I'm gonna try. I'm really gonna try to watch this movie.
You don't have to try. Maybe you don't like the movie.
No,
because I really say that those kids were just there to become the Shazam family at the end.
That's exactly what they were there for.
I feel like
for the family story.
All the kids are better than Zachary Levi. Like my biggest issue with the whole movie is Zachary Levi. A lot of it.
Yeah, the Shazam kids are way more worse than the WandaVision kids. Absolutely, Zellation.
I like my biggest issue with the kids. Yeah, I don't think that. I feel like that they kind of treat them like they're on the Disney. There's too Disney Channel-ish. You know,
all right,
at times with the kids.
But the Spider-Man fucking Homecoming, they're super fucking edgy.
I never said that they were edgy, but they're not from the Disney Channel.
Oh, they're not from the Disney Channel. The Spider-Man Homecoming. Get the fuck out. Tom Holland is the Disney Spider-Man.
Disney Channel is different. No, Disney Channel is not Disney. Disney Channel is not Disney. Disney Channel is not Disney. Just like the season finale of Hawkeye is Disney Channel
to the max.
Okay, all they needed was the fucking wand and say you're now watching the Disney.
And are you trying to make out Zendaya to be some great thespian now? Because I swear you didn't just try that. Because you must have fucked me up with someone else.
I said that she's better than the kids. Her performance.
No, she ain't.
She's a better actress.
No, she ain't.
Oh my god.
She definitely ain't better than the cripple.
No, that I would agree with that.
I'm not talking about Freddie. I'm not talking about Freddie.
She ain't better than any of them.
Freddie is exempt. Freddie is exempt. I'm telling you, Freddie is exempt
because he has no lines.
From everything that I'm saying. Okay, because Freddie reminds me of he felt like a real person.
The goggles you wear is hilarious, and when the Batman
Freddie felt like a real person.
I'm waiting for you freaks. You MCU freaks are gonna jump.
Like when I say good, he doesn't listen. He's not listening to what I'm saying.
Nerd man,
you are gonna jump on the train, and I'm gonna come out here like Ric Flair, bro. I'm gonna be on my Ric Flair fucking shit.
Can I say something?
Can
I say something?
Right,
can I say something? I want to say two things. I said, you didn't listen to what I said about Freddie. Okay, I said Freddie seems like a real character to me from the real world. He seems like a real person to me. Okay. Second of all, Zeal Nation, that's a weird loaded comment because you say Wanda's show is overrated by MCU fans. Guess what I can say? I can say a Shazam is overrated by DC fans. Like, what are you saying?
Overrated?
It's got 90%. You can't take it. 90%.
And look at WandaVision's rating. Look at WandaVision's rating. Look at WandaVision's rating based on what he's rating.
That's Photoshop. That's Photoshop.
MCU ratings you can't trust. You have to take like 30 to 50% off of every MCU
on
rating.
your way to work, okay?
It's bullshit. It's bullshit. You guys are worse than the Snyder fans. Honestly, you guys are worse than the Snyder fans in how you hype up your movies.
You're ridiculous.
Bullshit.
You can say the craziest, dumbest shit.
Oh my god.
That is act like your whole fucking weight, dude.
And you actually not only did you say it, you actually believe it. That's what's hilarious.
I believe it.
I don't think Ant-Man and the Wasp is a good movie.
In terms of rating their movies, MCU fans are every bit as bad as Snyder fans, and you can clip me on that.
Well, they're not the reviewers.
Clip me on that. You can clip me on that.
Yeah. Well, look how they thought about Eternals. Look how they thought about Eternals.
They had to admit that one.
Falcon.
Eternals still made too much money. MCU fans.
Yeah, you're right. It definitely made way too much money.
How much did Eternals get?
It was a slow burn to get to that almost $400 million. It was a slow burn to get there too. For an MCU movie.
I love it.
That's okay. Eternals was not overall well received.
You're out of your mind. I've trashed.
You don't have any balls.
I've trashed 90% of all the MCU movies, but somehow I get it.
No, I'm sorry. Your balls are stuck in your son's mouth. I'm sorry. He's getting milk.
Oh my God. Ashley, hey, and I can say this, Ashley, I can say this. Ashley, I will say this. At least Nermans are warming like Kevin Feige's cold, shriveled nuts.
Yep. Type. See what I'm saying?
At least I can say that.
48%.
You have so much hate in your heart.
48%. It should be at 10. It should be at 10.
The number's not low enough. It's not low enough.
40%.
It's not low enough. But if the DC has a 90% rating, we should believe it. It's perfect.
Yeah, because
that's perfect.
You should believe it. You should believe it. Oh, so the Joker deserves 65%.
No.
Is that right, Widow? The Joker movie deserves it. That's what the critics were on. That's what they are.
You know why? You know what it was? It wasn't because it was a Joker. No, you know what it was with that movie? No, you won't even let me give an example of when people had an issue with that movie. Okay, you know,
they couldn't do it to Wonder Woman because it's a woman. That's why.
Can I finish telling you what the issue, what the people said about Joker, which was bullshit?
It was too good to do it to.
White male rage. It glorifies violence. The reviewers were fucking dumb bullshitting on that movie. It's
exactly.
It's a good movie. They do. All right, and it was all it supports white male rage and all these fucking dumb talking points.
I will agree with that, Zill Nation. I will agree with that last statement. Absolutely.
You know why? Because of all the duds that happened. Okay.
All the duds. We've had better movies than you.
Oh my gosh. I'm talking about in recent years.
In recent years, we've had better movies than you. There's nothing. There's no year where you've had better movies.
BBS, what? 12% rating? Tight. Yeah. Overall.
I don't care what it got.
Polarizing.
It was better than half of your MCU movies. It was still better than half of them.
You know. That's how you feel. I don't agree.
That's how I feel.
And you can say,
that's how I feel.
It's Ashley and her Marvel bias. No, motherfucker, you had DC bias.
I don't have DC bias.
Yes, you do. My favorite comic book movie of all time is a DC movie. There's no bias in my heart when it comes to it. Like, if I was thinking subjectively and talking about Infinity War, I would say from a bias standpoint, oh, it has so many things in it, and it's a masterpiece. But as a
Look,
film,
in the end of the day,
let me finish. As a film with Infinity War, for me, it's not a masterpiece. You know why? Because I'm removing that fangirl and that bias and my love for Marvel characters and saying, you know what? It's a good movie, but it's not a masterpiece, and it's not the best MCU movie, in my opinion.
That's good for you. You have an honest reflection on
but
something.
Oh my gosh,
you have an honest reflection for
DC
something.
Bias,
that's not my problem.
Your DC, yes, it is. You have so much DC bias. You are wild to me right now. Hi, LDG.
Bad boy.
LDG?
Bad boy. That is brilliant, Nerdman.
I can't believe you just said it. Said here on this stream that you do not have DC bias. Dude, you have so much hate. You are like, in your mind, it's a war between DC and MCU.
He doesn't have DC bias. He has DC delusion. There's a difference.
No, I didn't. I didn't start any war.
You brought the war to us. That was what it is.
You
brought the war to us.
You don't like another company who's based off comic books, their success compared to what's been happening with the DCEU and they can't get out of their own way.
I have no idea what words you're saying.
You don't like it.
You might as well be
don't like the
Chinese.
Success.
You
don't like the
success.
MCU no, you don't. No, you don't.
No,
that's what you have a problem
I think it's
with.
overhyped.
I have a video on my channel where I went through films with you, and you said, "I like that movie. I like that movie. I like that movie." You are such a motherfucking asshole.
Which ones were they? Go on. Okay? Which ones were they?
You're a capping asshole.
Which ones were they?
Yeah, almost a full phase of movies.
I like Iron Man. Right?
Yeah, switch it up now.
And then I like Winter Soldier. I like Captain America 1, Civil War.
Switch it up.
And I like the Avengers movie.
I had you liking 15 movies, homie.
I don't know. I don't know where
I gotta pull that stream up because we went through them.
I don't know where you got 15 movies from.
You said you liked them.
Ashley, can I finally reveal to you why I have my issues with Tom Holland? Can I finally read my true end game here?
Because he ate your brownies at snack time.
I mean, it's not that. You really want to know why I want to tear down Tom Holland?
Trash.
Because no, it's not that. Well, when we were kids, when we were kids, me and Tom Holland went to the same school, and that little shit fucking stepped on my shoes, and I'm after him.
Did you go to school in England?
Shit.
Hold on, what Nikes? What Nikes did he scuff?
He's my son. Obviously, he went to school in England.
Oh wow!
We all heard about that Tom Holland kid, man. Always wanting his juice packs and shit like that. He was a diva even back then. He was a diva.
You see this? This is crazy, man.
Walking in the hallways, always harassing people, pretending to shoot webs at them, talking about weed.
First of all, who the hell is he going to harass? The kid's like what? 80 pounds soaking wet. How much of a little bit of a weakling were you?
He was a show-off.
Bully.
He was a show-off.
He couldn't bully his shadow.
Yeah, he was a dancer.
Yeah, he was a show-off. Always dancing and shit.
A skinny dancer.
Was he a dancer too?
This is the week.
Hey. Actually, this is the thing too. Nerdman is a better dancer than Tom Holland too.
Exactly.
Tight.
That's our DC.
Well, then you should play Miles Morales because you would have.
And we've already established we've got better rappers, so straight on.
Yeah.
In the end of the day, DC's coming for you. I sense the fear.
Look at you! You're rhyming. There's no fear because I want DC movies to do well.
Oh yeah, like Shazam.
We see movies are coming after you, Widow. They're gonna be stalking you.
If I don't like a movie,
They're gonna be haunting your dreams. I love the way. Listen to this. I'll get you now. I'll get you now, right now, Widow.
Here you go.
Tell me a movie of the MCU that is highly rated, like highly reviewed, that you don't like.
That I don't like?
Yeah, that's got good reviews. Everybody likes it, but you just don't like it. Tell me one MCU movie that's like that.
Oh, I can answer that question.
I know you can.
I can't say that I don't like, but that I don't agree with and think it's highly rated.
So tell me
Infinity War. Infinity War.
Bullshit! You love that movie.
K-Dot,
do you see how she lies? They're
K-Dot, what if I said no? No. K-Dot, what if I said about
the narrative this time?
No, K-Dot, what have I said about Infinity War? Don't you fucking lie.
You have stated that if you bring for your Marvel bias, you would gas it up, but you know how to pull that bias back and be real about the movie, and you have been.
It's too many vignettes. It's not a cohesive story. I don't like when they're in the battle to save the fucking world, that they're on the battlefield making jokes. I hate all of that. It took me out of the movie. Okay. I've said all of this before. I'm not going to talk about a specific channel that I used to watch.
What's your rating for it?
But it's a 7.
Oh, I don't even give it that. I don't even give it that.
I like Endgame more than I like Infinity War.
That makes no sense in itself, but fine. At least you admitted.
Hey, I agree with Ashley. Endgame over Infinity.
I've always said that, like, the first time I watched it, I was like, oh, I like this movie. And this is about to really piss
7's
you
still
off.
a good movie.
This is what's really going to piss you off, because I've only told this to one person because I didn't want to hear your fucking mouth, because I know how you are. I said No Way Home is a better movie than Infinity War.
Okay, good for you. All right, so
okay,
No Way
so
Home's
I know I'm not the person that thinks Infinity War is a masterpiece.
You're the worst you can give a movie that is very, very popular in the MCU.
I'm trying to think of the highly.
No.
But I'm not good at giving scores. Like, I don't like Shang-Chi.
Let's move over to DC. Oh, you don't like Shang-Chi?
And I gave it a 7, but I don't even like it.
Okay,
I'm not
you
good
don't
at
like
scoring
it.
movies.
So you overrated it.
That's why, if you don't like it, you give it a 7?
I like the first half of the movie.
MCU.
It's Shang-Chi is half of a good movie.
Is Aquafina more annoying than the kids in Shazam?
No.
Is Aquafina more annoying than the kids in Shazam?
Absolutely. I do not like Aquafina. Like, you should know that I was going to say that.
Well, I don't know what you'll say. I don't know what an MCU fan will say.
I've said it before. I do not like Shang-Chi.
Good thing Yellow's not here, because Yellow loves Shang-Chi.
Hi, Keely. I don't like Shang-Chi.
Shang-Chi was a great movie.
I like it.
Oh,
I like
RJ,
it. I like it until we get to Talo, and then as soon as Travis Satterley comes in, it's just like shit.
It's trash. It's trash.
Fucking trash. The first time I watched it, and I needed to switch it because I feel like that sometimes my like grading scale is off. That's why I didn't really grade No Way Home, because I feel like I couldn't give it an accurate number that I felt comfortable with. Shang-Chi, in my opinion, is half of a good movie.
All right. So let's get this. So, of all of the MCU movies that are popular, the 2 that you can pull out.
I know, RJ.
That you have a different.
I don't know how
opinion from everyone else.
What Ant-Man and the Wasp? What did he get?
No, Ant-Man and the Wasp is universally like people just don't like that movie.
People don't like Captain Marvel, but it had a high rating.
But it had a high rating. What I mean.
Are we talking about critical rating or fan?
I'm not talking about critical or anything. Okay. I'm talking about the movies that
general consensus
that regularly people will be like, yeah, that wasn't a good one.
Oh, right? Yeah.
Right. So that's Ant-Man and the Wasp doesn't count.
It's a general consensus.
Yeah,
that's what I didn't know if you were talking about from a fan standpoint. That's why I was trying to get clarity on it. If it's just fans or critics or both.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to.
Let's go to the DC ones. All right.
Mm-hmm.
How many DC movies that are pretty much fans like it, reviewed good, everything like that, do you not like? So we can include Shazam.
I like Shazam.
Wonder Woman, you have problems with.
I like it. I like Wonder Woman.
Don't say you like it. You've said
I've said I've had problems with the third act, but overall, I think it's a good movie.
You don't have problems with the third act of Iron Man?
Of the first Iron Man? No.
Oh, okay.
I don't like the villain. Okay, and I don't like the way they handle the villains in Wonder Woman 2017. But overall, it's a good movie.
Neither do
I. Okay. Aquaman.
And what's your rating for that? What's your rating for Wonder Woman?
See, that's what's hard. I gave it an 8.
Okay, so Wonder Woman's an 8.
I'm going based off all my.
You will say anything. I swear.
Oh my God! There's videos on my channel where I gave it an 8. I'm not saying.
I'm gonna find them. I'm gonna find them.
I'll have to unprivate them because I had people on my channel that I had them to prove, and I think I gave it a B+, so it wasn't really an 8. I think I gave it a B+ because it was a letter grade. Wonder Woman, I like Aquaman. I think that some of the acting is a little suspect, but I said that it's a visually stunning movie, and overall I enjoyed it, even though I don't think Jason Momoa is that great of an actor, but everything around him and the people who are in the supporting cast outside of Amber Heard really, pull the acting performances together. Okay. I think it's visually amazing. I think that what James Wan did from a director standpoint, absolutely. I like that movie.
It's incredible, but I think the script is terrible. So I can't get over that.
I like Man of Steel, even though I don't feel like it's a Superman movie. I said, and then the other ones, but Man of Steel wasn't highly rated.
It's a good franchise.
It's a good franchise with those two movies, but you can't really count Man of Steel because you said well received.
Well, I'm just saying, in your opinion, the DCEU is a good franchise.
I don't think it's bad. That's what I'm saying.
BVS is good to you.
Extended cut, I like the extended
cut is good.
It
Man
has
of
problems.
Steel is good. Wonder Woman is good. Aquaman
Wonder Woman
is good.
1984 is not good.
Zack Snyder's Justice League. Yeah, those are 2 movies. Zack Snyder's Justice League is good. Okay, 3 movies.
Justice League, Birds of Prey, 84, Shazam.
See, I notice you're not asking me. I know you're not asking me, Nerdman, because you know exactly what I'm going to say.
These are all things that I said.
I already accept it.
That's what I'm thinking. You think because I like MCU movies and based off because I mainly read Marvel comic books that I hate DC films. No, I think the WB gets in a crazy way and they do things to me that don't make a lot of sense.
Well, I agree with that. I've always agreed with that. But anyway, all right, Jaded, before we go, you can tell us your opinion. I'm sure you what should we start with what you like? Because maybe that will be easier.
Shorter list. A shorter list.
Be a shorter list. Figure it out quicker.
Off the top of my head, the only 2 DC movies that I really enjoyed and liked was Aquaman and Shazam.
Oh, and you like Joker, by the way, Widow. But anyway, Aquaman and Shazam.
Yeah, I do like his Joker, but that's not DCEU.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's DC.
Oh, even if it was DCU, I was a dumbass movie anyway.
I like it, but I don't really think it's a Joker movie, but I like it. Just like I don't feel like Man of Steel is really a Superman movie, but I like it.
As an example, the way I think the Joker is cosplaying a comic book movie, that's how I think the Dark Knight movie is cosplaying a Batman movie.
I think the Joker does it on a whole it
takes elements of the character and makes its own movie based.
No, but he's making those jokes a lot even before he becomes the Joker. He's making jokes like punching out and all of that kind of stuff. So you can see that there's elements of the character, but they're just doing an origin story for the villain.
And to me, a good analogy is just the way the Joker is cosplaying the comic book character. For me, the Dark Knight, it's cosplaying the Batman character.
RJ, I do. The first time I watched James Gunn's Suicide Squad, I wasn't really a big fan. I like it. I liked it more in the second watch. I still don't like Starro in that movie. I don't like that whole. I just don't like that stuff. And I didn't like Harley Quinn like having her own little movie in the middle of it. But I think it's a decent movie. I hate 2016 Suicide Squad. So that's another one that I don't like.
See, I like 2016. I like 2016.
I hate the new one.
I like 2016. I don't care what anyone says.
And I do like the Snyder Cut.
I don't. With James Gunn's Suicide Squad, I recognize it as an okay. I don't even think it's that creative. Like, I was thinking Polka Dot Man, for instance. I was thinking, hey, he's gonna have some cool powers or something, like some strange, funny, hilarious kind of powers that he's gonna have with his polka dots.
What up, Daniel?
And in the end, all he does is he can blow shit up with it. It's like that's not even that creative.
He didn't really use them either.
Yeah, it's like
they couldn't, because if he used them,
hi Daniel,
he would have been the hero of the movie. They didn't want him to be the hero of the movie.
But I do like Idris Elba. I like Bloodsport.
I don't think he was good at all.
As much as I love Idris Elba, his character.
I did not.
I like John Cena as Peacemaker. I feel like that role was made for him, meant for him.
There's no role meant for him. He should just give up acting.
I think he can only be Peacemaker. That's the only thing I've ever liked him as.
Hey, Snyder.
Quit. Did anyone watch the last episode of Peacemaker, by the way?
I did. It was good.
It already came out. I
like Peacemaker. I didn't like the first 2 episodes because I felt like it was too heavy-handed with the jokes. I thought it was just like too jokey.
It continues to be. I don't know where you decided that it didn't.
I think that the jokes are still there, but I feel like the character development.
Of course it is, RJ. Of course, Peacemaker is a phenomenal.
But I don't think it's like a masterpiece of a show, but I think it's a good show. Maybe slightly great at times.
Look, I don't mind. I'm happy that there's stuff in DC that satisfies that audience, that kind of audience as well. But like, it's just something that doesn't interest me at all, I have to say. Like, the jokes are just too. It's like smutty kind of. Well,
again, that smutty part was only in the first 3 episodes, and it got progressively less and less. Because the first episode had an actual sex scene, the second one had a topless scene, and then the third one just had a pic. And then all of a sudden, I was thinking, it's just going to be.
That was more like, vagina tight.
Yeah. It was
I turned it off and then went back, and then the second half of episode 3 improves. Like, but the first half of that episode, I just don't like it.
I don't get the degree to which you're saying, because I can't help myself. I watch a lot of films. I've seen a lot of comedy as well. I love the arts in general, and I love humor. And that humor is so bad in comparison to other funny stuff that I can't get past that. It's like even on the level of like smutty humor. Like, if I compare it to like 40-Year-Old Virgin, for instance, off the top of my head, 40-Year-Old Virgin, yeah, like that's a good smutty kind of like,
Tommy, Pam and Tommy is a better show than
Pam and Tommy. Yeah,
it's funnier.
But Nerdman, that humor is for the lowest common denominator. That's the difference,
right? And I don't mind that lowest common denominator humor, but
every once in a while.
I think American Pie does it funnier. I'm not even lying. Like I don't like American Pie at all, but I'm just saying American Pie is funnier than James Gunn's like smutty jokes. Like the
How
jokes.
Do you feel about his Scooby-Doo movies?
Trash. I don't like him. I'm over the James Gunn thing. I think he did a nice thing with the Guardians of the Galaxy one. Maybe it's because they made it so it was PG and whatever.
PG-13.
But I'm totally over the James Gunn thing. I think he's terrible. I'm going on the line to say I think he's a terrible director. In terms of his humor is awful.
He gets lucky every once in a while.
I think that James Gunn Unleashed is too much. completely like, you know, like giving the reins to be like, make it as nasty as you want, you know? Because I think the first 2.5 episodes, like, it didn't make sense for that show to have that. Like, but Pam and Tommy, like, the premise of the show and what it's really about, it makes sense for that, you know? And, like, I think Seth Rogen does a better job with that type of humor.
Right, exactly. I think if James Gunn knew what was good for him, he should go to people like Seth Rogen or I can't remember that director's name who does. Well, he's a director and producer who does all of those movies.
I know who you're talking about. What's his name? Shoot. I can't think of his name right now.
I can't think of his name right now. But if he knew what was good for him, he'd go to those guys to do rewrites on his scripts. The
Coen brothers did a better job than know Judd Apatow. Yes, Daniel.
Judd Apatow. Right, Judd Apatow. That guy makes good movies. He makes funny fucking movies. You know.
He made 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Yeah, I think that was him.
This is 40. Did he make Superbad? Did he make did he make Superbad? I think he did.
I think it was behind Superbad as well. But he has heart in his movies as well. That's the difference. There's heart, and he knows how to take the humor to the edge, but not go off the cliff.
Much. How are you even giving him any credit?
His films are good though.
He has hardly done anything.
Wait, what are you talking about? Let me see, Judd Apatow. I'm sure he's done.
Did you look at his writing? I think he's a writer too, though.
I know, but I'm saying as a director, he's only done 40-Year-Old.
No, we're talking about producer as well.
Oh, producer. Okay.
I'm talking about all of his work.
Oh, yeah. I don't know enough of all of his work.
He knows the right people to get and everything. Yeah, he did Superbad, Knocked Up, Trainwreck. This is 40. Pineapple Express, Bridesmaids, the 40-Year-Old Virgin, Big Sick, the dude's Anchorman. I mean, like,
these are all writers, producers. I was just going under the director list.
Like Pineapple Express, top tier.
Yeah, Thug Life. I like Talladega Nights as well, man. That one.
I love that movie.
Oh my god.
Ricky
what do you hate about that movie? Go on, before we go, what do you hate about another great movie?
You hate the MCU humor, but you like Talladega Nights. It's like it's the same type of humor.
No, it is.
I mean, his prayer when he did the prayer. Thank you, God, for all the sponsors. I mean, that was MCU.
That was never MCU. When has MCU ever done a scene like that? What are you talking about? There are examples in that movie. There are examples in that movie you can use, but that definitely is not one of them. Like, that was really that's on the edge. That's making fun of religion. The MCU would never make fun of religion.
I know, but I'm saying that type of humor is pretty much the same that you would get in the MCU. Just not referring to religion, that's all.
How do you feel about, even though this is not Judd Apatow, how do you feel about Tropic Thunder, Jaded Fanboy?
I'm sorry, what?
How do you feel about Tropic Thunder?
Hold on, let me make sure I'm getting the right.
If you don't like that movie, I probably will melt and no longer exist.
Thunder. Oh, okay. If it wasn't for what's his name? The guy that does the Mission Impossible movies.
He's barely.
That's right, PKL Entertainment. That's right.
Tropic Thunder.
I like PKL. PKL's got a really good channel, guys. By the way, you do subscribe to it.
I'll have to check it out.
Hold on, I'm gonna answer your question. The only good part of Tropic Thunder was Tom Cruise's character. The rest of the movie was just.
See, I love Ben Stiller. I love I love it all. I like when he's having that back and forth with Robert Downey Jr.'s character before he removes his face, and like Jack Black and what's his name, Jay? I can't remember his last name. They're all three in the background, like the things that they're saying, like everything that's happening in that scene is freaking hilarious. I love that movie.
But then it's like then he ends up doing Apocalypse Now homage, and it was like whatever. This was. I just didn't think it was as good as everybody thought it was.
I think it's Ben Stiller.
that lost tribe loved it, loved that one movie that everybody else hated, and it was like, oh God, this was so by the book.
Yeah,
Jaded is jaded.
The only thing that was not by the book that was actually interesting and out of imaginative was Tom Cruise's character.
Robert Downey Jr.'s character was imagined and out of the box completely.
I guess, but not as good as Tom Cruise's character.
See, I think Robert Downey
Jr. He's literally telling the terrorists or whatever you want to call them, the group trip, you're gonna bring him back. I don't give a shit who you are. And it was like
he's great. He's great. The dancing, he's great. But I think Robert Downey Jr.
in that movie.
He was.
But Robert Downey Jr. is freaking amazing.
I didn't even recognize that it was Tom Cruise until somebody told me, and it's like that's
I didn't know until the credits that it was him.
Yeah,
I wanted more of Tom Cruise's character. To be fair, like I did like what Robert Downey Jr. was doing.
I can't.
But he was really funny. No, he was really genuinely funny. But I do like Tom Cruise a little bit better in that movie.
To be Morano,
he's the only one that saved it. Like if his character wasn't in that movie would have been a.
No, you're going too far. No, you've gone too far.
Like
you stepped over the line. You're the only one who saved it.
To quote the movie Jaded, to be moronical. That's you right there.
That's fine. Well, widow. To quote the movie, never go full retard.
See, I wasn't going to do that because I don't want to go. I don't want to get canceled. I stopped saying that word a long time ago.
Never go full jaded. That's what you
never go full jaded. Never go full jaded.
Never go
jaded.
Full jaded.
You are the most jaded man I've ever. What happened to you? What was wrong? Did you?
He's a rooster illusion. He's a rooster illusion.
You know what happened, Nerdman? I grew up in an era where they actually put effort into making good movies.
But you don't like any of those movies either. I've mentioned classic movies to you as well, and you don't like them.
Okay. E.T. is not a classical movie. E.T. is a piece of shit. Okay?
There you go. I didn't even have to say anything.
It's the most manipulative. It is the most
manipulative
movie this side from the Benji movies. Jesus,
you could replace every movie's manipulative. Tell me one movie that you like.
He doesn't like movies that play on his make him have a warm feeling in the feels.
Not when it's that blatant. Right.
You hate Bambi too, don't you?
Yeah, I hated Bambi.
It's like, but the movies in my day.
I don't love Bambi. Adam don't love Bambi, but I just wanted to say, you see,
the only good thing about Bambi was Stumper. Okay, that was the only thing I enjoyed about that Bambi movie.
What about the Disney Robin Hood movie? You like that movie?
Oh God, no.
Aladdin.
You liked Robin Hood, with the fox as Robin Hood.
When I was a kid, that was like my favorite movie. I love that movie. I loved it.
Really?
E.T.'s like my third favorite Spielberg movie.
After
Schindler's List, and the war movie he did. E.T. is fucking amazing.
Have you seen?
Here's the thing about E.T. Hold on. Here's the thing about E.T. Okay. IKEA did a commercial about a lamp being thrown out, okay? And the person takes this old lamp, puts it by the curb to be taken out. In the commercial, it's got all this sad music. It's got the lighting. It's got a dark gray. And the idea is you're supposed to be sad for the fact that the lamp is being thrown out. At the end of the commercial, the owner of IKEA goes, "What are you doing? It's only a lamp. Why do you care about a lamp? Go buy a new one." That is exactly the type of manipulation that they used in E.T. The same type of manipulation to get you to be sad that a lamp was being thrown out with the right music, the right lighting.
He's not a lamp.
That is what E.T. was. That is what E.T. was. He was a lamp.
He had a sweet relationship with the kid, and now you're going. Now you're blaming the movie for having good music. So
no, I'm blaming the movie. I'm blaming the movie for, instead of actually putting effort into a character that we cared about, it used manipulation to make you care about the character. That's the difference. Bambi was too far. Bambi was
too far, bro.
Bambi sucked.
He doesn't like anything that makes him feel anything, you know.
Because I don't feel anything. That's the problem.
You're numb inside. Okay, got it.
Because I mean, when everybody cried when the mother got shot, give me a break. How on cue can you guys be as an audience?
Wait, what are we talking about?
You cry on cue, you're sad on cue. The movie literally has the beats, and it's just exactly what it wants you to do, and you guys follow it along like a trail of breadcrumbs.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if a movie makes you cry or feel like any strong emotion like that, that movie doing a really good job.
But he said he said it was they're just
manipulation.
It's manipulation.
All movie is manipulation.
Yeah, I mean you can say it's all
it makes you laugh. It's manipulation.
But I'll give a quick example. Tom Holland's death in Infinity War, right?
Oh. Tell me that wasn't manipulation. Tell me that wasn't manipulation.
That wasn't scripted.
Doesn't matter.
All that acting done was not scripted.
Manipulation.
That was manipulation when it wasn't scripted.
Thank you, but it was still manipulation. It was still manipulation.
It wasn't manipulation because the way they wanted him to do it probably wouldn't have hit if he didn't come in and put his own spin on it.
What did they put on screen?
Jaded, it's not manipulation. If that's like that technology, then all of this manipulation.
No.
Every single movie's manipulation.
Every movie's manipulation. That's my whole point.
Hold on.
It's trying to get you to feel something artificially.
For the character.
You're not experiencing it.
Nerd man.
So is a loop on your father?
No. To be emotionally invested into the characters.
Jaded, what about the Luke on your father moment?
And it's not manipulation when the story actually provides you a reason to care about the character.
So the fact that the little baby was orphaned and watched their mommy die is not a reason for you to feel for.
In Bambi. Hold on. In Bambi? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Because you didn't give a rat's ass about the mother. And then once she dies,
Jaded, just because you don't care about the mother doesn't mean other people didn't care about the mother.
And because after she dies, what happens? What's the next scene? What is literally the next scene after Bambi's mother dies? After the forest fire.
He's all alone.
In a long time.
No. After he does that 10 seconds of mourning, the next scene, it's springtime and it's time to get a girlfriend. Because the idea of the movie was feel sad now because that's what you're supposed to feel. Next scene, it's springtime, time to get a new girlfriend. Come on.
Right, because the movie's supposed to uplift. The movie's supposed to uplift you too. It ain't
it's pure manipulation. It's pure manipulation.
It's not manipulation.
Of course it is.
No, but any movie that you like, you'll be like, oh, but that's not manipulation. When
it's done properly, when you make
it. I'll tell you what's more.
I want to know what you think of Lion King. I want to see what you think of Lion King.
What about it?
What about
Lion King's manipulation, I guess.
There are definite scenes of manipulation, but overall, it was a good movie. I enjoyed the
Oh my god!
He literally runs away. The trauma.
Come on, the dad is clinging on the cliff, right?
Yeah, manipulation, baby.
And then the next scene he's Hakuna Matata.
Come on.
Why is he Hakuna Matata? Because he doesn't want to worry about.
What are you, 7?
No, I'm not saying widow. I'm not saying I agree. I'm just saying like you can say the exact same thing about any fucking good movie that has like obviously it's a kids movie, dude. You can't have it all be like fucking depressed, so the kid wants to kill
That's right. If you're 7, it's effective.
It's like you have to think about the audience that it's going for. E.T.'s going for like a fucking, kids
7-year-old audience, 7 to 10-year-olds.
Yeah,
families as a whole too,
and families as a whole. Do you know what I'm saying?
If you're an adult and you're crying over it, it's ridiculous.
I cried.
I
cried, dude.
It's not.
I cried.
If a kid's movie with its little primitive kids writing can do something like that, then to an adult who overthinks things and we put too much of our thoughts into it, that's a damn good movie if they can do that to an adult.
Yeah, and exactly. I'm a super
obviously the kids the kids movies gonna make kids cry.
But you're the same people that saw the first 10 minutes of Up and were crying over it. It's like, come on.
Because that was a very depressing moment, bro. Jaded. In the I didn't cry with the beginning of Up, but that was a very sad. I can understand why someone would cry watching that.
Imagine Treehouse Book. That was good. Who did that one? That was good comic quirks. I like that one.
Because that intro and Up is very relatable to a lot of people.
Oh, it's so relatable to so many people. Yeah.
Yes.
It is a fantasy soulmate storyline that everybody. The whole point of that was, oh, look, he found his soulmate. So everybody else can find their soulmate. Please, come on.
No, it was more to it than that.
They had a wonderful, beautiful life together. Big deal. And then none of that actually pertained to the rest of the movie. But who cares? Who cares?
Whoa.
It goes back to her.
That house. Jaded, he was tied to the house that was tied to her, and he couldn't let the house go because he was endangering Russell by staying attached to that house.
So if you took out the first 10 minutes of the movie, how does it ruin the rest of the film?
What?
Because it
Take
shows
out the first 10 minutes of the movie. Take out the first 10 minutes of the movie and watch the rest of it. How does the first 10 minutes How does not watching the first 10 minutes alter the rest of the movie? It doesn't. It doesn't.
Because the first 10 minutes is context.
He could have still been a grumpy old man.
Jaded, and the movie does not hit if you don't have that context of why he's tied to the house.
That's my point.
But without context, you don't understand why the character is where he's at.
Okay, the first 10 minutes is literally designated because the rest of the movie has nothing to offer. The first
you need the beginning of the movie to have the rest of the movie.
Could have been the first 10 minutes and you would have been good.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Okay then. So
the rest of the second rest of the movie is so good too, even with what we got.
It wasn't.
I think the bigger question is who hurt you, Jaded? You know, who hurt you?
The movies that I watch. The movies that I watch.
His piano teacher used to beat him like on the knuckles when he
like I would almost admit a moment in a movie that I absolutely can't stand that made me cry, and he would literally laugh for probably 35 minutes. You know,
I'm gonna do this.
Birds of Prey. Birds of Prey. And Birds of Prey. And I hate this movie with a fucking passion. I want to say this real quick. In that movie, and it's Margot Robbie's performance, and it's really not even meant to, I feel like, make you cry. But when she's in that bar and she's like talking to Black Canary, when she's talking to Black Canary in the bar, I think it's before she breaks the driver's legs. Before she breaks the driver's legs, and she's talking about what a Harley Quinn is, and like talking about how she was in this abusive relationship, and she said, and then she goes through all that, and in the end, when she says, "And nobody cares who we are," when she said that line, literally, I cried.
Why? The very fact of Harley Quinn saying I was in an abusive relationship.
It wasn't that. I just want to say real quick.
Yo, let me ask you a question.
It was the fact that she felt worthless, and then it was just the delivery of the line.
Oh, because of the delivery
and all of it.
Jaded, let me ask you a question because
Oh, come on!
I'm gonna work out if you're human. If you're
do it.
Can't you pick good movies? Pick good Disney movies. No,
Jaded is a black.
Please.
Wait a second.
Yeah,
so Dumbo, when he meets his mother, and they
the little cry, the little tears.
Oh my God!
You've lost the soul.
Come on. He has the feather. He has the feather, and he can fly. You know what the best part of Dumbo was?
But can I ask you the scene? Can I ask you the specific scene? The scene where he meets his mother in the circus, and she's in the cage, and they can only touch each other by their trunks, and she's trying to comfort him. Did that do anything for you?
I figured you would have used the train scene.
No,
where she's on the train. Oh God, please, come on. What are you, 7? Come on. Even at 7, it was like, it's so corny. It is so corny.
Corny at 7 years old.
So you thought, 7-year-old you watching this movie, you were like, this is some bullshit.
Some bullshit. Come on.
Oh my God, Jaded. See, look.
Oh, Charlotte's whack. Oh, when Charlotte died. Oh,
you are fucking when Charlotte died as well.
Yeah, I just wasn't a fan of that movie.
You all cried when Charlotte died. You all cried when Charlotte.
I love the book, so that's why
I didn't cry when Charlotte died. I didn't cry.
I love the book. So
the best part of Dumbo with the crows.
I can't
the best part of Dumbo with the crows.
The only pig movie I accept is Babe, Pig in the City. That's my pig movie.
See, I love Charlotte. I love the book, so I'm like, I can't with the movie.
You can't separate.
Yeah, I can't. I just love the book so much. It was I loved that. It was like one of my first books that like.
Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. And Never-ending Story. Never-ending Story. When the horse dies, that I thought was very well done. That I didn't consider corny. That I didn't consider manipulation, because it was literally relevant to the story and it was literally important. So when the horse died, I didn't cry, unfortunately, but I did think that was very well done.
You didn't cry. You don't have tears.
When the horse died,
they're all dried up.
They're all fucking dried up.
You've got clogged tear ducts.
What about
my girl?
I fuck with you.
Oh God, I didn't even watch that. I didn't even watch. Why would I watch? Oh God, my girl. God, a rom-com for kids. Yeah, I'm gonna watch that.
You have no heart. What do you do with your
rom-com for kids?
I don't like rom-coms, but My Girl's a good movie.
Tell me.
Okay. Yeah.
But Jaded, don't you watch MCU?
Hold on, wait a minute.
Those are technically for kids.
Let me ask you a question.
Families.
Hold on, Ashley. Tell me My Girl isn't a rom-com for kids.
I think it's a coming-of-age story.
It's a rom-com. Anyway, what were you saying, K-Dot?
The one movie that always gets my tears going is Tarzan '99 when Tarzan goes back to his home, and then Nala shows up, and then she basically lets him go. She lets him go with Jane to the human world, and it breaks her heart so much.
What about Old Yeller?
Your Old Yeller do anything for you?
Yeah. Nobody cared.
And I'm not a big Old Yeller fan, but when they shot the dog, that's sad.
Hey, man, Jada got a black heart, bro. I can't. He really got a black heart.
He's like
Ashley, and you thought I was black-hearted towards Tom Holland. Jada did black heart.
I know.
He takes it to a new level.
I really think
a whole new level, bro.
Damn.
He got me. He's got me and fucking Rogue agreeing and shit. Me and Rogue.
Comic Quirks wants to know, how did you think? Even though Nerdman is looking for some more movies to see how you felt about them emotionally. What did you think of Lord of the Rings?
Death was not relevant to the story. No, hold on, Comic Quirks. Mufasa's death was relevant to the story, but it was so overdone, it was so over dramatic that it lost its impact. If Mufasa's death was not so overly dramatic, overly done, it would have actually been more enjoyable. But they had to make it this big, huge thing to make sure. I was like, no, it was overdone. It was definitely
it was relevant to the story.
It was key to the story.
Chillmonger, our brother, what's going on?
I'm doing good.
So bring some chill to this stream.
I like Up. The first 2 minutes of Up, like Jimmy was saying in the chat. Yeah, awesome.
And that's the thing. You take away the first 2 minutes, you don't have the rest of the movie is like meh.
The rest of the movie is not as good.
Wait, Jaded. That's not what you're.
Wait. I want to hear what Chillmonger's question is.
No, I was gonna say that Finding Nemo has a journey throughout the film, like each part of that film.
When Marlon lost his.
Yeah, they're comedies. Yeah, they are.
That beginning was sad. That opening was sad.
Oh God!
It almost got me.
God. You're talking about Finding Nemo.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that, to be fair.
Okay.
Oh, you'll
every
love it.
mother. Okay, name me a Disney movie and where the mother isn't dead.
It's not just about the mother dying. It's about
it's not about the mother.
He was such a warrior because he lost all of his children, and it caused him these extreme anxiety issues. And then he
was a nervous wreck before.
It was.
No, he wasn't.
Oh my gosh! And then he loses his only child. He doesn't like to lead. He like goes outside of his boundaries on this quest to get his child back.
Yeah, that's a great story, but I'm not going to cry over any of it. But it was a good story.
The difference is we got hearts. Jaded, we got hearts, unlike you.
But with that story, I'm just saying, do you understand? But how? I'm saying you
can understand why people would cry over that, even adults.
Well, yeah,
that's even relatable for adults.
You're the same people that cry over Bambi. Of course, you're gonna cry at this. I mean, it's.
I cried at Bambi when I was like 7.
Does everyone here hate Forrest Gump?
Yes,
I like it.
I hated that goddamn.
I don't hate it.
I don't hate it. Forrest Gump had me in tears.
Yeah, me too.
What could you have possibly been crying over?
When his wife died?
I'll give you
the love of his life and she dies.
I'll give you.
Hold on, wait a minute. The love of his life.
Let me give you a specific scene.
Wait a minute. The love of his life, who was sleeping with every other guy that she could come across, and only decided to hitch up with Forrest once he became a multimillionaire. That girlfriend who didn't even acknowledge him as a girlfriend.
At least he didn't say what I thought he was going to say, because that's usually the cynical argument.
Wait, you guys. That's not
it doesn't change the fact that he loved her.
Yeah, but she didn't love him back. She didn't. She was using.
No. Jaded. She didn't know.
You missed the point. You missed the point.
Jaded. She didn't know what good thing she had.
This is a movie.
No. Was the thing she always needed.
Simps for that girl the entire movie. Simps for that bitch.
Because Jaded, that's his only friend he had.
Jaded.
That's the only person that's the only friend he had that really
exactly.
accepted him.
Wait. I just want to say something very quickly, and then you can get back into your debate.
He just said simps for that bitch. I'm pretty sure, about 99.9% sure, he is extremely single.
Okay, yeah, no, I don't think so. Well, I don't know. Anyway, but the whole thing about Jenny is that she doesn't believe she deserves love. That's why she's running away from Forrest Gump. It's not that she doesn't. She's been damaged. She's been hurt by her father, abused by her father. She runs away with him. He's her only safe place. But she like many people do, and this is very clever, right? When you have a trauma, you actually start doing things to relive that trauma. You put yourself in situations to reproduce that trauma because you believe that's what you deserve or something along those lines. And she's a great character showing that.
She is.
And that she has to realize, like, by the end of it, like, actually, it's this innocent kid that, like, I grew up with, who always cared for me, who always protected me, who was my safe space. That is actually what I do deserve.
You never protected her. You only protected her once.
He always protected her.
Protected the whole movie. He protected the whole movie. Oh my god!
And also, you know what? Minus
from the guy that tried to rape her.
Wait. K-Dot finished, then Widow, and then Jaded. So K-Dot's finished what you're saying, then Widow, then Jaded. And then
I'll give a perfect example when he tried to protect her. Remember when they went to that little Panther party, the Black Panther party, and the dude's about to hit her? And he defended her. He defended her the whole movie.
Hey, like, let the man finish. Let him finish. Go on. Sorry, call him K-Dots.
Oh, that's all I got for now.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you got. One scene. One time.
No, that's not one scene.
I got more, but I was going to let
I was going to say, before I say anything, Chillmonger, because he hasn't said anything.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Chillmonger.
No, the truth is that when the movie ends and she dies, and we learn Jenny couldn't see the forest from the trees.
With the joke. Okay. I was going to say...
that's more poignant than the entire movie.
Nerdman broke it all down. But even if she didn't love him, that doesn't diminish his love for her and how he felt when he loses her. So I think that even though she does go on this journey and she realizes that she should be with Forrest because she deserves that, regardless if that never happened, that doesn't change how he feels for her, even if that moment doesn't happen. So him losing her still has emotional weight because we see their relationship as children and they go through life together.
No,
so
they
that
don't.
still has.
She was robbed of an Oscar nomination, by the way. Robbed.
Yes, they do. Yes, they have points in life.
She kept on popping up. She Jaded after high school. She kept on coming back into his life.
No. Hold on. Wait a minute. After high school, the only time she meets him ever again, is at the Washington Monument, and he goes, "Jenny," and she's in the crowd.
That's false. It was more times than that.
She was singing in a bar naked. She was singing in a bar naked. He comes there to meet her. Like, dude, he meets her multiple times in that fucking movie.
For 5 minutes. But for 5 minutes.
Oh my, Jaded, and that's the point.
He's living.
She pops up and then she goes away.
He's living off of the memory. He is living off of the memory of what she was like at 9 years old at high school. He is living off of that memory.
That doesn't diminish his feelings and his love.
Because he doesn't have anybody else.
He doesn't.
Ashley, if that movie had any other girl, hold on. If that movie had any other girl being nice to Forrest, he would have gone with her. But the movie purposely had it so that no other girl even said hello to him.
Yeah, but it's the reason she was nice to him. It's the reason
because she was one of the few kids who saw this disabled kid and treated him like a person. They treated him like he was different.
No, but she also understood him. It was her biography that made her understand him because she comes from that broken home.
You mean other than the 2 times she tried to kill herself?
What, Jaded?
She kept trying to kill herself.
Yeah, because she doesn't love herself.
She was molested.
No, I'm not saying that she. No.
I'm so confused.
She wasn't trying to redeem herself because she kept trying to. She can't be both.
But you can be damaging under someone else who's in a spot and connect with that person. Yes, you can.
Okay, then you did. I just didn't see it.
That's
the way
real
you guys.
life. People in real life connect with people based off trauma and life experiences and have a connection with one another. That is actually a real thing that happens.
And can you not also establish that what she was doing was running away from her problems? Well, no, we can't.
No
do
one
that
said that she wasn't. That she.
Yeah,
that
she wasn't. Nobody's
wasn't
denying
running away from her problems.
But she was.
No,
nobody's denying that, Jaded.
But that doesn't diminish his love for her. And
but he's living off of the memory of it. She does nothing to reciprocate.
Jaded. Stop thinking of Forrest as
not
us.
Always both ways.
Forrest is a mentally disabled person.
Who literally gets the world handed to him. Yes. He literally gets the world handed to him. So why
and he doesn't know, Jaded. He doesn't know how to respond
to hard work. He doesn't just
what hard work.
Jaded. Remember in Vietnam.
He runs.
He's an athlete.
Jaded, remember after Vietnam, all he wanted was some soda pop and ping pong. He just wanted to play soda pop and ping pong. Forrest is simple.
I know he is. Simple. I know he is. And he should have gotten nowhere in life. He should have gotten nowhere. But the movie is all about
oh my god,
giving everything to him as a character just so that they could have all the pop culture references. That was the movie.
Jaded. Also the film. I watched this film in AP US history too. This film is also a little lesson through history too. All the different points in American history. JFK, Vietnam, all that stuff.
I watched it in school too.
And they interjected. For Christ's sakes, they had it that Forrest Gump taught Elvis how to dance. I mean, come on. Like how forcefully interjected can you be?
It was funny. It was funny.
Yeah, it was funny.
Jesus.
Whatever.
Right,
Jaded is black-hearted, man. Jaded is black-hearted, bro.
I'm just saying.
And then he goes to the Washington Monument thing, and he goes, "That's all I have to say," which I think is where K-Dot got it from. And then the guy goes, "That was the most beautiful thing I ever heard." Why did it have to be the most beautiful thing he ever heard?
They was hippies, Jaded. They was hippies. They was hippies. They high.
He's an angel.
They were high, bro. They were hippies.
Hippies. They're high. They're fucking hippies.
It was funny as shit, man. I laughed my ass off when that happened. Dude, I'm one of the rare people who believe.
I just went on some shit. Oh, what happens? Oh, it happens. Oh, hey, that's how the word shit happens. I mean, it's so corny. Every little thing he does just somehow ends up established. How this guy didn't create, the Lord of the Rings books is beyond me. They should have somehow interjected that. They should have interjected him that somehow because of him, they were able to get a man on the moon. I'm surprised they didn't interject that into it. Every little thing is because of him.
You read about the man on the moon, though. Why wasn't that in there?
Well, the man,
that would have been tight.
He goes, "I'm just going to run now. I'm just going to go run." And then all of a sudden, he has a crowd of people running behind him. Because of why? I don't know.
He started a running club
because they felt inspired to run with him, Jaded.
Yeah, that's how
Jaded. They was inspired to run with him.
Let's run.
How did people even know he was doing this? It's not like it was on the news. It's just some guy running
on the news
because he's running, Jaded.
On the news. It's just some guy running.
Isn't that real though? A guy in history was just running, like that's a fact, and they just pretended like Forrest was the guy. Didn't the guy actually do that?
Oh, I have no idea.
I probably did.
And that makes it even more sad.
I mean, most running clubs start when people see people run. I mean,
okay, then that's even more sad because if it's based on real life, because that means humans are just as stupid as the ones in the character.
Oh my God,
like a bunch of chocolates. You never know what. And then the fact that his mother has to sleep with the principal just so that he can go to school. I mean, come on.
Hey, because she was willing to do anything to get her son in school because he was being discriminated against.
Okay, Kate,
my
mother loves me, but my mother would never sleep with another man.
By the way, I wanted to say Sally Fields,
and besides, she was single too. You know, she was willing to do what she had to do.
Sally Fields did get an Oscar nomination, but
she deserved it. She was good in the movie. She was good in the movie.
But what's her name? Definitely the girl who played Jenny.
I don't remember who played Jenny.
It's the same woman who plays who's in Antiope in Wonder Woman, but I can't remember her name. But Sean Penn's wife.
Nerman. I didn't.
Robin Wright.
Nerman. I didn't say what scene in Forrest Gump made me cry though.
Okay, can I say a quick thing? Just a quick thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm one of the rare people who believes absolutely Forrest Gump deserved the Oscar. I really do.
You're not rare. You're not rare. Everybody thought that.
A lot of people have gone against it. A lot of people have gone against it. They say that the prison movie or Pulp Fiction should have won it. What's the prison movie?
What was the prison movie?
Longest Yard.
No, not Longest Yard, please.
I don't remember the prison movie.
You talking about the movie with Morgan Freeman?
Morgan Freeman, yeah.
Redemption.
Shawshank Redemption. Oh, that was good. I think that's. I think that's better than.
That was a good movie. That was well done.
I think.
Yeah, of course you think that. It's in prison and it's sad and it's miserable and people fucking hate each other. That's why.
I like Forrest Gump, but I think that Shawshank Redemption and Pulp Fiction are better films.
No, absolutely.
By far.
Jaded loves that depressing.
If it was up against Reservoir Dogs,
I think it's a good movie.
Then I would have said Reservoir Dogs, but no, Pulp Fiction has slow moments in it.
Oh no, I didn't think Pulp Fiction.
But
wait.
I didn't think it would win. I think.
What was the sad moment before?
All right, for me, it was a scene near the end of the film when Forrest met his son finally. And then Forrest asked Jenny, "Is he normal?" Man, that shit made me crazy.
Is he like me? Is he like me? He says.
Yeah, is he like me and stuff? That shit broke me. I was like,
I love seeing him put him on the bus. Oh my god.
K-Dot. There was a deleted in the movie. There was a deleted scene, and the deleted scene was the little boy goes to Jenny, his mom, and goes, "Mommy, why do you keep saying my name after every boyfriend that comes into the apartment?"
Oh my gosh, slander.
Okay. Any boyfriend that comes into the apartment, she goes, "Oh, by the way, I named him after you." And he went, "Bye, see ya." Forrest was the only one dumb enough to stick around.
Oh shit.
Yesterday, the day before, the boy's name was John. The day before that, the boy's name was Carol. Okay, it wasn't until Forrest showed up that his name was Forrest.
You are fucked up, bro.
No, because that's Jenny.
He's black. He is black hearted.
Anyway, so before we go,
he's literally the black winner.
You're the black winner. No. Ask you, Jaded is the embodiment of black ice. Jaded is the embodiment of black ice. It's the shit you trip on that you can't see. The evil ice. The black ice.
I just don't cry over things that are just.
He consumes universes, ladies and gentlemen.
But look, I'll say this: any film, any film.
They're like, DC.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, you get it, Chillmonger. They don't get it.
That's a Donny Cates story.
God. Yep.
Any film in a movie that can get an emotion out of that, because like I don't cry in a lot of movies, but if it can get me to cry, cool. Like when I watched the end of, I'm not sure if y'all seen the show Shameless.
The Rock.
Showtime.
I'm sorry, that's a good movie though.
Yeah, it's all right.
Lord of the Comic Works. Right. One of my thoughts on the Lord of the Rings movies. The first movie I slept through. The first movie I literally was just like I was doing like MSK at the movie theater. Every once in a while I'd wake up. Anything happening yet? Nope. Okay. It was boring. If it wasn't for the,
I've got to agree with Jaded on this.
If it wasn't for all the
I
big,
don't like the Lord of the Rings.
If it wasn't for all the big fight scenes, the rest of the movie was, I had no.
I'll tell you what, that third one was dope. The third one was awesome, but apart from that, man, there was a lot of walking, bro. These guys were walking everywhere, weren't they? Fucking wagons or cars or some shit.
And the last movie had such a big ass Deus Ex Machina. That's why I hated the books as much as I hated the movie, because look, we got all the specters of the Lost Kingdom, and that's what's gonna help. It was so. It was.
I tried to watch it recently.
I can't.
I tried to watch it recently from the beginning.
I can't.
I did. I watched it like 4 months ago. The first Lord of the Rings.
One of my favorite characters.
What did you think?
It's the slowest of the three. The second and third are my favorites of the three.
Yeah,
but the first
one's
slow.
Genuinely dope. If I was advising anyone, I'll just say just watch the third one. Honestly,
I should watch them
read
all.
the cliff notes and watch the third one.
Actually, the one thing that I did like about the Lord of the Rings is that before that movie came out, I was a big fan of what's her name? The girl that sings the music, what's her name? The musician that does most of the music in it. Hold on. No.
Hey, what's Deus Ex Machina? You just said it a few minutes ago.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Deus Ex Machina is when something happens in a film that helps the hero or something like that, but it just comes out of nowhere. It's not established.
It just comes out of nowhere just to be able to solve the problem.
It might not be a film. It could be anything. It could be a book or any story, but like it just something comes out of nowhere to help the hero, and
So is it French?
It wasn't established in the.
I don't know what it is. I was a big fan of Enya before the Lord of the Rings came out, and all my friends made fun of me for being a fan of Enya. Once the Lord of the Rings came out, everybody suddenly loved Enya. That's how.
Is that why you
love something?
Is that
only
why you hated it?
Because everybody. No, I loved Enya. That was the best part.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why you hated it, because people like caught on to something that you liked, and then it's popular. And now it's popular. You can't like it no more.
Absolutely revealed just how everybody was. And it was like you only.
Once it becomes mainstream, he doesn't want to be a part of it.
He's a hipster. He's
the
biggest.
He's the biggest hipster I've ever seen.
Him and Sean Avery are just fucking hipsters. I'm not listening to their movie.
It was
Sean's
like everybody,
worse than you, though.
everybody before the movie came out, before the movie was announced, nobody read Lord of the Rings. Once the first movie came out, it was a success. Oh my God! Oh yeah, I remember reading Lord of the Rings.
I read the books in school. Yeah. Like it was part of our our reading assignments and stuff. And the books are different. Like the films.
Because I would go to people. What did you think? Because for those people who said that they read the books, I go, "What did you think of the Tom Bombadil character?" And they go, "Who?" And I go, "Thank you very much."
Read that, Jaded?
I genuinely don't like Jaded anymore for saying that about Lord of the Rings, considering the greatest trilogy of all time.
I'm sorry, Comic Works. I don't.
Because you don't have anything else to compare it to.
It's not
the greatest trilogy of all time. You got to be kidding me.
It's not the greatest trilogy. And if anyone's going to say The Dark Knight is, it isn't either.
It isn't.
There's only one trilogy, and it's Star Wars. Sorry.
Let's look at this trilogies. No, Star Wars ain't the greatest trilogy. Let's look at the trilogies and work out which
I like
one
Star Wars. It's one of the best trilogies. I don't have a great. The best trilogy to me is the Dark Knight trilogy, the original trilogy, Lord of the Rings, Toy Story. If they didn't make the fourth movie,
Toy Story is a strong contender.
If they didn't make that fourth movie and ruin it.
How many of you cried during Toy Story when they were all being burned up?
The trilogy consists of 3 films.
I'm going to tell you, I kind of like I mean, it doesn't consist of 3 movies, though, but I kind of like the
trilogy,
Silence of the Lambs
trilogy.
trilogy.
A trilogy has to be strictly 3.
I thought it was 4 movies.
Yes. A trilogy is 3.
So,
but I thought they did 4 Toy Story movies.
Clerks, Hannibal Lecter trilogy. I was going to say I like that one a lot.
Just skip to the 10.
But hold on, aren't there 4 Toy Story movies?
Yeah, that's why it's not a tradition. It's not a trilogy in the classic sense.
Right.
It's 4, but it's not a trilogy no more, so it doesn't count.
I love how Ashley abandoned traditional trilogy, and she's just like in the classic sense.
People yes,
Yo, the Mighty Ducks trilogy is up there.
The traditional sense, it actually being 3 movies.
Yes, that's it. Classic. I like to mix up my words a bit.
Ignoring the
Terminator is up there, but Terminator 3 is trash.
X-Men 1,
Terminator 2, only made 2 good movies.
Mecha Gun.
I don't know if X-Men
those 2 movies were sick.
Scream is not a trilogy, really.
I thought Scream had like 6 movies or something.
Oh, Spider-Man! I like Spider-Man trilogy.
And see,
I think pretty good as well.
I think that's the thing too. For me,
Die Hard 1, 2, and 3 are good.
Lord of the Rings was named Book of the Millennium in 2000 pre-movies. Okay, Comic Clerks. Let me explain to you about the book. Okay, I go to used bookstores because I have a friend that owns one. Okay, after the Lord of the Rings came out, the books were one of the best sellers. Do you want to know how many boxes of the Lord of the Rings books that he has that didn't even have the spine cracked? Okay, because they were all bought as gifts. Okay, they were all bought as gifts because everybody loved the Lord of the Rings. All the relatives
came out as a trilogy at first
for their kids, and none of the kids read them. Okay, the same amount of people that read the Lord of the Rings books before the movie were the same number of people that read the Lord of the Rings.
Star Wars is gonna win. Oh, Star Wars didn't win.
I forgot.
Wait a second, the Dark Knight ain't even on here.
Nope.
And there's a good reason.
Did fucking who wrote this? Was this fucking what's his name? Onzo and fucking Superman trilogy and fucking.
I think it's because the Dark Knight Rises. And I think
but they've got loads of ones that have bad third movies.
Because this is this thing, I think as long as you have like 2 solid movies in your trilogy, you have like a semi-average movie, just an average movie. You got a solid trilogy.
Right, exactly.
If you have only 1 good movie in your trilogy is not solid. You got to at least have 2 good ones. And if one of them is kind of average, that's fine.
What was the movie? What was the vampire movie? What was the vampire movie that Robert Pattinson was in? Twilight. Twilight was number 1. You're gonna tell me that Twilight movies, being as successful as they are suddenly good movies because they were number 1? Sorry, get a better metric.
He's saying it's the number 1 on this list.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Comic Clerks. I misunderstood.
Yeah, anyway, of these ones I've seen here, I'd have to go the Bourne trilogy. The Bourne trilogy.
I'm going to Back to the Future. Sorry.
Go up.
Yeah, Back to the Future.
With, Ash, that was a good trilogy. That was well done.
Yes.
I enjoyed that. All 3 movies, 3 different tones, and they all were great. I enjoyed them all. Army of the Dead, I did enjoy Army of the Dead. That was hilarious.
Yeah, the Lord of the Rings has number 1.
I don't disagree with it because to me the first movie compared to the 2 and 3.
Where's Star Wars original trilogy?
But 2 and 3 it gets better.
The Star Wars original trilogy not on that list? Where was it?
It was 2.
Oh.
Yeah, because
he scrolled so fast. He scrolled it. I didn't see it.
That's just talking over everything, so I can't.
I apologize.
I just didn't see it, so that's why I was like.
So here we've got a top 15. So we've got Mad Max.
Is Mad Max even a trilogy anymore since Fury Road came out, or is that a reboot?
That's a I think that's considered a reboot.
That's a reimagination of an actual classic movie. That was
Yo, I kind of like this trilogy though. Clerks, Mallrats, and Chasing Amy. That's a tight trilogy. I didn't see it as a trilogy, but Sure, I mean, if they
because all the characters are in all 3 movies and they all interconnect.
I see.
Austin Powers shows up again.
Technically, Nerdman, technically, that was the first shared universe.
Austin Powers 2 and 3 is the best ones.
Yeah, it's all right. Iron Man trilogy.
You can't really count Marvel.
You
can ignore all his other. Yeah, he's in so many other movies.
No, it shouldn't.
Because 1, 2 happens, Avengers happens.
I mean, you can count Iron. Yeah, you can count Iron Man. It's not a good trilogy, but you can count it because it's separated by the Iron Man name. He did appear in other movies, but it is separated by the Iron Man name. You got the Captain America movie. So
how many Pirates of the Caribbean movies are there?
It's 4 now. It's no longer a trilogy. It's 4.
No, but there's 3 movies in the original trilogy. That's what they're saying.
No, because they greenlit. That's not how it.
Pirates of the Caribbean is no longer a trilogy. Same for Matrix. No longer a trilogy.
Matrix is trash.
K-Dot, you could have considered Tom Holland's Spiderman and Iron Man trilogy too.
Love Die Hard.
I think Die Hard trilogy is sick. I really do. I like Die Hard 2 as well.
I love Die Hard too. I love it. It's campy, but I love it. I love it. I love all these movies.
If Lethal Weapon didn't make a 4th movie, that would have went up there. If Lethal Weapon didn't make a 4th movie, even though the 4th movie was good, I like the 4th movie of Lethal Weapon. But if that didn't make a 4th movie, solid trilogy.
Batman.
Solid.
Which Batman?
There you go. There's your Batman trilogy.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
Yeah. But
the amazing
again, that Rises lets it down hugely, though, dude.
But Nerman, it's the weakest of the 3, but it ain't bad. It's just.
It's not bad. It's not
first
bad.
and third, but not the second one.
It's the weekest.
It's the weakest of the 3, but it's still a solid trilogy.
Anne Hathaway in that movie, and
it's also not a trilogy.
Anne Hathaway is not that bad in that movie. I don't know why everyone picks on Anne Hathaway. She was the only one who seemed like she had any interest in being in the movie.
She was not a good Catwoman. It wasn't her. It was not. I just didn't like the portrayal of
Ashley. I don't think she was a bad cow. I don't think she got enough. Like they didn't. I don't think Nolan gave her enough time to really act. Like she was honestly not in the movie much. She wasn't in the movie that much either.
Her performance wasn't bad. I just didn't like the take on the character.
Yeah. No, I thought like by.
I mean, I didn't have no issue with her take. I kind of agree. She just wasn't in the movie enough.
I kind of agree with Mike and Onzo that Nolan got too far up his ass with this realism thing by the 3rd movie.
He didn't want to do the feed. He didn't want to even make it. They had to twist his arm to make the movie anyway.
Yeah, but like on a real note,
he literally said that if he would have known that it was going to be a trilogy, Harvey Dent would have not died in The Dark Knight.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
No, but wait a second. He had to. Why would you end the movie the way he did if he didn't know that he was making a fucking trilogy? That's bullshit.
He didn't. Go back and look.
But look at the way the movie ends. You have to do a sequel to that movie.
He left it open for someone else to come in. He did not want to be a part of it. He did not want to be a part of it.
You think he was leaving it for another person to?
Look, he did not want to make the movie. After a lot of negotiation and twisting his arm, he came back to make the 3rd film.
But wait a second. So
how did the 3rd movie end?
He leaves the movie where Batman is on the run from the fucking cops.
He leaves. Right. That was him leaving.
And that's what I'm saying. How can you leave?
How does that set up?
That sets up a big thing. Batman's now on the run from the police.
In his mind, that was the way for him to. He was ending it. He was ending.
Wait.
That's
crazy.
Batman
runs away again. So Batman runs away in the 1st movie, and Batman runs away in the 2nd movie. Okay, I see a pattern.
He really did not want to make.
No,
I'm not shitting you.
He wasn't running away in the 1st movie.
Yeah, he was running away as Bruce Wayne, and then
that's in the beginning of
the movie. Because in the 1st movie, he'd have the trust of the police yet. I mean, he just started out.
Yeah. Anyway,
2nd movie, he had their trust, and then he had to, run with a lie.
I didn't like Tom Hardy's voice either. I hate when he does those voices.
I've seen 2 of these movies.
Really?
Hey, if number 1 and 2 are the prequel and the original trilogy for Star Wars, it's a happy moment.
That was. I did see all
the Godfather.
The first trilogy. It is a trilogy, but
it is a trilogy.
The third movie is bullshit.
Because the third movie is all about him trying to seek redemption and being able to get into heaven. It's all about the third movie was all about his character trying to gain redemption.
And the Bourne trilogy should be on here. The Bourne trilogy should be on here. The Bourne trilogy is genuinely there is no bad movie in the Bourne trilogy.
Oh, okay.
There's no bad movie in the Bourne trilogy. Isn't it? Isn't that right, Chillmonger? There's no bad movie in the Bourne trilogy.
They're quality films.
I love the Bourne trilogy. I love the Bourne films. All of them. Yeah. All of them are good. Every single one.
Of course you don't like it, Jaded. Go on.
I mean, it doesn't have anything on my Mission. It doesn't have anything on my Mission Impossible, but it's great.
The first one,
I thought Mission Impossible is not a trilogy. Yeah, I'm saying, but Mission Impossible is not a trilogy.
The first Bourne movie was good, but to say it was a great trilogy is stretching.
It is good. It's really, it's just a nice, it's got a great story build up and great satisfying ending. I don't see how.
I like the Bourne films.
I like the first one.
I literally just watched the latest one 2 weeks ago.
The one with the guy that plays Hawkeye?
No, he was no. He came back. He comes back after that.
Oh, he does?
Came back
I only saw the first 3. I didn't see
but look, if we're talking about quality throughout the 3 movies, no boring parts, no fat, nothing. I've got to give it to Die Hard or the Bourne trilogies.
I love Die Hard. I love
Die Hard. The second had a week was very.
Let's have fun. What about an animated trilogy like Lion King 1, 2, 1.5, or
Lion King 1.5? Lion King 1.5 was better than Lion King. How's that? Because Timon and Pumbaa were the only things in that movie worth watching. I cared more about Timon and Pumbaa's storyline than I did about.
You're so tight.
I'm waiting for Kate to tell me Tarzan 1, 2, 3.
No. Tarzan only got one good movie. One good
Tarzan movies.
Was there?
Yeah. Nothing. But no, I was gonna say the How to Train Your Dragon.
Yeah,
I love that trilogy.
Which one?
How to Train Your Dragon.
Kung Fu Panda style.
There were 3 movies.
Yeah,
I didn't know. I only knew about the first one and the second one because
for the third one that third movie was kind of a surprise. It didn't make the most because they really didn't market it that well.
Wasn't the second one? Wasn't the second one where the dragon gets a girlfriend?
No, that's the third one.
Okay, then I saw the first, so I saw the first one and I saw the third one. Then I didn't see the second one. I saw the one where
you have the second one's the best one. You really gotta watch the second one.
Oh, I know. I thought the first one was good. I like.
Okay, Shrek 1,
the first
2, 3.
one's good too.
Like it, love it.
I think Shrek 1, 2, 3 might be my favorite. Like, there's a white Bronco. Remember that scene with the white Bronco? Like, in front of O.J. Simpson. It's hilarious.
Oh, when Donkey goes, "I'm a stallion, baby."
Yes. You like that, right?
Yeah, I thought that was funny because I like Shrek. I like Donkey.
What's Comic Quirks? Comic Quirk. There's a link in the chat, by the way, if you want to join. I can send it.
He has worse takes than I do. No, I have more brutally honest takes.
He'll fight.
I've got to go. To be fair, I've got to go soon. But Jaded, Jaded, what's comic? Sorry, Chill. What's Comic Quirk's take on?
He likes comic book writers no one likes, like Jason Aaron and Brian Michael Bendis, and he will defend these guys who are washed up to the masses, because that's his opinion.
Because
I haven't read Brian Michael, but did he know why? Did he? Because
he's living off of the memory. He's living off of the memory of Michael Bendis when he was actually good. He's living off of the memory.
It's an independent. I don't think he did Heroes, the TV show. I think that's someone else.
Oh, that's Tom King, right?
Ashley, have you caught up on Attack on Titan?
No, I'm not.
You still pushing?
I've seen the first episode current season. I gotta get caught up.
Ashley, you need to get caught up. This shit is getting real
But see, what I like to do, like when I got caught up, I like watching them all like back to back.
You binge watch.
Attack on Titan, because like when I get into Attack on Titan,
well, I say because it's 22 episodes now. Like it's enough to binge watch at the moment because they got like.
I'm on season 4.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm on season
4. I'm not sure which franchise do you push more? Are you pushing Attack on Titans more, or are you going to be pushing the Batman movie more? Because you got to pick one, dude.
Anime is where his heart lives.
He's picking the Batman. He's picking the Batman.
Anime has his heart. Anime has his heart.
Comic Quirks is in the house. Let's hear him out.
Hello, Comic Quirks.
What do you make of what Jaded has been saying?
What
did he say?
Jaded has no idea what he's talking about, saying that Lord of the Rings is not the greatest trilogy of all time. Really? Okay, let's talk about this. How is it not?
Because the story.
Okay. Greatest story titled this Book of the Millennium. What are you talking about?
Because first of all, it takes again the Lord of the Rings takes elements of the book and just puts them in a blender and says, "We'll just take this and this and this and that."
That is not. That's how I know. That's how I know you've never read the books, because they're almost chapter for chapter, except for Tommy B. They cut that out because that part of the book was actually just very much unneeded.
The romance between Aragorn and the elf princess. Where is that in the book? Oh, it's not. It's in the Similarium. It's in the Similarium, and it's a little poem. So that romance.
So what? It's just okay. You put that. That's still part of it. That's still written by Tolkien. Also, no. Hold on. You got to let me rebuttal. You can't just ask questions and just never let me talk. So what I'm going to answer is that's still part of it. It's in the Silmarillion. It's actually not even in that. It's actually in the appendices in Return of the King. Just like the story of what happened with Gandalf when he was captured by Saruman. That was in Return of the King. That was in the appendices of Return of the King. It's all still part of the same thing. So they're putting it into the story. That makes sense.
Wait, Jaded, can I ask you a question? Jaded, can I ask you a question?
Chapter for chapter, and I was saying no, it's not. That's all.
Okay, Jaded, can I ask you a question? I don't know what the echo's about. Do you like the Watchmen movie?
Comic or the movie?
The movie.
The movie was serviceable.
You mean the same thing as the book, except for the ending?
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
The ending is exactly the same, except for there's just no giant octopus falling to the ground.
No. But the reason I'm asking him,
it doesn't have the
reason I'm asking him is because you have this strange relationship with your own fucking logic that I really have never understood.
He's tied to the source material until he's not.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, let me answer.
Let me finish my point. And then you can answer. So you're now saying filmmakers have to. Exactly, because you did the same thing with American Psycho.
I never said that.
You were like, American Psycho film isn't good because he doesn't put all of the fucking bloody...
I never said that. That's your interpretation.
It's what you said. And you're saying it again. You're saying it right now. The Lord of the Rings. Oh, it just takes bits and pieces from the book. So fuck what? That's what filmmakers do.
You said that.
You adapt the shit. You're not making a copy for copy of the fucking thing.
Wait a minute. Comic Quirk says it's the #1 book sales. And I go, that has nothing to do with
I did not say book sales. I said it's the #1 book series of all time.
#1 book series of all time. Oh, I misunderstood then. That's my fault. I misunderstood. That's why I gave the defense.
No, the #1 book sales of all time is Agatha Christie.
Okay. So
what is Lord of the Rings #1 for? Like quality?
Quality, yeah. It was considered the Book of the Millennium during the turn of the century in 2000, and also it's the #1 fantasy series of all time. I think that's also. I think that may be for sales though as well.
Okay, now here's the thing. Let me answer that. Comic Quirks. just because the book sales were the number one, how does that translate to the value of the movie? It doesn't. Just because the books were very well received doesn't automatically mean the movie gets to be good. That's my argument.
Yeah, I agree, but the movie's almost like freaking page for page of the book.
Agreed, but
so you agree with me then?
You didn't agree a minute ago. I swear to God, you just flip-flopping.
You guys are changing the arguments all the time. In regards to your statement in The Watchmen, the reason I thought The Watchmen was serviceable and why I didn't use it as a comparison about being loyal to the book is because after having seen it in live action, I realized it doesn't translate well on the movies. What you saw in the comics and how it was done in the comics, when you actually put it into live action, I looked at it and I went, it's very loyal and it's very faithful, but what works on the page just didn't work as well in live action.
No, that's where I'll disagree.
Yet you complain about Batman Begins for the very same fucking reason.
No, I complain about Batman Begins because Batman Begins simply takes elements of the Batman character and picks and chooses what it wants. It does the literal opposite of Watchmen. It does the opposite of Watchmen.
Right, but you're complaining about them
for
doing
two
that.
different reasons.
But you're saying that what works in the comic does not translate exactly to the screen.
But it worked in Sin City.
Nolan takes elements from the Batman that work for the screen, like in his interpretation, and then makes a good movie. So you're
hold on. But if you take Sin City, I love Sin City. I love the comic book series, and when they translated it into the movies, I loved it. I think because that comic book worked well in the film medium.
That makes no sense because the actual storyboard for the movie was the comic book
for
Sin City, like you were just saying.
And to me, it literally, for me, the way the Sin City comic translated well in the movies, and that's why I enjoyed it. With Watchmen, I only consider it serviceable because for me, it didn't translate as well onto film. Well, that's why I thought Watchmen was serviceable, but Sin City was great.
Okay. What are you going to say, Comic Clerk?
I'm just confused by all of his backward statements.
I don't see how
I don't understand them either.
He's saying like
get people caught in the web. This guy here is.
What did I say that's backwards? Go ahead.
Because the exact same thing happened with Sin City that happened with Watchmen, but you're like, this one doesn't translate. Even though it did translate perfectly. He just took out the squid at the end.
I didn't even care about the squid.
Neither did Zack Snyder, apparently.
I didn't even know it was Zack Snyder that directed it. I don't care who the director is, comic books. I really don't.
I don't care either. I was just saying.
I just did. I'm not. Okay, hold on. I'm not saying it didn't translate well. I didn't say it didn't translate well.
Then we can't argue that we can't argue that opinion then because it's just an opinion.
Right.
That's just your personal thing.
Right. I'm not saying Watchmen didn't translate well and Sin City did. I'm saying I thought Watchmen, when I saw it in the movie, I went, you know what? It doesn't work as well in the movies for me as Sin City did. I'm not making a blanket statement. Maybe I should have clarified.
Well, I actually think to compare those two movies, which I think they're both brilliant. I love them. But I think there were
stop hating in chat, man. Nerman was preaching his own strength.
I will get
there were parts of both. There were parts of both. That
surprisingly, most of the craziness came from Jaded.
Comics quirks.
Real quick.
The one scene that I did love in the movie that translated better than in the comics was when Rorschach is in prison and yells, I'm not locked up in here with you. You're locked up in here with me. That I absolutely
love. But the sex scene didn't work. The sex scene didn't work.
Him being in the line and everything, that worked way better in the movie than it did in the film. I will give it.
The whole Clive Owen part of Sin City didn't work. Like in the middle of that movie, there's this whole Clive Owen bit. Where he's helping the prostitutes or whatever. Like I literally can't even remember.
That was actually my favorite story in the movie. That was my favorite story.
I'm not big on Sin.
The Sin City comic is literally vignettes.
I like that element of the movie, so I forgave that it had a down part. But that bit with Clive Owen was not as good as the bit with Marv. And it wasn't as good as the bit with Bruce Willis. Bruce Willis and
Nerman, those prostitutes were more important. They needed help.
I definitely agree that the Clive Owen vignette was the weakest one. I will agree with that.
Right. So it didn't literally translate like perfectly to the screen either. Because like they if they were sensible, they would have focused or expanded the Marv bit.
Well, no, they were being faithful to the story, so they.
Yeah, sure, they were faithful, but there's a whole boring bit of that movie because they were faithful.
Well, I didn't think it was that boring. I just think it was the weakest story.
I thought it was.
Well, to bring this back, because like the reason I came on here was the Lord of the Rings, because I just can't understand. Like, what did you think that wasn't good with it though? Other than you just thought like they took bits and pieces, which is totally unfounded.
I've got to tell you, comic quirk. That first movie is hard to get through. I think the third one is awesome. Like literally, when I watched that in the cinema, I was like, "What the fuck is this?" Like it was crazy.
Real quick, say that the first one.
Rough.
The first one.
I'm not a big fan of the books either, so maybe that's what my problem is. But
okay, so the first one, a lot of people, I'm showing my cousin the trilogy actually. It's been a couple weeks since we got done with Two Towers, so we're watching the third one here soon. But he thought the Fellowship of the Ring is the weakest one. I can understand why you people would say that. It is, but you got to be fair a little bit. It's setting up the next two books and also the next two flicks. So it's like. There's much more that happens in the next two books than just the first one is more of a personal story with Frodo. And then once they set off with the Fellowship, the Nine, then it goes into the whole branch of where every one of those nine go to. And so the first one's more of a personal story with Frodo and Bilbo with the ring. The next two are like, all right.
Tell me why everyone wants that fucking ring, though. Till this day, I don't get the appeal of that ring.
Okay, so the appeal
it turns you crazy. It turns you invisible and crazy. That's what.
No. The ring isn't just turn you invisible. There's a few other rings of power that do the same thing. A couple to the Numenorians and then a couple to the elves that do the same thing. The dwarves actually don't. They just enhance their like skills towards like craftsmanship and stuff like that. But so the ring actually holds most of Sauron's, if not all of Sauron's power. And so Sauron, I mean, let's be honest, it took. What's up?
It was more of his connection. I always viewed it as a connection.
No. Sauron put most of his power inside of it. The only reason he didn't put all of it was like what we saw with the Isildur, with the War of the Last Alliance, is because if it ever got out of it, he couldn't. He wouldn't be able to come back.
The 7 rings were so limited that he gave to everybody else because it was simply a connection to everything else.
Yeah, so the ring though it has his power, but also people wanted it because it's not just we want it, so let's go get it. No, the ring has mainly a power over men, and it twists people more than more than what they would. It's like temptation. It's like desire. It's a Christian allegory, sort of.
Fall into his power so that he can reclaim.
Well, I mean, because he is Sauron the Deceiver.
And the thing is that there are flaws that I had with I didn't like the book as much as you did, so that way, so there was no reason for me to like the movie as much because there's too many problems I have with the books.
I mean, I have a couple things I'm not a big fan of with the books, like especially Tom Bombadil.
Well, it's not even Tom Bombadil.
I like Game of Thrones more.
He's at least an interesting character. Like, the whole purpose of the ring, the fact that it had to be tied to the Hobbit, to me was unnecessarily forced.
No, it wasn't tied to the Hobbit. Actually, that was the one thing the ring didn't expect was that a Hobbit, Bilbo, picked it up from the graphs of Gollum.
Yeah, go on. Finish.
So hobbits actually have like a weird thing. They're resistant to magic, and that's why Frodo. That's why Frodo himself was the one, pretty much the only one who could really take it all the way there.
That's interesting because Nemo was also a hobbit, but he conveniently got corrupted by the ring. It's like
he had it for about 800 years, so it took quite a bit.
He was corrupted from the minute he put it on. Okay.
Well, no, everyone's corrupted. Everyone's corrupted. Even like in the beginning, Frodo, when Gandalf says, "Put the ring in the fire so we could see if it's the One Ring," with the writing of Mordor, he couldn't even do it then. So when he gets to the ending,
all right, I'm gonna have to finish this discussion because we've only got a couple of minutes left.
Yeah, if you want to do a Lord of the Rings discussion, we can do that.
We could do it.
We have more pressing matters to attend to.
I'm sorry, I couldn't stand by with Mr. Jaded Aerosmith over here being like, it's bad.
Comic Works, no offense to you. That was a dig at Nerdman here.
I never got that connection.
No, you're good. You're good.
I never got that connection. I gotta make that my piece.
Nerdman, you DC head. With let me insult the DC property, the Green Lantern, which debuted in 1940. The Hobbit came in 1937. They copied the ring idea from the Hobbit book. Okay. Secondly, the Batman film. I'm still saying it's not making $1 billion. How does the bet stand, Nerdman?
Dude, it is going to be $1 billion.
Hey, chill.
He said that it has to. No. It's still.
Chill. Can I take a dig at
No. Me and Kill have a separate bet.
No, we all have the same.
I got a separate bet. Wait. My bet was $1 billion. Either I win or lose. You're going to do a rap if it doesn't make $1 billion. But if it does make a
rap repping the MCU.
But then I become a DC YouTube channel if it does make $1 billion. That was our bet.
I got a bet with Widow that if it makes $1 billion,
no. You have to call me King and Lord
with Ashley.
5 streams that I'm on and agree with all my points.
If it beats No Way Home,
that's Killmonger as well.
That's my bet.
My bet with Ashley was if it makes $1 billion, I'll have to
No. Beats No Way Home because Nerdman said that it's going to make more than one. It's going to make. What now he's been saying $2 million, right? So it has to make more than No Way Home has made. That was the bet.
It will not make more, but it will make $1 billion. No doubt. This is Batman.
I believe it can, but also it has a 45-day window. So let's see how it goes.
No, I don't.
Wait, it only has 45 days?
No, for Nerdman, not overall.
Oh, 45. Okay. Yeah, I think it scratches $1 billion, but just barely.
Oh yeah, I agree. It might not do it.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried because I cannot wait to tell.
I don't know what you're laughing at. Even if it makes $1 billion, that's a huge fucking win.
I never said that it couldn't make $1 billion.
For the MCU.
No. With me,
it's all dried up then.
What you said. You
because
talk
it's going to be a masterpiece.
Shit and you put your shit down with your bet. So
they're going to be giving it awards.
That's okay. Neither here nor there.
Okay.
What is the bet, Nerdman? It has to make right now.
If it makes a Billy 4.
No, that was not our bet. See, you
said you said more than No Way Home. No Way Home wasn't done making money when we made this bet. When you made the bet.
If it makes a Billy 4.
No.
That's all I'm saying.
And it has to open up in China, and it has to have 3D.
Chill.
And we never accepted the conditions.
We did. It's on stream. Nerd man.
So you accepted the China release and the 3D?
No, we accepted it has to make more than No Way Home.
No.
That was the bet.
That
was the bet.
Explicit.
I said after we made the bet, you try to add terms. After you already accept Nerd man.
I said it from the beginning.
Nerd man.
I have to agree, Daniel. Ashley's a little too worried. Ashley's a little too worried to make
No. I'm not too worried. I know that you are a trifling motherfucker. Okay, that's what I know, man. Because what you said. Okay,
I'm a cold-hearted
now you are trying to fucking renege on this bet. Okay,
renege.
I had you on stream.
I've got you dead to right.
It. No, I got you dead to right, homie. Dead to motherfucking right.
You locked.
Okay.
It's locked.
I got a question for Chill. I got a question for Chill. Just to get this right, you think it won't make $1 billion?
Yeah, it's a DC film. They don't do this.
You're telling me you asked Warner Bros. Not to pull out its biggest schlong and not flex. Is that what you're telling me?
In March,
comic clerks. These are diehard DC haters, man.
These are truth seekers
facts.
And factual people.
MCU street thugs, man.
Do you think
Batman did it in Christmas? Okay, Joker did it in the summer. This movie's coming in March. It's not happening.
Comic quirks.
Wait. Ashley. Nerdman is a professional.
And let's not forget, on top of all of that, when it's released, 45-day window. Okay, that plays
good
a big part in this.
Billy
45 days long.
It's making a Billy 4 in 45 days. And you know what? If he makes a Billy 4, officially more popular than Spider-Man.
Spider-Man made $1 billion in the first 2 weeks.
Really? That quickly?
I think it was about 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Oh,
10 days.
Yeah. What was it?
It was 10 days.
10 days. Sorry, see, two and a half weeks.
$1 billion in a week. Batman's about to make $1 billion in a week.
No. Trust me,
Chillmonger. This is the biggest.
Get tickets right now for the Batman today.
Comic quirk. Finish what you're saying.
This is the biggest superhero IP in the world.
I agree.
I think Superman is 1, Batman is 2, Spider-Man.
No. I'm not talking about most iconic, most well-known. I'm saying Batman sells more than any other superhero.
That's not true.
Today.
BVS just happened. We just saw BVS not do numbers
across all merchandising
and
all.
400 million in the first weekend.
And that was more of a Superman film than a Batman film.
Nerdman, is this the first weekend bet?
400 million in the first weekend.
That
means
means
that it was on its way to make $1 billion. The problem was people didn't like it. That's the problem with that movie. Nothing to do with the Batman IP. 400 million in the first weekend. Read it and weep. That's one of the biggest openings of all time, bro.
Chill. Do you think that Eternals is going to be better than Batman?
Like it'll do better? No, Eternals only made like 400 million.
No, I mean movie quality.
No, I think Batman will be better. Eternals was pretty poor for me.
Okay, there we go. And Eternals made a few
400 million.
Well, comic quirks. It depends on how much of an emo Batman you're really interested in.
But you know what? It's not making 1.7. I do know that.
I don't think it'll make 1.7, but it will make a bill. That without a doubt.
It's making
you want to get in on this?
It's making a Billy 4. And quirks. Here's the thing. They think Spider-Man is more popular and IP.
He is overall sales and yes, overall in merchandising across everything.
And once this is all over,
across all media,
when I come on here on my Ric Flair flex, I'm gonna come on to the Four Horsemen music. Fucking the WCW fucking
you're such a nerd.
If we're being honest, guys, You guys have to be honest with yourselves. The only reason Spider-Man No Way Home made 1.7 is because it had Toby and Andrew in it, and all the other villains.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, that wasn't the bet. Comic Works. That wasn't the bet. He came on
I didn't say it was. I'm not a part of this bet. I can say what I want.
You want to be part of it?
And the thing was, he said it was going to make more. And then I said, you know what? Since you want to talk about just one Spider-Man in one movie, I'll do another bet with you to track the numbers with Far From Home. He wouldn't accept it.
What?
Well, yes, Far From Home was going to make $1 billion overnight just because it had all three of them. Plus, it had Doc Ock and Willem Dafoe.
No, that's No Way Home. Far From Home.
About
Far From Home.
Which came out before the pandemic, mind you, right?
But,
He's trying to say I should compare that.
Also, it was the end of the Infinity Saga.
But you think, but you also,
exactly.
but the fact of the matter is, you think that it's going to make more. You think it's going to make more. You think it's going to make more than 1.1 billion, right? So I said,
half of Spider-Man. Half of the money Spider-Man makes. MCU, bro.
That's what you want.
Let's make that clear.
So, I mean,
Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse didn't do too hot, did it?
Excuses.
Didn't do too hot, did it?
Animated film did a good part.
And it wasn't Peter Parker.
Spider-Man's the most popular character.
and it got more popular.
Hey, chill, everyone. We can all agree. You go to Marvel for the quantity. You go to DC for the quality.
Yep.
Comic Works is correct.
Chill.
Preach. Comic.
We're outnumbered
Comic
here, but
Works.
it's okay.
Wait. Can I say this? Comic Works?
Whoa. What did you just say? Comic Works? What? I missed that.
Wait.
Jaded, I'll tell you. I'm not. Hold on. Jaded asked a question, and I'm gonna say I'm not gonna tell you because I don't listen to wrong.
He said that people go to Marvel for the quantity and DC for the quality.
That's fact. Hey, comic.
That's what he said.
Where is Mike when I need him to? Like
comics,
really?
right? Comics, bro. Dude, me and Nerdman, we want to give you a cape. We want to give you a cape with DC on it because you repping that shit hard right now.
Yeah, I'm not even like the biggest DC fan or a Marvel fan. I just like good movies, and I'll say like DC comes out with the better quality movies that are like more original.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Comics. What's your shipping address? I'm about to send you this.
Let's preach. Let's get this guy's channel. Like we're gonna rep this guy's channel as well.
Hey, bro, just pull me up.
Lord of the Rings is still trash.
Thank you.
This is why I don't. This is why I don't listen to Widow and Jaded. You know, I didn't listen to none of that. You guys know what you're talking about.
I try to be respectful and listen to your opinion, but your movie is trash, dude.
I respect. Hey, Widow, Widow, we are all entitled to your wrong opinion.
My opinions are always right because I'm always right. Even when I'm wrong, I'm right. Even when I'm wrong, I'm right.
I can't say what I'm thinking right now.
I'm obviously joking.
Hey, Comic Quirks, do you like Shazam?
You can come at me, please. I'm joking.
Comic Quirks, do you like Shazam?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Cake.
Cake?
No, Shazam. We'll send you that cake. Don't worry. Are you a big fan of Shazam? Or are you a fan of the Shazam movie?
You know, I liked 80% of that movie.
Oh, really? Was it the last 20%?
That's a
like
lot.
The
last, like the family or whatever.
The last 20% was the worst part, right?
Yeah, the last 20 minutes, were not the best.
You agree, Comic Book.
It's 5% a good movie. It's 5% a good movie.
Wait, Jaded and I agree. For some reason, I have a feeling I may be wrong.
JP, he doesn't agree with you. But listen,
I do.
Can I ask you a question?
Did you like Shazam?
So comparing Ned right? Ned from the Spiderman movie.
God,
I'm gonna vomit right now.
To the Foster family in Shazam.
You see what he feels like?
Annoying?
His balls have dropped. He feels like secure
annoying?
right now.
The Foster family. I like Ned because he's actually not Ned.
Ooh,
he's actually.
You thought you were gonna get it.
On the Quirks, we are more in sync than you try to realize.
Balls straight right back
up, we're not. No, we're not.
That's all right. That's all right. He's still preaching.
No. So Ned is actually a character named Genki, which was Miles Morales' guy in the chair, and that's why he's cool. Not Ned from Peter's friends, who's actually quite annoying.
Oh, whoa! He said it himself.
But Genki didn't have a magical sword.
I was talking about
Ned
in
the film.
Comic Quirks, just so that you know. So Ned from the film is more annoying than the Shazam family, right?
No.
Oh, you don't. Okay.
Ned was talking to the police like a bad friend. That was very annoying.
Yeah, I'm saying the comic book Ned is more annoying, but
the comic book friend. Okay.
But Genki, who's basically Ned in the movies, is actually pretty cool.
Wow. I appreciate you.
Oh, okay, interesting. You never know what's going to be said.
Life is like a box of chocolates, right?
Never know what you're going to get. Hey, do subscribe to Comic Quirks there. This holy preacher preaching the gospel of DC.
Mad respect.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna say something that's very controversial real quick. My favorite superhero movie is the ultimate cut of BVS.
Wow.
That's a good movie.
That is controversial. I like it, but I just don't like Superman in it. That's my only problem.
What? You don't like Superman in that?
Yeah, that's my only problem with it. I just don't like
that was a great opportunity.
It all makes sense though, Showmonger.
In showing of like a god in human society today. Should he do stuff or should he give us like Yeah, I think it was great. I thought it was great.
No, I like that element. I just don't like how he acted. Like I thought he could have been a little bit more heroic. He could have still been like conflicted and whatever about how people feel about him, but he should have never been conflicted about being a hero.
How could he have been more heroic when he was fighting Batman? He was being heroic because he could have killed him in the beginning, but goes, "No, I'm trying to do the right thing."
Not killing someone is not heroic. That's just
heroic. That's just not doing a murder, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Heroic.
No, that's not. You know exactly what I was saying. Come on, he was giving him every opportunity, even though he was getting beat the crap up.
That means the whole film. Even though I like it, don't get me wrong. That means the whole film falls apart because it's supposed to be Batman v Superman, not Batman v a reluctant Superman.
That wasn't supposed to be the original name. That was the name given to it by the execs. It was originally just supposed to be called Dawn of Justice.
No, I don't think so. Really?
100%. 100%. He wanted to call it Dawn of.
They would have had to put Superman. They would have had to put Superman and Batman.
I'm pretty sure they were going to do Superman, but it was supposed to be called Dawn of Justice, and the execs were like, "But Superman and Batman fight. We're going to call it Batman v Superman, and it's going to make $1 billion." And he goes, "I wouldn't do that."
Yeah, because I mean, it wasn't a fight. That was the worst action scene in the whole film. I'm sorry. Like, I actually like the Doomsday action scene. The Doomsday didn't look like shit, but the Doomsday action scene was kind of tight. Then the Batman in the warehouse was fantastic. What was the other action scene in there? Like, basically every other action scene was better.
The Capitol blowing up was beautiful.
The Batmobile chase was good.
Redman, I do have a question for Comic Quirk. Do you actually have a big deal issue about the kill count of the various Batmans?
No, I don't care.
I don't think so. Yeah, I was just curious. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He likes his Batman.
We're about to be here for an extra 30 minutes.
No. I'm about to.
No, because I don't have an issue either. I was just wondering if Comic Quirk is one of those guys where he has to defend.
No, I think Batman shouldn't kill. But let's be honest, the motherfucker jumps off 5 stories onto a guy's face like, no, he's just sleeping.
Yeah, no, I mean, the thing about the killing that didn't make sense to me is just why his rogues gallery were alive. Like, it just felt to me like the movie wanted to be Batman is on the verge of killing, but he's not doing it, and he's building up to his rage till the point that he's gonna kill Superman, and then he realizes that if he does that, he'd just be like Joe.
See, that was the point. That was the whole point. That was the whole point of Batman's story arc. He realized he went too far.
Yeah, but that's Batman 20 years in the future, though. I mean, that's like.
Yeah, this is a more mature, older, darker version of Batman. He literally, that was the point of Batman. And the part where everyone hates and hate quotes, Martha. No, that was the moment where he realized, oh, crap, I'm doing to him what was done to me, and I've crossed the line.
Right, he became Joe Chill. He realized in that moment he had become Joe Chill. And that was the whole kind of thing. The only problem with that scene is, once again, Zack Snyder can't help himself with his cool. Has to be cool. Right before that, Batman says to Superman, oh, I bet you your parents told you were special and blah, blah, blah. Well, my parents taught me something else. Well, then he has parents.
But that doesn't mean...
they... Yeah, like, no, but he knows he's not like this monster then.
That's the Deus Ex Machina. It's how do we resolve this? Have Superman say Martha, and then all of a sudden that solves all the problems.
Like I said, I think they originally, and I've heard this before, and I've heard conflicting reports that the original line wasn't him saying Martha, it was saying save my mother. And then they switched it later on when they were retweaking the script.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that. That'd be kind of cool though.
That would have been a better.
It would have been better. But
no, I actually think Martha's better. You take advantage that they have the same name.
No, because like that just seems weird for you to like in that moment.
That's a Marvel head saying that. Of course he would say that.
It's better.
It seems more.
One last question before we go. What did you think of Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor? Out of curiosity.
Oh, who you asking?
You, Comics Luck.
Oh, I appreciated it for what it was, because the idea behind it was, okay, what would be a Lex Luthor in today's age? I kind of wish we got someone a little bit more dominating, but it was kind of cool because he based it off of like a CEO exec, like a Mark Zuckerberg sort of thing, and they just basically they literally hired Mark Zuckerberg. So like it kind of makes sense, but at the same time, the age difference, or if it's not age difference, the physical maturity difference was kind of a little bit.
The performance. But have you seen a film called Ex Machina?
Yeah, the one with Poe Dameron. What's the guy's name?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that.
That for me is what I think they were going for, right? That for me, that character that Poe Dameron plays, or whatever the guy's name is, what's his name? Oscar Isaacs. The guy he plays in Ex Machina, I wish they had have just thought out the box a bit. Just because you want a Mark Zuckerberg type doesn't mean you have to get the guy who just played Mark Zuckerberg. You could have like, there's a range of young actors they could have got, because I like the idea of a younger Lex Luthor who made his billions because he's such a genius.
No, I'll stand by this. You could have had the same Lex Luthor, but the guy who played the Hornet and Ant-Man would have been a perfect Lex Luthor.
The Hornet? Which one is it?
Or is it? Sorry,
Yellow Jacket.
Yellow Jacket.
Sure.
Yeah, him he would have been a perfect. He would have been a bit
on the nose, though.
Yeah.
Right? I think that would have been like so.
What's his name? Corey.
A little bit on the nose.
I mean, the guy's name's Lex Luthor. Of course, it's going to be on the nose.
But I just mean, I think that's a really good choice. But like for me, I like a little bit more creative. I like when you've got like the Heath Ledger kind of things where it's like, it's not where the person isn't just the character already, like feels like the character already, but they have to act a little bit. They have to actually.
He's a good actor.
That's apples and oranges though, because Joker, there's many different versions of Joker.
Yeah.
With Lex Luthor, there's pretty much only one.
No, there isn't.
There's just like two or three.
Unless you're counting the John Byrne red hair. Yeah. But like no one uses that one anymore. So it's basically just the same one.
No. You got that wrong. There's many. Every different writer has a different version of Lex Luthor, dude. They look.
I'm talking about physical appearance.
Okay, physical appearance. Yeah, sure. I get that, but like I'm saying that in terms of like whether he's muscular or whether because he's so he's such a narcissist that
very overbearing character.
Or whether he's just like some skinny, twerpy, like genius kind of nerd. There's lots of different iterations of Lex Luthor. And I think
there's really not anymore though. There's pretty much only one physical appearance of Luthor besides the John Byrne from '85. Like there's really just
Smallville.
Yeah,
that's
still like in the same. That's still in the same ballpark, man.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that this guy is kind of a big older. He's like in his 40s or something like that. Whereas I'm talking about like a modern day kind of Silicon Valley billionaire. Who's
don't get me wrong. I still appreciate it
and whatever. I like that idea for Lex Luthor. Like that take on Lex Luthor would have been interesting.
Me too. That's why I think Zack Snyder's Justice League, the end credits with Jesse Eisenberg, that was like almost a perfect representation of what that could have been. Like it was great.
Right. Yeah. Do you like Zack Snyder's Justice League then?
Oh, it's one of my favorite superhero movies. It's amazing.
Okay.
Killmonger just doesn't like.
I liked it. It was fine, but I just wanted to know how much you would, praise this film, and you went to the absolute utmost extreme.
No, I said one of, because it's very different.
High.
It's very different. I like superhero movies that are different, and like that one's very, very, very different.
Hey.
And
Nerdman, you know how you like saying so many movies are better than everything in the MCU? Here's a hot take for you. Mystery Men is better than every DC movie.
Well,
is there like is there tonic in that drink you're drinking?
Yeah, like
tonic. Why would I water it down?
I think that's a good way to end the stream, to be honest. Thank you
very much. You were crazy with your little comment in the chat. I see you.
What do you say?
Tom Holland dig. Tom Holland isn't even cute. I'd never let Tom Holland give me a kiss.
Okay.
What if Tom Holland said, "I like your YouTube channel"?
Don't let them bully you. Don't let them bully you.
To say no homo? I mean, I don't understand the statement.
I would let Tom Holland kiss me. He's like, "Yo, Chillmonger, holy crap! Hey, mate," and I'm like, "Yeah," like not lips, obviously, but like side, the Hollywood style.
Nah, I give him a sloppy old kiss. What are you talking about?
Level sit, right? Yeah.
No.
Oh, by the way, I'm still rooting on Hellboy 3 with Ron Perlman. I'm still holding out hope.
Oh, last question.
Yeah.
Ezra Miller.
Oh my gosh.
You like him as Flash or not? In
Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Oh my God, comic books.
I actually don't. I don't like Ezra Miller's Flash.
Wow, nobody likes him. I swear to God.
No, it's because Barry Allen is an intelligent person. So Barry Allen is a very, very intelligent person, and Ezra Miller goes, you know what? I'm only going to play the stupid side, and he doesn't respect the character, and that's why I don't like him.
No. He played the intelligent side in Zack Snyder's Justice League. He's one of the science guys.
He's less silly in Zack Snyder's Justice League.
He's a day. Here's another Deus Ex Machina. His suit. How did you get the suit? Oh, I stole it from NASA. There you go. Whatever.
All right. Anyway, thanks.
You didn't ask how'd Batman get the suit?
Yeah, I think you don't want to know. I really don't want to know.
We know how Batman got the suit.
No, you don't.
We know what his superpower is. He's rich.
You said it's a mystery, right? You want it to all be a mystery?
Him being rich, that's a Deus Ex Machina, right, Jaded?
You're talking about a guy. Wait. Jaded, you're talking about a guy who moves at he can move almost at past the speed of light. You don't think he could take some fucking material from NASA or wherever the fuck he wants?
So then here's my question. If he can move at super speed to be able to steal the equipment to make the suit, why does he need the suit?
Because he's not going to be running naked forever from burning up his clothes?
Who said he was burning up his clothes?
He was.
Oh my god.
He was. His shoes exploded when he ran to save Iris.
I'm just saying, it just weakened his shoes. It didn't burn his clothes up. His clothes weren't even
slower than it would take to burn up his clothes. You saw how he was running at that point. He was being very careful. You didn't notice that?
But his shoes are of stronger material than his clothes. So why would his shoes break down?
Because he reacted fast when the bomb went off, and he span to see what happened at fucking super speed. Then,
I'm going to explain this to you very simply, Jaded. When you get shot with the bullet, you don't get pushed back. The bullet going so fast, your body just gets shredded. It's like that.
And what's that got to do with a comic book universe where the rules are made up as on the fly?
You know what? That excuse.
I love the defense.
Dude.
You didn't even let me answer. You asked what it had to do. That excuse is a Deus Ex Machina, which you don't like. So let's talk about that.
I agree. And what am I challenging?
A walking contradiction.
Your contradiction.
You're arguing yourself from 2 hours ago.
Hold on. Contradicting from what?
Yourself.
Your excuse is a literal cop out excuse. Like,
what did I say that I'm contradicting? Go ahead.
Okay. Just throwing out the what does that have to do with this thing over here? Even though it's a comic book universe, it makes no sense. No, you can't just do that. That's not an argument.
In what context? What did I say that in reference to?
The bullets and the shoes.
Yeah. Look, dude.
Did you forget?
In the end of the day, it's this simple. It's a comic book movie, right? He runs at fucking super speed. He runs fast. He runs at speeds that are, faster than the speed of light, which is impossible, by the way. But if you're talking about the physical laws of the universe, if a body actually did that, all kinds of fucking shit would happen that you can't. It's not possible.
And the movie has to ignore that.
So the movie has to ignore that because it's a comic book movie. So it has to make sense. Yeah, it like literally is making sense. So basically, here's what happens: if somebody runs at the speed of Flash, his mass increases to such a fucking great degree that it will destroy the Earth.
And you have to ignore that.
It will become heavier than the fucking Earth. Right. You have to ignore that shit. Right. So the point being that there's certain things in this movie that clearly don't make sense in our universe. So why are you taking this one aspect and being like blowing it up to this big degree? It's like for the movie to work. Any comic book movie, not just Zack Snyder's Justice League, any comic book
movie. Very simple answer. When you go into a movie, whether it's science fiction, fantasy, or a comic book, you go in with a suspension of disbelief. The movie has to establish rules that allow you to reinforce the suspension of disbelief.
So what
but isn't that the same point that we were making about?
And when the movie doesn't give rules and just does whatever it wants.
Hold on. You just said that. Okay. So he needed the suit.
Chris Nolan's Batman movies.
No, hold on. He needed the suit because whenever he ran, his clothes would be messed up, which was established in his shoes exploding.
Right.
There you go.
But earlier you said that you don't want explanations for the things that Batman does just because he's Batman.
No. I didn't know. Again, I love how you're misconstruing the statement.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Actually,
what are you smoking?
Hold on. Actually, I said when it comes to something like the Batplane, or how he got the computer in his Batcave, or how he gets his batarangs, how he gets them is not relevant. It's not relevant. We go, he has batarangs.
So why were you upset with the Deus Ex Machina-esque thing of he needed the speed suit? Why were we upset about that?
Because he was using his speed numerous times without the speed suit.
One time.
What are you talking about? He had to have stolen all that equipment by using his super speed. He got all that equipment in his.
Now you're talking about stuff that isn't even in the movie. You can't assume how he got the fucking start of the materials. You don't.
Oh, then how did he get it? He doesn't have a job. He doesn't have a job.
Hey, dude. So what? He inherited it? So what?
Then how did he get the equipment?
He does it at super speed. He goes naked in there, gets it at super speed, gets out. He's not harming anyone. What the fuck are we talking about? You're talking about now stuff that's outside of the movie.
No,
try and justify that it's a Deus Ex Machina in the.
I didn't say it was a Deus Ex Machina,
bro.
You're misconstruing everything I say to try
to. No, I'm just pointing out the inconsistencies with the things that you've said.
And I'm trying to establish that it's not inconsistencies because it's based on what the situation is different for each movie.
I noticed how you brought it off camera now, Jaded. What's inside that hand?
It rhymes with F.
The only way I can handle a conversation with you guys.
Oh, come back.
Except for Ashley.
Dude, you're the only one we're just so confused by. What are you talking about?
Because I take a statement and you extrapolate from it, and then you take the extrapolation as my point.
Can you define extrapolate?
No, wait. Widow basically asked you earlier, like, why, like, Batman is, like, figuring out how to become Batman, and you're like, we don't need to know how he gets his Batmobile. We don't need to know how he gets his computer, even though it doesn't show us how he gets his computer. It just is there. But fair enough, you brought up that point anyway. We don't need to know how he gets all this stuff.
Penny, the dinosaur.
Now all of that. Now it's the Flash.
Okay.
You're saying
you just had
we need to know how he gets the suit.
No. Hold on. Wait a minute. I think if in the movie The Justice League, in either one, if Batman just saw the suit and said, "Nice suit. What does it do?" And then Barry explained how the suit worked, I would have been fine with it. Absolutely would have been fine with it. The movie did not need to explain how he got the suit. All the movie needed to do was explain what the suit's for.
Wayne who said
always had the suit.
Bruce Wayne was trying to prove he was the
I'm genuinely mad. I am genuinely mad how in Batman we never got to see how he got the rubber to make the suit for Batman. Where's the rubber? Where does the rubber come from, guys?
That's your argument, JD.
What are you talking about? I am literally defending you. I am literally taking your side. If they didn't explain how Barry got the suit, I would have been fine with that. You want to know why? Because I don't care how Barry got the suit. I don't care how Barry built it.
Then why were you upset 20 minutes ago?
Because in the movie they had to explain it, and then they suddenly had to justify it.
So you do care.
And I had a problem with their weak justification for it. If they had never justified it, just like with Batman.
Guys, I can't even remember because I didn't even think that was that important. Like it was.
Guys, don't tell him. Don't tell him.
What was the explanation? Basically, it was the same material that they used to not burn up like NASA's.
The NASA spacecrafts.
But how did he get it? Again, it's just,
how did he get that? He's a scientist. You said
guys,
he's not
don't even tell him about Green Lantern suit. That'll make him go crazy.
Anyway, anyway, on that note, guys, it's been a great stream. It's been a great stream. I'm gonna clip this, guy, just so that you know. I'm gonna clip this. You
gotta clip people to hold them accouable, like especially when you make that.
Anyway,
moment with Jaded. Just read the name of the segment.
Wait, what did I do?
No,
a moment with Jaded.
Oh,
I thought you said Jimmy. Sorry.
But guys, thanks so much for joining us. Thanks for all the comments. Everyone in the comment section, you've kept this stream like really fun and interesting, bringing in all your comments. So really appreciate that. Please do like, subscribe. Definitely subscribe to Comic Quirks. He's preaching the facts.
Hey, thanks, bro.
Comment. Love the comments. I always respond to the comments. Widow's got a channel there as well. I hope she's going to be doing some stuff soon with me and other people. Chillmonger.
I have like so many collabs on so many channels I'm on.
Chillmonger's channel's on fire at the moment, so he doesn't need my help. And Jaded Fanboy is hilarious. He will drive you crazy, but I love his channel as well. I love just watching him.
Check out my show.
Railroad every moment.
I am going to Jaded's channel to subscribe and then immediately unsubscribe.
I'm going to say this. Let me plug something. Let me plug it. Yeah, Friday night, 10 o'clock, over on Zod Writer. We're going to be talking about Batman Begins.
Oh, and
which I think is probably the best. I think it is the best Batman movie we've ever had. I'm not saying it's the best like overall. I'm saying for the character Batman and his like comic book origins and his style of camp, but not total camp, but also just darkness and everything. It just feels like the best Batman adaptation we've had.
Yeah, agreed. Wait,
you didn't
my favorite Batman movie.
You didn't like Adam West's version in 1966?
I fucking hate that shit. I don't care what anyone says.
For the time, that's what Batman kind of was. So it was solid.
It sucked.
But again, it's not like.
No, I'm not comparing them. I'm just.
I do like what was Cesar Romero's Joker. I like him. He was actually kind of creepy in his own way.
I thought the Penguin guy was better actually. If you look at that show, the Penguin and Catwoman were actually better than Cesar Romero.
I don't know.
Like their acting, just from an acting perspective. That's all.
I ain't getting behind that.
Well, Cesar Romero was fun. He was fun, but I liked the villains more than Adam West as Batman. That's my thing about the show.
That's kind of just Batman in general.
You know why the Adam West Batman's better? Because you got a surfing Joker. You got a Joker.
Wait, are you telling me you think Adam West Batman's the best?
No, I'm laughing at. I'm making fun of the fact that the Joker was surfing in that movie, and like Batman and the Joker did a surfing competition.
Batman, I just can't stand it. To me, Adam West Batman is what Man of Steel is to Superman. Like it's just a completely wrong tone for the character.
Oh, the wrong tone.
Man of Steel is one of the most underrated superhero movies of all time.
I wouldn't go that far. I don't think it's as bad as
the most underrated is Kenneth Branagh's Thor.
I like the first Thor movie.
Yeah, I agree. It's the most underrated superhero movie of all time. And the most accurate to Thor in the MCU.
Dude, the Thor from the 70s show, Incredible Hulk show, was better than any Thor movie. It was.
You are high, bro.
Yeah, we've done
this. You have to deal with comic books. You can agree with 90%.
Bill Bixby is a better Hulk Bill Bixby is a better Dr. Banner than any modern Dr. Banner. Tell me that ain't true.
You are so wrong because Avengers 1 Bruce Banner is the best Bruce Banner we've ever had. And probably
thank you. He's elite.
He's better than Edward.
They ruined him though. They
ruined
him. And it was the Hulk that was good.
Edward Norton's Hulk is the best Hulk we've had.
Also,
no, the Hulk in Avengers 1 is better than that.
I'm not saying movies, I'm saying characters. I'm saying the character of Hulk in Incredible Hulk is the best Hulk we've seen, but Bruce Banner in Avengers 1 is the best Bruce Banner.
No, really? It's the opposite way around, dude. It's completely the opposite. The Hulk in Avengers is the best Hulk we've ever seen. The Hulk in Avengers 1 is the best. And then I'll say that in terms
because the Hulk in Avengers, is literally
a little bit better than Mark.
Oh, you just captured it.
Literally, the Hulk in Avengers was a copy. The best moments of Hulk in Avengers was a copy of the best moments of Incredible Hulk.
No.
When he turns his head to stare at to scare the Scarlet Witch. Okay, we saw that during the soda pop company scene in Incredible Hulk.
Dude, I'm not even gonna lie. I think Ang Lee's Hulk, like his Hulk, was more like a force to be reckoned with than anything we like. His Hulk was tight, but the Avengers Hulk, the Avengers.
Oh, that's my ringtone.
Oh,
when he goes, I'm always angry, and then he punches the Chitauri or whatever. That was tight, bro.
I'm surprised that man didn't hear it. He would have.
We gotta end this because I gotta go to bed because I got work at like 1 and I haven't even. It's 7:20 and I haven't even gone to bed.
Bill Bixby is the GOAT. That's right, Daniel Martin.
I'm sorry.
Daniel Martin, you're breaking my heart all over the place, Daniel.
I'm sorry. I had to come on because I couldn't stand for this blasphemy Jaded was saying about Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys. That's it. We're going to go, and you know what it is. I'll see you on the flip side. I love you, 3000.
It's the used,